Morning, everybody. This is John Brothers. I'm going to be doing your HAZWOPER retraining and your HHW compliance training today. We're a little past 8:30, but I figured everybody is here that's going to be here. Just that we're going to be going over today. It's going to be a variety of things. I know Mark wants everything geared towards HHW, and I can understand it. And a lot of this training will be geared in that one particular direction. However, for those who are actually certified in HAZWOPER, we still need to do certain things that's actually important to that HAZWOPER certification. So we'll talk about that here in just a minute. So I'm going to switch screens. And by the way, we're going to be doing a combination of PowerPoints, and we're going to be doing a couple JJ Keller videos. I'm not the big video guy. However, at times the videos are good because they cover a lot of information at a particular point. It would take me quite a while to sit here and do lecture over. So with that said, let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and get into the first screen. And if anybody has problems or anything, please say so along the way, raise your hand or whatever, hit that little button over here so you can actually send those messages and I can kind of address it. By the way, right now we're up to about 51 participants, which is a really good showing. Somebody's got their phone going on right now, so please mute. Either hit the mute button on the bottom of the screen if you're on a computer, and if you're on a telephone, then cell phone, please hit your mute button. So again, first off, I'd like to say that welcome you. My name is John Brothers. I'm the safety director here for the company. I'm down here in Virginia. Again, please check your phones. I'm getting some reverb. I hear a lot of beeping and stuff. Hit your mute buttons, please. Again, I'm John Brothers. I'm the safety director. I take care of EH&S here for the company, and I'm located down here in Abingdon, Virginia. Sometimes I am allowed to get out of this area, and I will come up and visit, and you may see me occasionally. So just rest assured you'll see me out here occasionally. Hopefully next year this COVID crap will be over with, and we can actually go back to doing some things in person. I think there's great value in it and seeing everybody, so I think there's great value in it. So hopefully next year when this thing's all over with, we'll be able to, or at least it slows down, we'll be able to meet again. All right, these are the topics that we're going to be covering today. Now, I'll be honest with you, two of them are repeats from last year, but they're not the same PowerPoints or anything else. All right, first off, which is RCRA. That's the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. That is a repeat from last year. It's not the same PowerPoint. Regulations have changed. And because some of the questions that we had last year, we changed it around a little bit because we can make it a little user friendly so you actually have an understanding. Because I'll be honest with you, the RCRA class in itself is pretty lengthy. A regular RCRA class lasts about 8 hours. You can get an advanced RCRA class for 24 or 40 hours. So we're probably going to spend 45 minutes on it so you can understand that we're not exactly going to have the most, we're not going to spend the most time on that, if you understand what I'm saying. The other class that's coming back by popular demand is the high hazard chemicals. All right, this class I put together last year, very similar to what I did last year, except I've made a few changes to it. A lot of people requested to do it again because they thought that these are materials that we get into HHWs. They thought it was actually pretty important because, hey, some of these things could cause a huge problem for you and the environment. So again, that's why we're going to repeat that. The next thing we're going to talk a little bit about is HHW events. We're not going to get into it. It's last year, within the last few years, we've recognized a few problems, things that we need to do. And we need to change to make sure that we stay in compliance and issues that may have occurred during the last year that we identified that we want to go over with you as employees and what expectations are, and more importantly, how we want things to go. I'm certain I spent a little bit of time last year with Ron talking about this, and same thing with Craig and Brian. And again, we've identified a few things and we wanted to reiterate. And when we get to that point, I'm certain that Ron will want to give some words of wisdom to talk about that. Additionally, we're going to talk about DOT hazmat training. Again, that's a mandate by the government. Since we actually offer hazardous materials for transportation, there's certain things that we have to do. And I'll be honest with you, some people say, well, John, how does this apply to me? Well, the problem being is you accept hazardous materials and you bring them in and you drop them off, and then they bring them to you, and then you actually will place them in containers. by law, it says you're supposed to have some specialized training, because at that point in time since you're involved in this and you're offering hazardous materials for training or hazardous materials for transportation, this could cause a potential problem. The last topic we're going to talk a little bit about is hazardous communications. Again, that's an OSHA thing. And by the way, each one of these things we talk about have different people we have to refer to. Like RCRA, for instance, would be an EPA thing, where the hazmat training specifically would be a DOT thing. And the last one is what we're talking about now is hazardous communications, and that's going to be an OSHA thing. Again, it's relevant to the job you're doing, only due to the fact of is you need to try to be able to identify the materials. So when you pick them up, you have to know about what you're dealing with. So you know what the exposures are. So you don't want to expose yourself or cause harm or injury to yourself or the environment. So with that said, those are the core topics that we're going to be going over this morning, and we'll elaborate a little bit further here. All right, again, underneath your OSHA training, and OSHA, by the way, is the one who actually mandates your HAZWOPER training. You'll hear that again if you haven't read the quiz. OSHA is the people that actually will make sure that you go through this particular training. And OSHA stands for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. So again, some of these terms you'll probably will forget here rather quickly. However, it's important that you know these things, because when we work these events, we are professionals. And as a professional, many times ever, you should know the acronyms within the jobs and within the industry. And so people may talk about OSHA. So now you know Occupational Safety and Health Administration. When somebody talks about the EPA, they're talking about the Environmental Protection Agency. All right, when somebody mentions the DOT, they're talking about the Department of Transportation. When they talk, like for down here, I always put this in, this is the Virginia DEQ. It's the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. Basically, it's the state EPA. The reason I say this is because when something happens down here and we get materials that's not right, or there's something wrong, or something goes wrong with labeling or what have you, and we get audited by the DEQ, I have that conversation with Mark or Craig or whoever, and again, they'll go back and they'll bring it back to where it came from, whoever was a PM for that particular job, and they'll want to talk and say, okay, the Virginia DEQ, and people say, well, what the heck is a DEQ? It's the state EPA for Virginia. And by the way, I'd say 99% of all the materials that you collect at these HHW events come here to Virginia for processing. And since we're in Virginia, the Virginia DEQ regulates how we process the materials and how the materials are when they come and go. Another one that you may see out here is the NFPA, which stands for the National Fire Protection Association. These are the guys that make recommendations and basically make the laws where we're going to go as far as fire protection. And if you think about it, the vast majority of this stuff that we handle is going to be going to be flammable in nature. You know, I'd venture to say 60% of it is going to be flammable. And that's where they come into as far as how we're going to transport it and how it's going to be packaged and everything else. The next term you're going to see out here, and again, you'll see this again, you'll see this again, you'll see this again many times over, is RCRA. RCRA is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. All right, that is the basis for everything that we do. I'm not going to spend any more time on it, only due to the fact of is we're going to be doing this here. We're probably going to spend 45 minutes talking about RCRA and how this pertains to you as an employee and how things go as far as regulations, how we're going to process waste, et cetera. All right, all these different acronyms, we're going to go over definitions here in a little while. So, you know, we're not going to spend a great deal of time on it, like ECRA, which is a Environmental Cleanup and Responsibility Act. We're going to talk about EPRCA, which is Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act. We're also going to talk a little bit about the Clean Water Act. We're going to talk about TSCA, which is the Toxic Substance Control Act. We're going to talk a little bit of time here about CERCLA, which is the Comprehensive Environmental Responsibility Compensation Liability Act. Yeah, that's a real good one. In all actuality, that's actually that has a great deal of what we're going to be doing and how the materials are going to be dealt with. Also, you'll see out here the CAA, which is the Clean Air Act. And by the way, if you're ever going to violate any of the regulations, everything is going to be a derivative either off the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act. So anybody ever sees anything, the very first line is under Title 40 CFR, then it relates to either the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act, and then what you violated under the title. Next thing I'm going to talk about, you see out here occasionally, is the PCBs, which is polychlorinated bioenzymes. Why is that important? Is because, I don't know, how often do you guys get oil in at these HHWs? All the time, pretty frequent. And PCBs are actually used to, as it's called, it's technically inside of transformer oil. How do you know if you've got a motor oil or transformer oil? You don't. Unless you do the chlorophenol test up here, you're not going to know. So sometimes people will bring materials in it, say PCBs on the side of it. Then again, that should be a clue to you when you do the HHW. You said, hey, we shouldn't dump this inside of this drum. And you should let the project manager know that, hey, there's something going on. The next thing to talk about is a TSDF, which is a treatment, storage, and disposal facility. And we're going to talk a little bit about that when we actually get to the RCRA. Here's another good one. We have an NOV, which is actually the notice of violation. Notice of violations, again, NOVs, we don't like to see those. Basically, under the EPA, they're a nicer, gentler group of people, at least they allege. When you get stopped on the side of the road, the cop gives you a ticket. An NOV is basically what the EPA gives you. It's a notice of violation, whether it be the DEQ, DEP, or whoever it is, that's what they give you. All right, occasionally you're going to see out here somebody talk about CAS numbers, which is a chemical abstract service number. All right, the thing about this is some of the chemicals that you deal with are rather long. And I'll be honest with you, spelling counts. So is it easier to look up maybe, I don't know, a 7 or 8 digit number as opposed to try to figure out what supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you're right? How can you spell that stuff? And again, just a couple letters off and it's a complete different thing. So what they do is they actually subscribe to chemical abstract service and they assign a number. So any kind of chemical out there actually has a CAS number. If you ever look at a material safety data sheet, which we'll talk a little later about, it will talk about where on there that a CAS number has to be assigned. And again, so it's easy lookup. You can look at an 8-digit number as opposed to trying to spell something out and try to come up with a proper spelling. All right, Mark's very familiar with this one. This is the New Jersey DEP. These are the folks that regulate the EPA regulations in New Jersey. They're a pretty tenacious group of people, to be quite honest with you. I mean, they're all over. They're the folks that actually, I'll be honest with you, right now the EPA only has probably like 10 or 15 inspectors for each state. And that covers everything, all the different vast stuff from oil discharge contingency programs, spill prevention control and countermeasures, haz waste, solid waste, and all these other things. Okay, somebody still got their, they need to hit the mute button or put their cell phone on mute. All right, so New Jersey actually, so there's only about 10 to 15 inspectors for each state. And to be honest with you, that's not many people when you look at the big picture, when you have all these different activities going on. So each state has adopted the federal regulations and may have added a few more to it. And they regulate they'll come out and enforce the regulations is what it boils down to. So New Jersey actually does that, the New Jersey DEP, and then you also have the Pennsylvania DEP. Same thing, except one's New Jersey, one's Pennsylvania. All right, let's talk a little bit about definitions. Now, I'll be honest with you, so the definitions I've given you are what I would consider the spirit, or the exact answer is no, because I don't have enough PowerPoint here to actually include all that into here. We'll break it down and what I believe what actually we're speaking of, which is hazardous. Hazardous means it's a material that is capable of posing an unreasonable risk to health and safety, has a capability that can cause harm. Pretty simple. All right. So again, remember what that definition is. All right. What's the definition of a waste? A definition by the definition of waste means any material that is no longer suitable for its intended use or material has been abandoned. All right. If you look up under Title 40, it's pretty lengthy. I mean, it's like 4 or 5 paragraphs, and you'll see how I came up with this definition. Again, it's not wrong, but it meets the spirit of the law, and actually makes it very easy for you to remember. If it's been abandoned on the side of the road or whatever, or it's no longer suitable for its intended use, then hey, and that's how expirations and all that comes into play. So if you put all that together, basically it's basically a material that can cause harm, is no longer suitable for its intended use, and any material that is subject to hazardous waste manifest under requirements under Title 40 CFR Part 262 or have to fall under those regulations. And we'll, we'll talk pretty lengthy about that when we actually get to that segment. All right, when you get into the definition of an environmental hazard, basically it's a condition or material capable of posing unreasonable risk to the air, water, soil quality, or plant or aquatic or whatever life. Again, if it can cause harm to the environment, then again, it's going to be an environmental hazard. So if you put all that together, basically it's a material that's been abandoned, no longer suitable for intended use, can cause harm to you or the environment. Basically, that's what we're looking at as far as a hazard is concerned. All right. Earlier, we talked about the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act itself was established in 1948, with the most notable changes in 1970. How did that end on? Well, I don't know. That was a typo. In 1978 or 72, and then had some big changes in 1977. This act deals predominantly with discharges, anything that could actually pollute the waterways. And again, they call waterways anything up to a navigable waterway. All right, the thing about this in 1948, this was after World War II, is when they actually established the act. When all the ships were coming back and forth with munitions, everybody figured that we'll just throw everything in the ocean. And then they figured out, well, wait a minute, we're probably going to need that because people eat fish out of that and we can't contaminate it because it's going to be bad. So when the ships were coming back and they discharged all their ballast, and the ballast was nothing more than usually water, and they put it in holds where it was rusted, and they put oil in there, so you can see where would be a potential problem. Again, in 1972, they came out with some major changes to it. Again, that's because that's when they had problems with the pollution of the Great Lakes and later on the Love Canal. When a lake catches on fire because of the pollution, they said, well, this is going to be a problem. And the thing to note about this is 1972. That's during the Nixon administration. That's actually when the EPA was actually established and became a cabinet level position. Again, the thing was started after World War II, and about the time the EPA got started in 72, and that's when they discovered all the pollution problems going on where people were dumping stuff, they said, we have to come up with some regulations. And that's basically when all this really started. Again, the Clean Air Act was started a little bit after the water, and that's when they came out and they started staying, they came out with standards and what we could do as far as what could be emitted into the air. Again, that was started in 1950. And they had some real noticeable changes to the regulations in the late 60s and 70s. And the thing to remember is as they pollute it, again, materials go up into the air, and what happens? You come up with that's how they started coming up with the emission standards out in California. It seems like most of the regulations start out there, and then they kind of work their way east. So that's where they started talking about acid rain, and then they started coming out with the ozone depletion and all the chlorofluorides and all that kind of stuff that came out, and what we could do, we can put in the materials. All right. Sorry about that. By the way, that was me. If you want to turn your phones into on the silent mode, that'd be great. All right, this is the Mac Daddy of all regulations, and this basically tells everything how things are going to go as far as we are concerned, and how the materials are going to be dealt with. And that's going to be RCRA, which stands for the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. RCRA itself was established in 1976. It was most notable for the establishment of cradle-to-grave tracking of waste. All right, everybody up there knows what I'm talking. The Goombas, the good old boys, you know, some of the good fellas up there, they'd all get involved in these waste contracts, and basically they pick up the waste, and where would it end up? It ended up in the Hudson, right? All right, so that's where they started coming up with these regulations. We actually had to track this material from cradle to grave, and that's what they mean, from the time of inception to the time it ended up at the TSDF, which is the Treatment, Storage, and Disposal Facility. It actually separates out the various categories of waste. All right, it categorizes the chemicals for recycling. It talks about recycling, disposal, and gives out for certain waste codes, Ds, Fs, Ps, etc. And we're going to spend a little bit of time on that here, probably in the next half an hour when we get into the RCRA class itself. The EPA actually has established basically 4 categories or classes of materials. All right, and those are going to be broken down to a corrosive, which under the EPA standards is going to be a D002. All right, a flammable material, whether it catches on fire, whatever it may be, it's going to be a D001. Whereas a toxic material, a reactive is going to be a D003, and a toxic is going to be a D004. Why is that important? Well, when we get to we get into the class, we talk about RCRA, you'll know exactly why. All right, more definitions. We talked about this earlier, but this kind of brings it home for you. CERCLA, Comprehensive Environmental Responsibility and Liability Act. Somebody still got their phone on, please mute it. Again, CERCLA, basically this was nothing more, and here, wait for this. This is it, the government, they're helping you. They created a tax. Here we go. That's new and different. They created a tax on chemicals and petroleum industries. And basically these funds were used to, in the event there's a response for releases of materials is what it boils down to. I'm certain that money's being held for us in the event we need it. They're not going to spend it on anything else. So basically CERCLA establishes a tax on chemicals and petroleum. So basically these funds are supposed to be used to clean things up in the event you have a problem. I know that you'll hear about it later. I know Ron and everybody else here kind of sends a cringe down their spine, but everybody's heard of Sarah, right? All right, Sarah, I'm not talking a song, Sarah, when you get up and sing and all that. I'm talking Sarah, like the Superfund site. All right, Superfund site and all that is actually established underneath the CERCLA. And here that leads right into it. Superfund Amendment and Reauthorization Act, 1986. Basically, in Sarah itself, it actually addresses many different things, such as it requires closure plans for the site of the chemical plants or disposal facilities. Like up in Pennsylvania, they have a pollution prevention manual that actually written up. It's basically what we're going to do in the event we have a problem. It talks about if we have a release and making sure that we don't contaminate the property. And same thing is applicable down here. And this is all underneath the SARA. And everybody doesn't call it SARA. For the most part, they call it a Superfund site. You hear that all the time. So if anybody comes in and starts asking questions about a Superfund, you know it's under CERCLA. I said, yeah, that's the, that talks about, abandonment of hazardous materials and talks about closure plans and cleanup. So if anybody, a smart aleck comes in, now you know exactly what they're talking about. Again, as an informed workforce, it's incumbent on you to be able to give good answers. So when somebody comes in and says, what are you guys doing this? If the first thing out of your mouth is under RCRA, a lot of times, if you talk to the client, you start talking about RCRA, all of a sudden they shut up. They think, well, this guy or this girl knows what they're talking about. So again, you start mentioning some of these acronyms that we're talking about, such as SARA and RCRA or CERCLA, you start listening to some of these out, and all of a sudden they'll think, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. And by the way, that has happened. If you talk to Mark, they've had Clean Harbors come in on a couple of our job sites looking to try to find out what kind of people we are and how trained our people are when they actually are working. All right, EPRCA. Here's another good one. Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act. Basically, this it mandates reporting of hazardous materials and extremely hazardous materials stored at your facility to the general public. It mandates notifications to public officials, including first responders. These are achieved through Tier 1 and Tier 2 reports, TRIs. All right, basically what this boils down to, under EPRCA, if you store materials at your facility, if you go to My EPA Home, you can actually pull it up and you can Google your neighborhood and it will tell you exactly what's around you and more importantly, what kind of chemicals there are. All right, years ago, I think it was probably in the late 70s, early 80s, they came out, there's a place, Budapest, India, basically Union Carbide was actually manufacturing this methyl ethyl something. And basically what happened is they closed the place up for the weekend and they had a spill. It boiled out over. Next thing you know, it killed 1,000 people the first day. And then within the next couple of days, it killed like 10,000 more. And the thing was nobody knew what they were doing at that Union Carbide plant. And after this happened, here in the US, Congress said, oh my, this can't happen. So if you're making something or you're storing it at your facility, someone needs to know exactly what it is. And that's what comes under EPRCA. Again, Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act. And you can Google that and you can see what's around your house. If you have some industry, again, they have to list it out specifically so there'll be an understanding of what the materials are at that location. ECRA, it's the Environmental Responsibility Cleanup Act. Basically, this is a New Jersey thing. And again, this didn't start in California, it started in Jersey. And believe it or not, there's been a bunch of states that have actually gone ahead and adopted these regulations. It regulates the reporting of hazardous materials and waste site operations and moreover, the remediation of materials. Why is that important to us? Well, if you're doing work at a job site, why do you think they say it's got to be cleaned up when you're done? I can't tell you the amount of times I've heard Craig or Ron or Mark say, hey, we need to leave the site in the same condition we found it. So that means we don't want to have a bunch of Barney purple paint on the ground, or we don't need a spill of triethylmethyl nasty stuff all over the place. It needs to get out of the truck or out of the trunk of the car, and it needs to be put into the waste containers without having a spill. And this actually comes on underneath the ECRA. Basically, that make sure that we're responsible for the site and we actually have to clean it up. And Ron will attest to this. When we had that fire with the trailer, it became very, very, very expensive to deal with that. Because again, if it goes off the property and onto the ground, if it goes onto the ground, you have to worry about it contaminating the groundwater. So again, this is all under ECRA. Here's another one. Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act was established in '76. It gives the EPA the authority to require reporting, record keeping, and testing requirements and restrictions relating to chemical substances or mixtures that pertain to imports, disposals, or productions. That's fairly simple. If you bring it into the country, you're responsible for it. Under this, the Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act, basically, they want you to do some reporting requirements to say you can't just bring it into the country. You have to get it registered with the EPA, and you have to tell them what the hazards are, what the chemical compositions are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So whoever brings it into the country, they have to get it registered. And again, and then another section of it talks about taxes. You know, when you bring it in, they're going to tax you to make sure that they maintain funds on to be able to pay for these things. Again, am I going to expect you to memorize these things? The answer is no. However, it's nice for you to have an understanding of these things, because when it comes a point in time is you have to be able to, you may be able to split these things off and you need to be able to talk about them. And if you can talk about these, then again, you're going to be a well-formed employee. And more importantly, you will sound like a really intelligent person who's in depth with the waste industry and knows exactly what's going on. And again, when we offer a package to whoever to do these jobs, that's important to do so. We want to, that's why we're a professional organization. We want to show professionalism when we do the jobs. And again, you're an informed workforce. This guy or this person, the woman, whoever it is, knows exactly what we're talking about and knows why we're doing it. And more importantly, where we're going to take it off to make it go away. All right. We're probably at my first break thing. It's going to give me a second. I can go ahead and get started into RECRA. So again, anybody has any comments, questions, or anything, there's a way you can click on the link on the bottom and you can start asking questions or something like that. Or if you wait till the break, you know, I have my speakers on and anything else, you can actually just go ahead and pipe up and ask me the question. And we can get right through it. One of the things that we talked earlier about was the basically some of the terms and acronyms, abbreviations, and all that kind of good stuff. Again, it's important that you have at least a little bit of an understanding of what makes you do your job and what the regulations are that say why you do it, other than, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're taking the stuff. Why? I don't know, because they said we're going to throw it in a truck. That's not really a great answer. And again, it doesn't show the professionalism that Mark and Ron and everybody wants us to be and where we need to be. We need to make that transition from every year. We're trying to make ourselves a little bit better. And this actually is what puts us above and beyond, is knowing why we're doing this and some regulations why we do this. Again, other than, yeah, we just take a crap and throw it away. That doesn't sound very endearing at all. So again, that's why we're trying to hit the next level, and that's kind of where we are. Let's talk a little bit about RECRA. I put the new screen up here. This is the Hazardous Waste Resource Conservation Recovery Act. Yeah, I don't care what you do out here. If you can say, according to RECRA, most people get annoyed and said, okay, well, this guy knows something if he knows RECRA. So if you can just remember what RECRA is, Resource Conservation Recovery Act. And I'll be honest with you, this is the basis for you doing everything as far as the job's concerned for in the waste industry, whether you're doing household hazardous waste or whatever. Everything is, all the regulations delineates what waste is and where it's going to go. And everything is delineated because of RECRA. Okay, there we go. All right. RECRA in itself was actually established in 1976. It was actually to address the treatment, storage, and disposal of hazardous wastes. All right, remember that. TSDF is what it boils down to. The thing about RCRA, it is the most notable thing for RCRA is actually establishes what they call the cradle to grave. And waste, when they say the cradle, is basically when the waste, the inception of the waste, when it became a product that was no longer suitable for its intended use, where it's expired or whatever it may be. That's the time they consider a cradle, and it goes all the way up to the grave, which basically means it's the time it was disposed of. And where it was disposed of refers to the TSDF, which is the treatment, storage, and disposal facility. So again, you just can't take it anywhere you want. You can't dump it in the Hudson. It actually has to go to a special place. And again, that's called a TSDF, treatment, storage, and disposal facility. All right, under RCRA, hazardous waste can be dangerous to human health or the environment. Excuse me for a second. Right. Basically, what this does is it gives a categorization, and it actually delineates what a hazardous waste is. And more importantly, you need to know how this works safely at work and around the waste area in your workplace. All right, basically what this boils down to, again, if you go back to the original slide that we talked earlier about hazardous waste, and RCRA actually describes how it's going to be handled, and more importantly, how it's going to be labeled, et cetera, all the way up to the time it's actually going to be disposed of. But again, we're trying to minimize the exposure to the environment, and you're trying to minimize the exposure to yourself, so it's not going to cause any harm to you. And all this is underneath a RCRA. It wants to make sure it goes in the proper place when it's all said and done. Quite a while ago, this actually, I hate to say it this way, but again, up in that tri-state area up there, let's face it, they were not, the waste industry was kind of known for being part of the mafia. All right, and a lot of these regulations were written because of the problems that they had. They get a contract and they'd end up, yeah, we're going to take care of it, it'll get disposed of, and it never really goes where it was supposed to be. And most of these regulations were written because of the problems that were actually had gone on up there. So you guys and ladies are actually kind of in the middle of this. And the RCRA, these RCRA regulations actually delineate and actually give the EPA some teeth in the event that you don't adhere to it, and actually reduces any ambiguity as far as what the waste is, and more importantly, where the waste is going to go for proper disposal. And that's what it all boils down to. All right. The very first thing that you need to do is you need to identify the waste. All right. Again, when this is all said and done, I hope we have a really good understanding of where this goes and how this pertains to you, and how this whole thing works for HHW. But so in order for you to understand the regulations, you have to identify the waste. First off, you have to say, what is the waste? All right. Waste is when you decide to dispose of it. It's, by the way, it's regulated by federal and state entities. Again, the feds write the minimum standards. Now the states can write regulations above and beyond if they wish to do so. So what that boils down to is, I use California as an example. All right. The feds say, okay, these are what the air standards are, but we don't kind of agree with that. We want to make it worse. So they actually make it a regulation that makes it even worse. So that's why you have like cars that are California emissions, because they have a different emission standards than what you can buy on the East Coast, because again, they want to make sure that reduce on the carbon monoxide or whatever it is, whatever it may be that's involved in it, carbon, what have you. Again, so the feds write the regulations, but remember the states can write above and beyond. And I'll be honest with you, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, those folks are actually pretty hard. And same thing with Pennsylvania. Once you get up in that little tri-state area up there, those folks are very serious. And Ron or anybody who deals with the regulators up there, Mark will tell you that they cut you no slack. They're very tenacious, to say the least. All right, so first thing you have to do is you have to identify what the waste is. All right, and if you look at this, again, everybody's seen these stickers out here all the time. Basically, what is a hazardous waste? A waste with a chemical composition or property that make it capable of causing illness, death, harm to humans or other life forms when mismanaged or released to the environment. Think about that for 1 second. What does that mean? I know. Okay. All right. Basically, if whatever it is material is going to cause a big problem, then hey, for you or the fishies or the environment, it's more than likely it's going to be a hazardous waste, and it's going to fall into the various categorizations. Again, we're trying to establish what a hazardous waste is. If you go back to what John Brothers said a couple of the previous PowerPoint, I said, what is going to be a hazardous waste, causing harm, et cetera. This is basically is going to be what it boils down to. All right, to identify the waste itself, steps to determine the hazardous waste. All right, first off, you have to ask yourself, is it a solid waste? And we'll come back to that. The next one is it specifically excluded from the RCRA regulations? Is it a listed hazardous waste, and does it exhibit a hazardous characteristic? All right, so we'll think about that for 1 second. All right, first off, you have to ask yourself, is it a solid waste? And I know, well, if we're in a class right now, I'd tell you that you can identify what a solid waste is. But we'll talk about that here in a second. The most germane thing that we need to talk about as far as our book of business with you guys is bullet number 2. It says, is it specifically excluded from the RCRA regulations? The answer is yes, because, hey, a household hazardous waste is excluded from RCRA regulations. All right. If you look at it in most states, for those who work in Jersey and New York, for the most part, it's going to be exempted waste, household hazardous waste. Now, for those who do jobs in Pennsylvania, is it all HHW excluded? The answer is no. I said this at a previous slide or two, that basically the feds write the regulations, but the state can write above and beyond. In the state of Pennsylvania, or I'm sorry, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania does not recognize all the exclusions for household hazardous waste. So again, most of our business is excluded. However, some states say, no, it's not excluded. All right. Next question is it a listed waste? Again, does it meet the characteristics? All right. Does it have a F code? Does it have a P code? Does it have a K code? And we'll talk about that here in just a few minutes, what the specifics are, the nuances of those particular codes. The last bullet, does it exhibit a hazardous waste or hazardous characteristic? And that's going to refer to the 4 classes of materials that we talked about on the previous PowerPoint. There's actually going to be 4, which is a flammable, corrosive, reactive, and elastic is toxic. And you see these on there all the time. If you ever look at a hazardous waste manifest, if you look to the right, in those little square boxes, there's 6 of them, it says specifically that, hey, those are where the waste codes go. And that's going to refer to the D001, D002, D003, D004. And basically, that's nothing more than an identification of someone have an idea of what the material is before you can get started. All right, if you refer back to the previous bullet, it says, what is a solid waste? A solid waste is discarded material that is any garbage, refuse, or material that is discarded as a result of industrial, commercial, mining, or agricultural operations. All right, you have to ask yourself the very first question. Okay, if it came from a commercial setting, very first thing you know is it's actually going to be a solid waste. All right, so that's a clue. Remember, it's a solid waste. It actually comes from a industrial, commercial, or mining operations. All right, so remember that. Again, it could be garbage, refuse, or whatever it is, as long as it's been discarded. Now, I know you're going to sit here, and some people are kind of jumping ahead already, but in order for it, a hazardous waste, the first thing it has to be is a solid waste, right? The answer is yes. So therefore, if we have household hazardous waste, does it meet the criteria? The answer is no, it does not. Regardless whether it's hazardous in nature, whether it be corrosive or flammable or whatever it is, again, it does not meet the definition. Moreover, it's an exclusion because it's been excluded from the regulations because it's not a solid waste. Why is this important? Well, if you start working CESQG, that would be an important thing because CESQGs are conditionally exempt small quantity generators, correct? So as a CESQG, they come from businesses. So therefore, it's going to be a solid waste. Therefore, it could be a hazardous waste depending upon whether it meets the characteristics. All right. When we all work the HHWs and you get up with the clients and some of the project managers will tell you this, that they start working these jobs and all of a sudden you have somebody come in with Manny's painting service. Okay. Is it a solid waste? Well, if it came from a commercial operation, could it be? Yeah. Or if it came from household hazardous waste, is it household derived? Maybe. So this is one of those things that you have to understand why they don't accept business waste. Bergen and a few of the counties up north, they don't want to have to pay for disposal because it's fairly expensive to pay for disposal of some of these hazardous wastes. They don't want to have to pay for it. If it's a commercial operation, then no, we don't want to do that. So that's why they turn them away all the time. Again, the finite problem is if it's used at a house, it may be household hazardous waste. So again, if you're doing some of these jobs in Jersey and you see these home contractors coming through and the DEPs out there, they may jerk them out of line and make them go elsewhere. So just recognize the fact of is what makes them do this. It gives them the authority is going to be RCRA, Resource Conservation Recovery Act, because under the definition, you have to be a solid waste. All right. If it's solid waste, then it could be a haz waste. And what we're doing is exempted operations. It's an exempt material. Household hazardous waste is exempt. So you have to understand what gives the DEP or these waste authorities out here to jerk people out of line and say, hey, we're not taking it. That's because of the regulations under RCRA. All right. Some of the waste and listed are listed in characteristic waste codes. All right. Earlier, I said on the waste manifest, by the way, but let's go back for a second. You can hit your little hand up or comment box over to the right if you got a question or something, but we're going to touch this one more time because again, RCRA is what gives the basis for everything that we do. All right. Okay, again, everything that tells you what to do as far as your job's concerned with the HHW, the regulations that base off of where that material is going to go and what you accept and where it's going to go is RCRA, Resource Conservation Recovery Act. All right, for it to be a hazardous waste, it has to have certain things. First off, it has to be a solid waste. Again, it's going to have to come from a commercial operations. Again, it could be trash, garbage, whatever it may be. Again, you can go over the John Brothers. Basically, it's been discarded or expired, whatever it may be. All right, so it has to be a solid waste first, and then if it meets one of the criteria, then it could be a hazardous waste. If it meets one of the waste codes, such as flammable, less than 140 degrees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so RCRA delineates what we can take and what we can't take. All right, again, there's an exemption for household hazardous waste because it's not industrial background. It has nothing to do with whether it's going to be hazardous in nature or not. All right. All right. If you look at the manifest, anybody who's filled out a manifest, or if they get a couple minutes, they want to look at it. Each line item on the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest, to the right, they have 6 boxes. And over there in those boxes actually will come up with the specific waste codes. All right, the very first waste code you're probably going to see on there is going to be a D code. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. The next code that you may see is going to be an F code. And the F code, when I say that, it could be an F001 all the way up to, I think F goes up to like 246, if I remember right. All right, so basically these are non-specific sources. F refers to, there's not one particular area where it's coming from. It may be just general industry process. Again, that could be cleaning, manufacturing, metal finishing, whatever. That may be, say, if it's coming from a metal finish, then it may be an F003. Again, if you know what the waste codes right off the bat, you can come up with an idea of what the material is, and more importantly, where it came from and how the material was used. Again, you can look at that specifically by the waste codes. As you look at an F code, again, general industry processes. Now, if you have a K code, that means it's very specific. All right, and again, now it gets a little more specific. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember all those. And those things may be specific, such as chemical production, petroleum refinery, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It lists out specifically. And that's going to be a code, a K code. Again, that may start with a K001. And I'd be honest with you, I don't even know how high the numbers go up to on that one. It's usually followed by a 3-digit number. Same thing is listed to a P or a U. Basically, these are discarded commercial waste. Again, these things could be expired, they didn't use it, or whatever it may be. These different things may flash up. And again, these could be pesticides, lab chemicals. It could be something relating to the process, whatever it may be. It's expired. But again, these things will start off with a code. So there's 6 boxes. You could have 6 different codes for a particular waste stream. So if it's a D001, which basically means it's going to be a flammable, and it was used in a general industry for manufacturing, which is going to be a D003, I'm sorry, F003. And again, if it was used in something else, you may have a P or U listing, depending upon what the origination of the material is, what was wrong with it. Again, these different materials are going to be listed specifically in that little box. Why is it important? Because sometimes you actually get papers on these things. And when you get papers, you can have an understanding what it is you're going to be dealing with. All right. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the other waste codes. And this is kind of important to you because if you know these 4 waste codes, you can identify materials right off the bat. All right, we get involved in CESQGs all the time, unfortunately. And again, these things have to be filled out, whether it's destined for here at MXI or it actually has to go off to a TSDF, a treatment, storage, and disposal facility. All right, when we talk about that, a D001 is going to talk about the ignitability. So a D001 will say how easily it catches on fire. Under these standards, if the material can flash at less than 140 degrees, then it's considered a flammable material. The note for that is flash at less than 140 degrees. Basically, if it will catch on fire, and that's what it boils down to, at 140 degrees or less. The next thing to talk about is a D002, which talks about the corrosivity of the material. We talk about how corrosive it is. We're talking whether it's an acid or a base. Those numbers are if it's going to be on a pH scale of less than 2 or greater than 12.5, then it can be considered a hazardous waste under corrosivity. All right. Now, if the number's low at a 2 or below, then basically means you're going to have what kind of a material? That would be correct. That would be an acid. All right. A base would basically means that at 12.5 or above. So if the material actually will go at a 12.5, then basically it's going to have a problem, and that's going to be a base material, and it will actually fall under the corrosivity. All right. That's the short version. Less than 2 and greater than 12.5. All right. Next thing is a D003, which is going to talk about the reactivity. It's basically going to be unstable under normal conditions. All right. And I'll talk about that here in a second, what that actually means. It can cause explosives, toxic gases, fumes, vapors when heated, compressed, or mixed with water. All right, when we talk about the reactivity, again, unstable under normal conditions. What's normal? Well, if you start mixing chemicals together, that's not really considered normal. All right, now if it mixes with the air, then yeah, that would be considered normal. If it mixes with water, again, that would be considered normal. All right, so again, because again, in the air, it's everywhere, it's out there. And when we get to high hazards, we'll talk about that. And when we talk about a D003 for reactivity, some of the things they're talking about is maybe phosphorus, white phosphorus kind of a thing. Also, you could talk about mixed with water. You may run into a problem with like calcium carbide that emits a flammable gas when it mixes with water. Those are the kind of materials that they're actually speaking of. And again, that's going to be a D003. All right. The last one is going to be a toxic, and that's going to be a D004. It can be harmful or fatal when ingested or absorbed. When land disposed, contaminated water may leach from the waste and pollute the groundwater. Again, that's going to be a toxicity. So it's a D001, 2, 3, and 4, I, C, R, and E. Again, when you look at the waste code for a D001, talk of flammability, again, you're looking at a material that has ignitability at a flash point of 140 degrees or less Fahrenheit. So it doesn't take a lot for it to catch on fire. Now, the thing to remember is when you talk DOT, EPA, and OSHA, they all have different standards for flammability. Some are 140 degrees, some are 120 degrees, and it just varies. So there's a great deal of confusion. So the easiest thing to remember is just 140 degrees is what the number is, and then we'll kind of go from there. Incidentally, if it's between 140 and either 180 or 200, that means that material is going to be a combustible in nature. So if it's over 200 degrees, then they don't consider it hazardous at all. It depends on the DOT or whoever it is at standard. Again, 140 degrees or less is flammable. 140 to 180 or 200 is going to be combustible. And again, combustible materials are not considered waste, are not considered hazardous waste. A D002 code, it's a material with a corrosive, with a pH of less than or equal to 2 or greater than 12.5. Again, your acid is going to be low. So we're looking at equal to or less than 2. Or if it's a base, it's going to be greater than 12.5. Again, kind of those numbers are pretty high on the scale or low on the scale, depends on which way you're going with this. A D003 is a material that is reactive. If it's unstable, can undergo rapid or violent chemical reaction with water or other material. Again, if it's going to mix with air or it's going to mix with water and cause some kind of reaction, then yeah, that's going to be a potential problem. Some of the things most commonly you see out here, and we've received these in HHWs all the time, unfortunately, is phosphorus, whether it be white or red, or calcium carbide. Again, that mixed together with water, and all of a sudden you have a problem, and you're going to let off a whole bunch of flammable gas. There's other materials out there as well, but those are probably the most common ones that we see coming in during the HHW streams. All right, a material is toxic if the result of the toxic characteristic leaching procedure, more commonly known as a T-clip, indicates that the material would leach into the groundwater and exceeding the regulatory threshold. All right, that is going to be a toxic material. Some people have heard of T-clips before, and that's basically what it boils down to. A T-clip is a toxic characteristic leaching procedure. That thing is actually going to be an EPA method 8620, and they're actually checking for materials such as metals, maybe iron, mercury, cadmium, and a variety of things that they're going to chrome, aluminum, all those different things you're going to be looking for inside the T-clip. And again, that's going to be a D004. The thing to remember is when you get to these things, you should be able to look at a manifest or a waste sheet, and it will actually give you an indication of what the waste code is. So if you know it's a D001 right off the bat, you should say, oh my, you know this thing's going to catch on fire. D002, if you look at that, then you know, okay, well, this stuff actually going to be corrosive. I probably will not get it in my hands. D003 basically means, if this thing gets exposed, it could cause a problem, whether it be flammable gases, whether it cause a fire, or whatever it may be. And the same thing for D004. You basically know this is going to be some kind of poison thing that we probably ought not be messing around with. So if you look on the sheet, you can see it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4 right off the bat. You should have an idea what the material is that you're going to be dealing with. All right. So when we identify the material, we know initially that it was a solid waste because we've read the definitions. All right. We know it's a solid waste, and we know some of the waste codes. Okay. All right. So the question now is how do you come up with these waste codes? How do you know this? Well, there's several different ways to come up with knowing the characteristics. All right. Number one, you can actually test for them. I'll be honest with you, that gets fairly expensive because a T-clip will cost you anywhere from $300 to $500 per shot. And to be honest with you, how many different kinds of waste are there? Do you need one each every time? Let's think about it. If you're working on a piece of machinery, is it always going to be the same all the time? The answer is no. So the characteristics are going to change depending upon, hey, how much did you put in this time? How much did you put in this time? So it may change. So again, you can test for it, which is good, and it gives you a baseline to work off of. Another thing is you can identify this material by generator knowledge. You want to know how the waste was generated. All right, for the lack of words, if you know what the virgin product was by the material safety data sheet or SDS, you know what it was to start with. So if you had gasoline and all of a sudden, hey, we introduced a bunch of kerosene with it, okay, now we have an idea of what the material was. Again, so if you know, oh, wait a minute, we had 1 gallon of this, we only put in a quart of this. Okay, well then now you know a quart of it is going to be kerosene, and so now you can actually come up with what's going to be in there, and then you can actually write a profile sheet, or you can write a manifest up, and you can actually know exactly what's in there, and that's going to be knowledge of the material, common knowledge, and that information can be based off of SDSs. I know it's kind of boring stuff, but the big thing is you have to have an understanding of this so you know how to do your job, and you can spit this stuff out chapter and verse. I know it's boring. I know. You should teach it all the time, then you understand. All right, waste handlers. Again, not everybody who has a truck or a trailer can be able to haul this stuff. Again, in New Jersey, they've got an issue going on where they actually want the New Jersey DEP, by the way, you're going to see these guys at your waste events more often if Mark hasn't told you this. I guess during their time in hibernation from COVID, they come up to have some interpretation of regulations. And it's my understanding they're going to start dropping a hammer on people. So what that boils down to, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So they had a big thing by the New Jersey DEP, and they're going to come out and start looking at how the materials are handled, how they're brought in. And that kind of coincides with what we have here. All right, if you bring materials into some of these events and it's not, I don't know, they're going to start writing them citations if they bring them in and they're not a registered transporter. which is going to be a big problem for maybe some of the municipalities. So they want to bring all their stuff in to make it go away, but the problem is they're not necessarily transporters. They're not licensed and approved. So again,
Hey, John,
yes,
can
sir.
I jump in? I've been pretty
Sure.
quiet. Yeah, and the second thing in New Jersey they're going to start is nobody coming in with commercial plates. They don't care how they got there, if they're not commercial. If a commercial plate shows up and the host community takes it, they find the host community, not us. But
Well, Mark, you hit it right on the head. I was going to get to that eventually, but I'm glad you did because I may have forgotten it. The short version is anybody who transport waste has to have a waste identification number, and they have to be listed out by the EPA to be able to transport materials. And this goes back right to what Mark was saying about them turning away. So again, you now know through your training, knowledge, and experience that if people bring stuff in with commercially, they're going to check to see if they have a waste sticker on the side of their truck, and it's going to have either it's going to be solid waste or haz waste. And if they don't, well, then they're not going to be able to accept the material. Because if they pick that material up and it's hazardous in nature, or if it's not hazardous, in state of New Jersey, by the way, solid waste refers to household hazardous waste under New Jersey regs. So basically what's going to happen is they're going to pop them for that. So if you see somebody and they're going to yank them out of line and say, okay, they're going to write them a coupon, you now know under record regulations, that's what gives the New Jersey DEP to be able to come up and do this. So again, solid and haz waste generators, they generate the material. It's supposed to go to a EPA transporter, and the EPA transporter is the only one that can handle it. So if they bring it in their own truck, then that'd be a problem. That's why when we have these events, you see the truck driver over there, and he's got his little, first thing he does, he talks to Rick to make sure he's got the proper stickers on the side of his truck, because they can't show up there unless they're actually it could cause a big problem. Let's just say that. So you have to be a certified transporter to move the material. Ultimately, the generator makes it, the transporter actually transports it, they moves it from point A to point B, and lastly, it goes to a TSDF, which is a treatment, storage, and disposal facility. Only a TSDF is allowed to receive hazardous waste. I'll repeat it. Only a TSDF can receive hazardous waste. The question now is we down here in Virginia, we receive all the waste that you guys send us. We take it and we process it. Are we a TSDF? Do we have to be a TSDF? The answer to that question is no. We are not a TSDF. We are MRF, which is a materials recovery facility. All right, do we have to be a TS? The answer is no again. Why? Because what we're taking is not hazardous waste. Again, I said this at the beginning, only a TSDF can receive hazardous waste. Now remember, we're talking two different things. Hazardous waste, you have a hazardous waste that the EPA is talking about, and then you actually have the people who transport it, which is the DOT. And DOT doesn't give a hoot whether it's hazardous waste or not. If it's hazardous in nature, it's hazardous. They don't care what you call it, whether it's be haz waste, it's still a hazardous material. Under RCRA regulations, it says specifically hazardous waste has to go to a TSDF, unless of course it meets one of the exemptions for the rule. And we are an exemption for the rule because we handle household hazardous waste and is exempt. Household hazardous waste under Virginia regulations can be processed at an MRF, which is a materials recovery facility. By the way, at the end of the class, I'm going to hit the high points of these regulations as it pertains to us in our book of business. All right, you have several different levels of categories of generators. You have a CESQG, which is conditionally exempt small quantity generator. You have a small quantity generator, and then you have a large quantity generator. Obviously, the difference between these things is, as you can look at the screen, you can see the difference is the amount of waste that's being generated. If you looked at this, that you got up to 100 kilograms a month. Small quantity generator is 100 to 1,000, and large quantity is greater than 1,000 per month. So, kind of a big deal to know exactly how much waste you're going to be generated, because hey, you have to understand how this stuff material is going to go away. Additional standards under CESQG, conditionally exempt small quantity generator, you can actually have up to 1,000 kilograms for 365 days. Whereas a small quantity generator can have up to 6,000 kilograms and has to be shipped offsite within 180 days or 270 days if the TSDF is more than 200 miles away. Whereas a large quantity generator has no accumulation limits, but it has to be shipped off-site in 90 days. This goes back to transportation. Now, Rick and Chris, I saw you on here. I don't know if anybody else is involved in it. That's when the generator calls up and said, comes to yell, no shit, you got to get this stuff off my site. Why? Because they're looking at these days. They're going to have a certain amount of time to get these things off of their facility. If they don't, then it's a violation of RCRA. The DEP or whoever it is, the DEQ is going to come out and spank them pretty hard because they violated the timeline. Again, they only have a certain amount of time to make these things go away. The thing to remember about these categories, these things are fairly expensive. All right, that's why you see these things at the HHWs, because let's face it, they're going to pay by pound to make a lot of this stuff go away. We use a facility down here, EEI, to do a lot of our disposals. And I tell you this, when they want to charge you 80 cents a pound, that gets pretty expensive. So if you think about 80 cents a pound, 8 pounds per gallon, they bring a gallon of stuff in, you see where this is going to kind of go ugly early. Again, that's why they'd rather give it to the old lady and have her bring it in and drop it off at the drop site, make it go away, because they're still going away, but yet they don't have to pay for it. Ironically, CESQGs, they don't have to get registered. Whereas a small quantity generator, they actually have to get an EPID number. Same thing like a large quantity generator. And there's reporting requirements involved in it. And here's a stretch. Depending upon what state you are, you actually have to pay taxes for the amount of waste that you generate, in addition to what you have to pay to make the stuff go away. And again, that's not to say there's other things that you have to worry about, making sure you have proper inspections of the materials, is in proper containers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see how this could be very, very complicated. Again, we're only talking about this peripherally speaking, and we're talking what? An hour class? Believe it or not, these things could get up to a 24 or 40-hour class, making sure they adhere to the regulations. So you can understand why these people want to bring their stuff in and make it go away at the HHW. It's not on their site, nobody knows anything, and it's gone, and it didn't cost me anything. Well, it cost her some time to go stand in line. So that's why things are getting kind of dicey up there in and around Jersey. All right, there's a thing we're not going to, we'll talk about. It's a central accumulation area. Basically, if you have a business, you have to store the waste in one particular area. It cannot be commingled with other things. You have to have inspection certificates. You have to go through and label it, make sure it's properly stored. So the waste containment. So there, so if you have any problems with spills, it will be properly contained, properly labeled. So you can look right here. It's got the on there. It's got the yellow waste label on there. And eventually, you have to have all the DOT labels as well. All right. There's a thing called a satellite accumulation area. Basically, if you have one area that stores all the waste, I always say this: if you run in a piece of machinery and the machinery keeps spitting out these little cups of goo and it has to go away, do you really want to walk across the other side of the plant to make one cup go away? The answer is no. You can use what's called a satellite accumulation area. Basically, you can dump it into one container and it can stay there until the thing gets full, which is 55 gallons, and it has to go to the central area. All right, see, this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about making sure you get an EPID number and different requirements that have to be kept up with in the event you maintain solid waste. So this would refer to a small quantity generator or a CESQG or whatever. Container management. Basically, you have to make sure you have to do weekly inspections of the material, the area, to make sure that no one can get into this particular area. And you can make sure that the things you're going to be looking for is the container itself, is it in good condition? Are you going to have any leaks? Here's a good one. Many places actually have multiple streams, and as different streams of waste, you have to make sure that they're compatible. You know, through your training, knowledge, and experience through the company here, that not everything can go together. Not all waste streams can be stored in the same area. Why? Because you have a potential problem. If they commingle, you may have a fire explosion. Again, you have to make sure the containers itself are closed. Again, you can't just walk around and stick a rag in the bunghole and expect it to be okay, because that won't work. All you did was just make them a big Molotov cocktail that you can send over to Ukraine. All right. The other thing is you make sure that these things are actually handled with care. They're stored where waste are at least 15 feet. They have to be away from 15 feet from the property line. And again, these things have to be inspected at least once per week to make sure that, yes, there's no problems going on with the containers. Make sure they're still in good shape and they're not leaking. Oh, shoot. Here we go. All right, here's a good one. Recra empty. I know down here they complain about it, and I'm certain you hear about it up there as well. John, these barrels smell like perfume. Well, they may, or they may smell like pesticide. They may. Under RCRA standards, there's a thing called RCRA empty. Under RCRA empty, basically it stipulates in here that the container is considered clean as long as the best practices are used to keep it clean. So basically, if you can't pour any more out of it, you can't pump any more out of it, and it's less than an inch of goo in the bottom of it, it's considered RCRA clean. Again, I know I've heard it down here all the time about them being clean. Well, again, under RCRA standards, those are what clean is. Making sure that you got the most pumped out of it and you most poured out of it, and that's considered RCRA clean as long as they go by the inch of the goo in the bottom. That's what RCRA clean is, and that's the standard that everybody uses. So when you get some drums up there, they are clean under RCRA standards. And again, RCRA is what the basis of all the work is. All right, labeling requirements. All right, on each of the area where the material is going to be stored, again, it has to have some kind of security where nobody can get into it. You're supposed to have proper labels on there. Those labels could be anything from no smoking, avoid mixing, make sure you use the appropriate container, what the PPE is. And that actually will get into what the markings of whatever the material is under DOT standards. Okay, well, is it a flammable? Is it corrosive? You have a placard on there? Do you have a label? And then you're going to ask yourself, does it have the appropriate EPA label? All right, remember, DOT says that, hey, you have to have a label on it stating what the material is and where UN number, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the EPA says, hey, we want stuff on there too. So if it's going to be a hazardous waste, it has to go in that yellow sticker. All right, pre-transportation shipping requirements. Again, I know we're technically exempt from the regulations, but the regulations are the same for us for transportation as they are under RCRA. Under Title 4262, it actually stipulates out what has to be on the side of each container. All right, and some of those requirements are going to be, one, DOT stickers or labels. And that's going to be things such as what the lady here has. She's putting on those flammable threes, which is flammable liquid. They have to go on there. Additionally, they have to have other labels on there, such as what the material is. All right, where is it coming from? Where is it going to? Is there a manifest involved in it? All these different things have to be on there. For those who do more than just unload the cars, do they ever help out putting those stickers and stuff before it gets loaded into the truck? The answer is yes. So every time you do that, you're looking for specific things that are going to be on there. Again, you're looking to make sure it has a proper DOT shipping label, and that's going to be your pictogram here. Again, if it's big, then you're going to actually have to use a placard. Remember, bulk is big, non-bulk is small. Bulk means you're going to have a label, or bulk means you're going to have a placard, or label, you're going to have a small 4-inch label. You also have to have on the side of the package another label that indicates what the materials are. And there could be additional standards that have to be on it. And we're going to talk a little more about that later. But again, this all covers under Title 40, Section 262. There it is, talks about DOT labeling and hazmat labeling. Most notable thing for you is to make sure that if you're participating and scoring the load or getting the load out of there, just make sure that everything before it gets on the truck has a label, both a DOT label and an EPA label. Everybody's seen these before in one way, shape, or form. This is actually a hazardous waste label. Again, every package that goes in there is supposed to have this on here. And if you look at it on the side of it, it actually has a variety of information. It's really important to what we're doing. All right, well, it might has an EPA waste number. Again, you're going to have the proper DOT shipping number. That's going to ask for the UN number, the class, the proper shipping name, the packing group. All that's going to be on there. It's going to ask for the generator's information, the waste manifest number, et cetera, all that's going to have to be on here. The question has come up in a previous class. Is there a uniform waste label that has to go on the side of the thing? The answer is no, there's not. All of them look very similar in nature, but are they exact? The answer is no, they're not exactly the same. There may be small nuances. There's the EPA, just like the DOT says, this is the information that needs to be on there, but it doesn't say specifically where, size, shape, or anything else. All right, placarding, we'll talk about that in transportation. Thing that you need to remember out of this is the fact of is everything needs to be labeled. If it's big and bulk, potentially you could have to have a placard. And if nothing else, the placards will go on the side of the trucks. All right, manifesting. All right, I can tell you this. Mark will tell you this. Any project manager will tell you this. When the job's over with and the truck's being loaded, leave them alone. Please don't go up and ask them to go to the bathroom, or can I go smoke a cigarette, or can I go do this? Can I put shorts on, whatever? Leave them alone because they're working on this. They're working on the manifest. All right, everybody will tell you that there is no forgiveness if you screw the manifest up. If it's not right, the DOT will chastise you. Most of those tickets started at $1,000. So the last thing you want to do is screw this up by over there pestering somebody. It's a generator's responsibility to get this thing together. So basically, whoever the project manager is, because most of the jobs, we take possession of the material as soon as it comes in. So we are now the generator, MXI Environmental or MALME, whatever it is. It's incumbent on them to make sure the thing is filled out correctly. All right. And ultimately, you usually get a bunch of material in that's not listed on there. So now you got to come up with the proper shipping descriptions. Again, that is a huge pain in the butt, especially if you don't do it every day and you have to find the proper shipping description. So again, it's incumbent on them. Once they actually get the manifest itself filled out correctly, they have to sign it. And again, the transporter has to sign it, and ultimately ends up at the TSDF or the MRF, depending upon where it goes to. The thing to remember is everybody and their brother gets a copy of this thing. So if there's a mistake, rest assured, when it comes down here and we send it to the DEP or whoever, they're going to see it and they're going to say, okay, he screwed up. And do you think they're going to send you a howdy saying, how are you doing today? The answer is no. They're going to say, hey, you screwed up. Don't do it again or else. And then next thing you know, they start sending out citations. All right, as I said earlier, the different status of generators. All right, you have a CESQG, which is a guy who does very little a year. Then you have a large quantity generator and you have a small quantity generator. There's a new standard coming out. It's called, instead of CESQG, it's called a VSQG, or a very small quantity generator. That's the new phrase coming out. So technically there's 4 of them right now. All right. Now here's the thing. Once these things are sent off, if they haven't been they'll be manifested and everybody will sign it and everybody gets a copy of the manifest. From the time it leaves to the time it gets to the TSDF, there's a timeline that's supposed to get there. And again, if it violates these things, they actually are supposed to file exception reports to the various entities, whether it be the state, DEQ, DEP, or actually to the EPA saying, hey, we've got an excursion and we've gone over the timeline it needs to get there. And again, there's times that you have to send this off to them and they'll have to investigate the matter to make sure it's correct. So this goes right back to what I was saying earlier about making sure that everything's filled out correctly, because they're going to get a copy of it. All right. PPE. We're not going to spend a great deal of time on this. We're going to go right through it, since we cover this during the regular HHW training of what the materials are that you're going to be handling, and moreover, what PPE you should be doing. All right. Job specific training for all the new folks. They've watched the videos on, they sign in and watch those other videos. They actually will go over the different roles and responsibilities, specific job training, moreover, what PPE should be worn for those particular jobs. Again, that's covered in another training episode. So we're not going to spend a great deal of time on it. Other than the fact of is recognize what the material is. For everybody here going through the class, they should be able to recognize it, maybe by the container and what they're supposed to have. At a minimum, we know that we're supposed to have safety glasses. You know that you're supposed to be wearing some kind of long sleeve pant or long sleeve shirt, pants, gloves, and even maybe one of those splash proof aprons or whatever, or even a Tyvek or Tychem suit if you're going to be bulking and what have you. So these different things, depend upon the task that you're doing with, will indicate what kind of PPE that you're supposed to be wearing. All right, emergency preparedness. Again, when Mark or whoever the project manager is that does the safety meeting, it's incumbent on them to actually go over what the details of the job are. I'm sorry, what the details of the job is, and more importantly, what we're going to do in the event of emergency. The thing to remember is we are the environmental company. So when something happens, who do you think they want to handle the thing? Are they going to call it, like, if you're up here, who's going to handle it? Well, MXI is going to handle it because we're the environmental company, correct? It's not like we're going to call Clean Harbors to come out and help us. So it's going to be incumbent on you. So you have to have an idea of what it is we're going to do, where the equipment's going to be, in the event we have a problem, whether it be a fire, explosion, or some kind of release. All right, it's incumbent on you as an individual to get with the project manager so you know what's going on. So we're not going to run around like Chicken Little. When something happens, we're going to shut it down and move everybody away, and then we'll deal with the problem. All right, if you have a problem, what are the communications? What are we going to do? You're going to have Mark up here yell, or you got an air horn that's going to sound and say, okay, that's over with? I don't know. It depends on the job. But at the safety meeting, these things are supposed to be communicated to you so you know in the event we have a problem, what we're going to do to shut the job site down and how we're going to deal with the problem that we have. All right, we'll talk about the contingency plan. Inside of each project manager book, there's actually an emergency action plan. It's going to list out specific information, who to contact in the event you have a problem. You know, the local DEP or you know, the fire department or hospital or EMS or whatever it is, all that's listed out specifically what we're going to do. And as a project manager, they'll make that decision what we're going to do and then start the emergency notification so we actually can go ahead and get it taken care of. What the material is, how we're going to contain it, or whatever it is. And all that's going to be listed out specifically in the emergency action plan. So if anybody gets bored, they're driving up the road, look at the project manager book, and inside the project manager book is the emergency action plan. It's always nice to know what's in there before you start, because it's not going to help you much afterwards. All right, we're going to skip through this. All right. Trained employees. Does anybody know who the trained employee is? Yes, the answer is you. You're now the trained employee. Before you couldn't spell HAZWOPER, now you are one, right? Okay, well, many of us are sitting through the class today because we're trying to be recertified under HAZWOPER. Under HAZWOPER, you have 8 hours you have to do each year to maintain that 40-hour certification. And that 40-hour certification allows you to use your skills knowledge to be able to deal the cleanup with potential spills for hazardous materials. Again, the thing is you're now the response company. You're now in charge. They're not going to call anybody else. So when everybody else who may be lesser trained than you, they may go to the rally point or go over to the staging area. It's going to be up to the project manager or whoever else is up there that's already trained and certified to be able to deal with the emergency. All right, we talked earlier, I said security, the area where the material is stored has to be secured where it keeps everybody out. All right, now we're getting into some good stuff here. All right, other regulated wastes. Everybody's seen these before. They've heard them say it. I know I've heard Mark say it many times. That's going to be universal waste. Under the EPA standards, they recognize that, hey, it's going to be a big deal for everybody to get an EPID number, do the appropriate taxes, make sure that we do the appropriate, make sure we line up for transporters and we have the manifest and all that. And I said, well, that's probably a little much for stuff like regular businesses. I don't know. We'll say a couple businesses, they have these materials, but do you really want them to get an EPID number and make this? The answer is no. Those materials listed under universal waste are going to be things like batteries, compact fluorescent light bulbs, mercury containing equipment, and pesticides, as long as actually under certain circumstances, such as a government collection area. That's going to be the ag waste program. All right, so if you do a job with us and they said the day before they got an ag waste thing going on, they're going to collect it the day before, then the answer is yes. That's going to be exempted waste. It can be universal. The MRF down here in Virginia can actually accept universal waste. Again, there's an exception to the rule. It's not hazardous waste, as long as it meets the criteria. And the criteria, again, it's got to be batteries. It could be compact fluorescent light bulbs. It also could be mercury-containing devices such as thermostats, blood pressure cuffs, those kind of things. And lastly is pesticides. Again, as long as it's a government-sponsored event. All right, so if it meets that criteria, it can be universal waste and can be shipped it can be shipped on a manifest other than a uniform hazardous waste manifest. It's exempted. All right, again, these things are very similar to what we have to do as far as haz waste, but again, it's exempted. It does not have to go to a TSDF, but it actually has to make sure that the containers are closed, mark the accumulation date, they're going to be stored up to a year. Other regulated wastes, we see these all the time. Under Title 4279, it talks about used oil. I know we receive it up there all the time at these events, but again, used oil. Depends on what's mixed in with it, could be a problem. So again, have you ever looked at the manifest and if you saw a whole bunch of oil drums, do you actually see the flammable on the side of them? The answer is no. All right. A lot of times you see a uniform hazardous waste manifest sticker, or I'm sorry, a hazardous waste sticker on the side of it. The answer is no. Why? Because it's exempted material. The thing to remember is when we talk about RCRA, and by the way, everything that we're going to be based off of your job is going to be based off the regulations in RCRA, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. It delineates what waste is. It's very important for you to know what kind of waste you have, and you know, more importantly, where the waste is going to go. Because under RCRA standards, it stipulates if it's solid waste, and solid waste basically means it comes from some kind of commercial atmosphere, some backing like that, and then it meets one of the D codes of flammability, corrosive, reactivity, or it's going to be toxic, then yes, it's going to be a hazardous waste. All right. The reason you need to know this is because we deal under the regulations as an exemption for non-haz, because hey, we do household hazardous waste. So now you know why when somebody comes through with in their Manny Mo and Jack's home repair and they're bringing a whole bunch of stuff in that like, wait a minute, dude, you're not household waste. All right. Again, you need to get the project manager involved in it as quickly as possible. And you need to get your the client involved in it so they make a determination what exactly you want to do with the waste, because potentially it could be excluded from this material. It could be hazardous in nature. And again, everything boils back down off the money. And since everybody's up there dealing with Jersey, when somebody pulls in and they get jerked out of line and said, you can't come here because, hey, you have commercial plates and you don't have a permit. Okay, right off the bat, you now know that, hey, under RCRA, it states that you have to be a EPA certified transporter, an RU1. Well, that's why they're doing it, dude. It would be a problem. Just like we can't take commercial waste. Why? Because it's not exempt, and that comes under RCRA. So RCRA delineates waste of which streams goes what and where. And since MXI operates the MRF down here, we cannot take hazardous waste. So if it gets sent down to us, that would be a problem. Right? That would be a major violation, and we don't want that. We can't have that. So it's incumbent on you as a technician to be able to identify certain things. Moreover, to be able to say, hey, recognize that, hey, we can do this, or more important, we can't do this. All right, knowledge is a good thing. And if, an informed workforce is a good thing. This does not necessarily mean you're the all-knowing, all-coming, and you know everything, because I'll be honest with you, the regulations change so quickly. And they come up with exemptions. It's the government. The first thing they do when the ink's not even dry from the regulations, and they ought to start writing up exemptions. A lot of people know the exemptions. It's your job to recognize it. And if you're not the project manager, you need to be able to pass this over to the project manager and take it up with the client to find out whether or not we can actually receive the waste. And this goes under professionalism. You need to be responsible and professional. Say, hey, you're not going to try to jerk the guy out the window and say, hey, we can't, or grab him by the scruff of the neck. Say, we're not taking your crap. That's not how it goes. You recognize it, say, sir, okay, can you hold on a second? Let me go get somebody here to talk to you about this and let them deal with it. Again, we're just trying to get the cars unloaded, get the waste in a proper container and get it down the road without causing many problems. Again, so it's incumbent on you to act in a professional manner. And again, you're trying to just recognize things. Well, let's face it. You guys have been through, I'm looking at the names and I've seen many of you go through the classes before. So this kind of makes you the experienced old salts. You've been through the class before. When you get these new people on the job, the rookies, the new people that have not worked before, they're going to look for somebody that has knowledge. And since you've been doing this since the Dead Sea was sick, you'd have a general idea how this goes. And you can get some information why it's doing a specific thing. again, this kind of goes back on you. A lot of new people, they don't want to go ask the boss. They may ask the guy beside them, hey, why are we doing this? What's the deal? And you can impart knowledge to them. That's kind of where we are. That's why it's important to know why you can do things and why you can't. And everything that you're going to be doing up here is going to be based off of RCRA, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. That's why it's important. Let me look to see if we have any comments down here. If you want, go ahead and send me your comments. And what we'll do after this is we'll go ahead and we've been at it for almost an hour now. I guess I've been long-winded. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and stop. You can go up and do what you need to do. And then at this point in time if you have questions or comments, I'll go ahead and take a look, see. In terms of RCRA, again, the importance, I can't stress to you enough about the importance of RCRA. If anything else you don't remember about the job itself, as far as regulations concerned, remember RCRA, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. Basically, that is like the Mac Daddy of everything that you need to know as far as the regulations. It delineates waste and basically tells you where the waste is to go and how we actually do our particular job. Again, whether it's we bring the materials in and we send it to an MRF. People ask you, where does it go? You know that it goes to materials recovery facility where it's recycled. It's just not going in the trash somewhere. RCRA talks like if somebody's got a problem about bringing in commercial waste, RCRA is the one that says, wait a minute, that's commercial waste. And we don't necessarily do that. You know, it's not covered as an exemption under regulations. Same thing for transportation. Under the New Jersey stuff coming in, people want to bring stuff in a commercial truck. Well, unless they're a transporter, they can't do that. Whether it be the city, the county, or whatever, municipality, whatever it may be. So again, that's going to be RCRA that does that. And RCRA is the one who actually categorizes the waste and basically tells us what kind of manifest it's going to be utilized. And again, since sometimes we do the CESQG, which is conditionally exempt small quantity generators, for those who go to New York and do that, again, you may be involved in it up there. So that's kind of why we have the RCRA. That is why we have the RCRA training. And more importantly, it actually can delineate, you know, what the wastes are, and more importantly, how they're going to be and where they're going to be disposed of. Same thing when it comes to universal waste. Just remember, RCRA is it, and that's basically what it boils down to. That tells us the regulatory compliance and why we do certain things for their job. Does that make sense? That's basically what it boils down to. All right, what we're going to do next is there's a HAZCOM program. Let me just say this. For the most part, what we do is not covered underneath the hazardous communications. There is an exemption for the role of HAZCOM. I know everybody who works their other job actually they have to go through HAZCOM training, at least some sorts on every 3 years. All right, there's an exemption for us as a company because we deal with hazardous waste materials in general. The problem, or the thing is with waste materials, they're not virgin products. Just by the name waste, it's been discarded or no longer suitable for its intended use. Whatever the definition that you're using is, again, is no longer applicable. If it's not a virgin product, then how do you know exactly what's in it? The answer is you don't. All right. The reason we spend some time on hazardous communications is because it's important to you. We're dealing with a variety of materials that come in and out of here. And the only thing you can do to identify it is either maybe by label or by shape, size, and color. All right. Again, a lot of times the name of the product may be etched out, but you can at least see the pictograms on the side of the new product. And if you can identify that by the pictogram, at least it gives you a jumping off point of what the material is and how you're going to be dealing with it. You know, you may only handle it once, bring it back to the table, and the chemist has to deal with it. But again, you're still handling it, and at least gives you an idea of where the material is going to go. So that's why we're going to just go through there's a short video. It's only 20 some minutes, so it's not the end of the world. And again, it talks a little bit about the hazardous communications programs, but more importantly, it goes over some of the pictograms and how things are set up under the GHS, which is a Global Harmonized System. So if that's said, just give me 1 minute, and we'll get this thing up and running. Hopefully we won't have any problems with the video. And if it does, then we'll just stop and go on, and I'll give the John Brothers rendition.
Chances are you come into contact with many different chemicals every day.
Try out.
In every chemical, there are risks. When you're working daily with hazardous chemicals, those risks escalate considerably. The potential for injuries, whether to you, the people around you, or the environment, can be especially significant. And that potential gets even greater if you don't know and understand the basic nature of those chemicals and how to safely work with them. To help prevent accidents and injuries, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, developed the Hazard Communication Standard, commonly referred to as HAZCOM, or the Right to Know Law. This regulation gives you the right to know which chemicals are being used in your workplace and the possible dangers you are being exposed to. You also have the right to know how to protect yourself when using hazardous chemicals. As part of the Hazard Communication Standard, your employer is required to provide you with the knowledge and training necessary for you to do your job safely. In 2012, OSHA aligned its hazard communication standard with the United Nations globally harmonized system for classifying and labeling chemicals. While OSHA maintained the framework of its traditional HAZCOM standard, it adopted the GHS hazard definitions and safety data sheet and labeling formats. GHS mandates a consistency in format and information for every hazardous chemical and is a worldwide standard for the countries that choose to use them. Prior to GHS, there was an inconsistency of information that often brought about confusion and uncertainty for employers and employees alike. Sometimes even the very definition of what constituted a hazardous chemical was inconsistent, resulting in even greater confusion. So, what makes a chemical hazardous? A hazardous chemical is any chemical which is classified as a physical hazard or a health hazard, a simple asphyxiant, combustible dust, pyrophoric gas, or hazard not otherwise classified. Physical hazards are those chemicals which can cause a fire, explosion, or some other violent reaction when they come in contact with air, water, or other chemicals. Chemicals that threaten people's health are called health hazards. By entering the body in one of three ways, inhalation, skin contact, or ingestion, these chemicals can cause both short-term or acute health problems and long-term or chronic health problems. OSHA considers a health hazard to be any chemical which is toxic, is corrosive to the skin or eyes, is a respiratory sensitizer that may cause cancer, birth defects, or reproductive issues, which attack specific organs in the body, or which are harmful or deadly when inhaled. You've probably figured out that working with chemicals without a proper understanding of them can be quite dangerous. So, the HAZCOM standard mandates that your employer complies with 5 regulatory requirements. 1. Create an inventory of all hazardous chemicals at the workplace. 2. Ensure each chemical has a GHS-style safety data sheet, or SDS, that is easily accessible to all employees who work with that chemical. 3. Ensure each chemical container is properly labeled with a GHS-style label or an OSHA-approved workplace label. 4. Create and implement an employee HAZCOM training program. And 5. Develop a written program that describes how the HAZCOM program has been implemented. You have the right to know about each of these 5 requirements, because if they aren't followed, you aren't protected. Hazard communication begins at the chemical manufacturing plant. Chemists classify and categorize each chemical based on its hazards. From this information, the chemical's GHS-style safety data sheet and label are created. These safety data sheets and labels must be passed along to each company and person who handles that chemical, from supplier to transporter to the final end user, helping to create the master list for the chemical inventory.
How you doing? Good. All right. It's just yes. Great. You got about 36 spaces back there. All right, take it easy. Who's never done real quick? Excellent.
Creating a chemical inventory is the first step to ensuring a safe work environment. When a chemical arrives at your workplace, the hazard information is passed along with it so it can be added to your company's chemical inventory, creating a list of vital information. OSHA requires that each company keep a complete and up-to-date inventory of all its hazardous chemicals. This list not only identifies all the hazardous chemicals on site, it is used to make sure each chemical is accounted for, is properly labeled, and has an up-to-date SDS. This includes chemicals used off-site as well. Safety data sheets are one of the most important tools to help ensure your safety. And one of the biggest advantages to having a standardized format is you'll know exactly where to look when you need to find information quickly. The SDS explains everything you need to know to safely work with a specific chemical, from what it looks and smells like, to its potential hazards, to what to do in the event of an accident. To be compliant with GHS, all safety data sheets must have the GHS specified 16-section format and include certain types of information in each section. The standard format better ensures that all employers and employees understand the chemical, its hazards, and the precautions users must take to remain safe. Your understanding of the information provided on a safety data sheet can mean the difference between being safe and being seriously or even fatally injured. Let's take a look at a GHS-style safety data sheet and the information it contains for a hypothetical chemical we'll call solvent X, a chemical mixture used to flush equipment. In section 1, products and company identification, we see the official name of the chemical as well as other names it goes by. This section may also contain recommended uses of the chemical and restrictions on its use, the supplier's details, including name, address and phone number, and an emergency phone number. Under section 2, hazards identification, we see the hazards that are associated with this chemical, along with the information that's required to be on the chemical's label, including the pictograms, signal word, hazard statement, and precautionary statement. When looking at section 3, composition information on ingredients, we see what ingredients have been used to create the chemical and which of those are known to be hazardous. Section 4, first aid measures, describes the treatment methods you should use to help yourself or someone else who's been exposed to the chemical. Section 5, firefighting measures, describes the combustibility of the chemical, any possible secondary results if there is a fire, and how to put out a fire if this chemical is involved. Section 6, accidental release measures, describes cleanup procedures in the event of a spill. Under section 7, handling and storage, we see the safe ways to work with and store the chemical. Section 8, exposure controls, personal protection, shows the minimum amount of time a person can be exposed to the chemical before being potentially affected, and how to protect yourself through proper clothing and handling techniques. Section 9, physical and chemical properties, outlines the chemical's characteristics, such as its normal appearance, odor, solubility, melting and freezing points, flash point, evaporation rate, flammability, vapor pressure, and density. Section 10, stability and reactivity, describes how stable the chemical is, as well as the conditions that create instability. The chemical's toxicity, or the degree to which it is poisonous, and other potential health hazards are found in section 11, toxicological information. This section lists both acute and chronic health conditions that can result from overexposure to the chemical. Section 12, ecological information, describes how the chemical interacts with the environment, including how long it will last, how it spreads, and any other pertinent information. Section 13, disposal considerations, explains how the chemical should be discarded. Section 14, transport information, instructs on the safe and unsafe ways of moving the chemical. Section 15, regulatory information, describes the safety, health, and environmental laws specific to the chemical. And section 16, other information, includes any additional details that are important to disclose regarding the chemical, as well as the date the SDS was prepared. While this is a lot of information, it's all clearly identified on the safety data sheet for one simple reason: to keep you, your coworkers, and the environment safe. By utilizing the standardized form for all hazardous chemicals, whether you work with that chemical every day or you just happen to be in the area when disaster strikes, you'll be able to determine exactly what to do quickly and effectively, because you'll know exactly what to look for and where to look for it on the SDS. Think about it. When there's an emergency, the last thing you want to do is spend time frantically searching through a safety data sheet to find the information you need. Once you're familiar with the sequencing of information used on one SDS, you'll be familiar with the sequencing of information used on all SDSs. But being able to read a safety data sheet is only half the solution. You must also know where to find SDSs in your workplace. OSHA does not dictate a specific place for companies to keep their safety data sheets, but it does say they must be in a location that's easily accessible by all employees. In some companies, SDSs are stored on a computer. In still other companies, hard copies of SDSs are kept on site in 3-ring binders. Whatever the method used, your employer is required to make sure you can get the critical SDS information you need quickly, clearly, and easily. If you have trouble locating or understanding the SDS for a chemical, talk to your supervisor right away. And don't use the chemical until you have the information you need. Safety data sheets truly are a wealth of information. It's vitally important that you know where to find them for every chemical you work with, and take the time to read and understand each one thoroughly. If a chemical emergency occurs, that should not be the first time you're reading the SDS. The safety data sheet is not your only source for information on the hazardous chemicals you work with. Each hazardous chemical container must also be labeled with both the chemical name and other vital quick reference information. The HAZCOM standard requires that there be 6 GHS compliant label elements: product identifier or ingredient disclosure, signal word, hazard statement, pictograms, precautionary statement, and supplier identification. Let's take a closer look at these elements. The product identifier or ingredient disclosure describes just that: the name of the chemical or a brand name, or the hazardous ingredients the chemical contains, or both. The signal word, if required, discloses the relative level of hazard severity. Danger is used for more severe hazards, and warning is used for less severe hazards. The hazard statement describes the type, nature, and degree of the hazards associated with the chemical. The pictogram is always a black symbol shown on a white background and surrounded by a red diamond-shaped border. These images are used to depict all the physical, health, or environmental hazards caused by a particular chemical. All of the hazards that apply to that specific chemical will be shown. In all, there are 9 pictogram symbols: oxidizers, flammables, explosives, acute toxicity, corrosives, gases under pressure, health hazards, environmental hazards, and health, irritant, or other harmful effects. The precautionary statement describes actions that should be taken to prevent or minimize the negative effects that could result from exposure to the chemical or from its improper storage or handling. And the supplier identification includes the name and contact information of the supplier, manufacturer, or importer of the product. Your employer can also choose to relabel the chemicals in your workplace with an OSHA-approved label in order to make sure all the chemicals in your company's inventory are labeled consistently and in a way that you and your coworkers can easily understand. Relabeling might happen when a large quantity of a chemical is broken down into smaller ones and then distributed to different work areas within your company. However, if you ever find a container without a label or one where the label is unreadable, you need to notify your supervisor immediately so a new label can be applied. The one exception to this is if you transfer a chemical from a larger labeled container to a smaller, more portable one, and use the chemical in that smaller container during your immediate work shift. But the only person who is allowed to use the smaller container is you, the person who did the transfer. And while on the topic of exceptions, what about chemicals that don't come neatly bundled in bags, bottles, or drums? How are you warned of the potential risks of a chemical that is just created, like the fumes that are created as a result of welding? In these instances, your employer is required to put up signs or posters warning of the potential danger. This is necessary so you and others can protect yourselves from harm before you enter the area, like putting on the appropriate personal protective equipment or breathing apparatus. So while SDSs are a complete resource for the chemicals you work with, labels are a quick and immediate reference. You should always review a container's label before using the chemical to ensure that it is in fact the chemical you believe it to be. You never know when a container that you think you are familiar with gets changed. The label will tell you for sure.
So continuing your thoughts about SDS format and procedures, just a couple of quick things to know. It's important to know throughout the buildings where sheets are located, and also just what to do with the event spill. So obviously never drink or use tobacco product.
While it's essential to have the safety data sheets and labels at your disposal when working with hazardous chemicals, what brings it all together is the training you receive from your employer. OSHA requires that each person who works with hazardous chemicals be trained on the hazard communication standard. This includes being trained on hazardous chemical container labeling, safety data sheets, and the chemical inventory. Additionally, your employer must provide you with specialized training for the specific chemicals you use in your job. Knowledge is the best defense against the hazards you face in your job. By actively participating in these opportunities, you'll be ready for almost any threat that comes your way. The fifth requirement of the HAZCOM standard, which is the written program, pertains more to your employer than to you directly. However, you still have rights related to it. The purpose of the written program is to document in detail your employer's plans for communicating the hazards and risks involved with using the chemicals in your workplace. And you do have the right to review this written program whenever you want, so you can see what your employer is doing to keep you and your coworkers knowledgeable and safe regarding the chemicals in your workplace. However, the ultimate responsibility for your safety is not in the hands of your employer. You must take ownership of your safety. And here are a few of the actions you can take. Remove all jewelry to avoid skin reactions. Use face and eye protection if the chemical could be splashed in your face. Be especially careful if you wear contacts, because chemical splashes or vapors can easily become trapped under your lenses. When you finish handling a chemical, wash your hands thoroughly and make sure safety gear is clean and properly stored. Don't eat, drink, or smoke near any hazardous chemicals. Make sure you know where the nearest eye wash station or emergency shower is located. Dispose of hazardous chemicals as directed by your employer. Never mix chemical wastes unless you know that it's safe to do so. And know your company's policy for dealing with spills or leaks. Finally, know how your employer wants you to respond if an incident involving a hazardous chemical happens near you or a coworker. Ultimately, in an emergency, it is up to you. You need to know what will make the situation worse and what will make the situation better. This means reading, understanding, and following the guidelines of the chemical SDSs and labels you work with, so you know how to handle any situation that comes along. Knowledge is essential when working with hazardous chemicals. It's your safety that's at stake. By learning as much as you can about hazard communication, the globally harmonized system, and the chemicals you work with, you can be better assured that every day will be a safe one for you and the people you work with.
Okay, that was a short video for HAZCOM. I'll be honest with you, it's not a bad video in the big picture. A lot of things are applicable to what we do. It's still a mandate under OSHA, but again, the applicability of certain things. For instance, being able to identify material just by looking at some of the new GHS, the labeling system, the global harmonized systems, the pictograms. Many of those are actually very similar to what we use currently with DOT, but again, some are not, and you need to be able to recognize them. So in the event that you actually get up here and you run across the material, and you can identify it that way. The other thing is that I've heard people in the past actually have to use the new SDSs. The safety data sheets are very similar in nature to the material safety data sheet. The MSDSs are very similar to the SDSs, except with the fact of is they're now regimented in exactly how they're supposed to be in different segments. And how is that important? Well, I've had some chemists come to me after a job site, and they said they had to use their baby, their phone, be able to pull stuff up and try to come up with a material safety data sheet so they can characterize what the material is. So it's a kind of important that the other part of it is you can actually pull up the material safety data sheet, or SDS, to find out what the material is and how to categorize it. Because under one of those sections, you can actually list out what the DOT calls for and what the manufacturer states what it is, whether it be a corrosive or flammable or what have you. And you should be able to know how to utilize it and then flip to a particular area. Same thing is applicable. We actually had an incident a few years ago where they had to use an SDS because we had an exothermic reaction, which is another word for, oh crap, we've got a problem. It's basically started off gas and everything else. So they had to pull up the phone to find out what it was reacting to, and more importantly, what we can do to contain this whole matter and get it back to the point where we need to be. So that's why they have some important portions to the HAZCOM. Now, the rest of it I'm not so sure about. But again, it's just a quick review. This is not, we're not going to spend an entire day on this trying to go over hazardous communications. The other thing that HAZCOM talks again about, as well as the RECRA class, it talks a little bit about PPE, the personal protective equipment. Your personal protective equipment is based off the materials that you're going to be utilizing or what you're going to be handling in this particular case. So you need to kind of look at it. And if you look at a material safety data sheet, it tells you specifically whether, okay, you need to wear a respirator or you just need a TICAM suit, or whether a level D was what we're traditionally wear is going to be adequate. Again, that's going to be incumbent on you to be able to take a look at the side of the packages. And that's basically what it's all going to be based off of a HAZCOM. So again, HAZCOM, it's a good jumping off point, but when you're dealing with waste materials, you know that it's not necessarily going to be the true ingredient. Again, how many times have you gotten the, I don't know, the milk carton in? And is it really milk? The answer is no, it's probably full of oil or old gasoline. But again, if you get a paint can in, then at least, or a pint container in, it's a jumping off point to know about what it is, or at least to get started with is what it boils down to. And that's the whole that's the whole crux behind the hazardous communications. So what we're going to do next is I think I got one more video, and that will be the short video. All right. The next segment we're going to get into is actually going to talk about DOT. And when I talk about DOT, we're going to talk about hazardous materials handling and training as far as materials being shipped, et cetera. So no break. Let's go ahead and as soon as this thing boots up, we'll go ahead and watch it. It's only about 20 minutes. So it's not that big of a deal in the big picture. It has some good information. Once we're done with that, then I'm going to go follow up with a PowerPoint display that actually will bring home a few of the other things that, as far as I'm concerned, are important that we need to go over because it's more in reference to our position. Let's see if this works.
Hazardous materials, commonly referred to as hazmat, are substances or materials that the DOT has determined are capable of posing an unreasonable risk to health, safety, and property when transported in commerce. Examples of some common hazmat you may encounter include gasoline, oxygen, propane, and fireworks. As a hazmat employee, you are likely aware of the HMR, which are a set of rules established by PHMSA to ensure hazmat is packaged and handled safely during transport. The requirements of the HMR also help communicate to motor carriers, hazmat employees, and emergency responders the potential hazards of any material being shipped. The HMR requires every hazmat employee be trained and tested before they perform any task subject to the regulations. However, an employee may perform hazmat job functions before completing training if they are under the direct supervision of a trained hazmat employee, and their training will be completed within 90 days. All hazmat employees must be trained in the areas of general awareness, function-specific, safety, and security awareness training. First, your general awareness training will help you get familiar with the HMR and its requirements, and will enable you to recognize and properly identify hazardous materials. Your function-specific training addresses the HMR requirements that apply to the specific job or function that you perform. Safety training covers hazmat emergency response information requirements, how to protect yourself from hazards associated with exposure to hazardous materials, as well as how to avoid accidents. And your security awareness training will introduce security risks associated with the hazmat transportation process and ways to enhance security. It'll also include how to recognize and respond to a possible security threat. This video helps you meet the general awareness training requirement. It was designed to familiarize you with the HMR to help you work safely around hazmat. We'll introduce you to a number of general hazmat topics and call out areas where you'll need additional or function-specific training as it relates to the job you do. We've already talked about each required training component, and soon you'll be able to determine if a material is hazardous, as well as recognize the hazard classes and divisions used to identify it. You'll learn what makes a material a hazardous substance, hazardous waste, marine pollutant, or elevated temperature material. And finally, you'll be able to indicate to others the importance of the hazmat table and use it to communicate a material's hazards through shipping papers, markings, labels, and placards. The first step in shipping a material is determining what it is and if it is subject to the HMR. In other words, is it a hazardous material? For you to determine whether a material is hazardous, you must know the hazards of the material, as well as the different hazard classifications and divisions in the HMR. You must know the criteria for hazardous substances, hazardous waste, marine pollutants, elevated temperature materials, and limited quantities or other regulated materials. I know that's a lot to remember, but no worries. We'll go through each of these steps in more detail right now. You'll begin by determining if the material is explosive, flammable, combustible, poisonous, radioactive, or corrosive. For some materials, this is easy, since the material and its hazards may be well known. For example, gasoline is a common flammable liquid. For other materials, the hazard may not be known, or there may be some question as to what the hazard is. These materials need to be tested to determine their hazards. This is often true for new products, mixtures, and solutions. There are 9 hazard classes used to assign the category of a hazard to a material. A material may meet the defining criteria for more than one hazard class, but is assigned to only one. Some hazard classes are subdivided further into divisions. In addition to the hazard classes and divisions, a material may also be regulated because it is a hazardous substance, hazardous waste, marine pollutant, or an elevated temperature material. A hazardous substance is listed in Appendix A to 49 CFR 172.101 and is in a quantity in one package that meets or exceeds the reportable quantity, or RQ. Hazardous substances include asbestos, PCBs, and lead. A hazardous waste is a material subject to the hazardous waste manifest requirements of the Environmental Protection Agency as specified in 40 CFR 262. Common hazardous waste you might run into include solvents and pesticides. A marine pollutant is listed in Appendix B to 49 CFR 172.101 and is packaged in a concentration which equals or exceeds 10% for marine pollutants and 1% for severe marine pollutants. Marine pollutants are always regulated by vessel, but are only regulated by air, rail, or highway when in bulk packagings like a cargo tank. Alderin, DDT, and turpentine are all common examples of marine pollutants. An elevated temperature material is a material in a bulk package that is in a liquid phase at a temperature at or above 212 degrees Fahrenheit, in a liquid phase with a flash point at or above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, that is intentionally heated above its flash point, or in a solid phase at room temperature at or above 464 degrees Fahrenheit. Asphalt and molten sulfur are both examples of possible elevated temperature materials. Often thought of as a separate classification, limited quantity or ORMD is a hazardous material in classes 2 to 9 that meets specific exception requirements in the regulations. These materials present a limited hazard during transportation due to their form, quantity, and packaging. Common examples include bleach, small arms ammunition, cosmetics, and drain cleaners. Because of their limited hazard, they are often not subject to many of the regulations. Once you've determined the material you are shipping is in fact a hazardous material, you must reference the hazmat table to select a description or proper shipping name that best describes it. The hazmat table is important because it provides a majority of the information you need to properly prepare and transport a hazardous material. Rows in the hazmat table are an alphabetical listing of thousands of shipping names and descriptions, which can be used to describe a hazardous material. The columns, there are 10, are labeled by category, such as identification number, packing group, and label codes. These columns provide important information for preparing and shipping the material. The HMR requires each shipper to properly classify a material and to communicate the material's hazards through the use of basic descriptions on shipping papers, markings and labels on packages, and placards and markings on transport vehicles. Shipping papers, which can be a shipping order, bill of lading, or a manifest, play a very important role in the hazmat transportation process. If an accident or incident occurs, shipping papers provide emergency responders with much of the information they need to quickly and appropriately respond. When an incident occurs, time is critical. That is why shipping papers must be filled out correctly and with accurate information about the materials being transported. Let's take a brief look at a typical shipping paper. If both hazardous and non-hazardous materials are entered on the same document, anyone reading it must be able to clearly distinguish between the two. This can be accomplished by entering the hazardous materials first, identifying the hazardous materials with an X or RQ in the HM column, or entering the hazardous materials in a contrasting color. Hazmat entries may be highlighted, but only on shipping paper copies and not on the original shipping paper. In order to properly describe each hazardous material being transported, the hazmat table needs to be referenced. Let's walk through how this is done together. First, the number and type of packages are entered here. Then the hazmat table is referenced to fill in the identification number, followed by the hazmat's proper shipping name. Next, the hazard class or division is written down. Any subsidiary hazard class or division number should be entered inside parentheses. If a packing group is listed, it would be entered here. Finally, the total quantity of hazmat is entered. Shipping papers are required for each and every hazmat shipment across all modes of transportation, unless not required by the HMR, such as limited quantities and ORMDs. These exceptions are very common, and employees need to be aware of them. In most cases, the person offering the hazmat for transport must prepare the shipping papers, but it's important you know what a properly filled out shipping paper looks like. While the hazmat regulations do not specify the exact kind of form to use for shipping papers, the regulations are specific about what information needs to be provided. Most hazmat shipments must have emergency response information either on or with the shipping papers. The emergency response information can be provided by a safety data sheet, an emergency response guidebook, or another form that provides all the required information. Markings provide valuable information about the hazardous material that is inside a packaging, freight container, rail car, or transport vehicle. They are often used with labels and placards to help communicate information about the hazmat. Labels and placards communicate the hazard class or division, while markings often provide additional, more specific information about the hazmat, such as this marking, which indicates the ID number and proper shipping name next to a label. In many situations, markings are used when labels and placards are not required. Markings must be durable in English and printed on or affixed to the surface of a package, label, tag, or sign. They must be displayed on a background of sharply contrasting color, not concealed or hidden by other labels or attachments, and positioned away from other markings or advertising to avoid confusion. Most labels are 4-inch by 4-inch diamonds, designed to communicate an immediate warning of a material's hazards. The colors and symbols on labels provide instant identification of the hazard or division of the material inside of packaging during the transportation process. Labeling requirements are targeted almost exclusively at smaller packagings, with a few exceptions. The HMR has specific requirements for design, placement, use, prohibitions, and exceptions for labels. Labels must be durable, weather resistant, and able to withstand a 30-day exposure to transport conditions without deterioration or substantial color change. Labels can be used to communicate two types of hazards. A primary hazard label indicates a hazmat's most hazardous property. A subsidiary hazard label indicates a secondary, less hazardous property. When primary and subsidiary hazard labels are both required, they must be displayed within 6 inches of each other. It is a shipper's responsibility to label packagings. However, the carrier must make sure the package labeling is consistent with the hazmat shipping description before accepting and transporting it. Placards look very similar to labels, but are much larger in size, 10 inches by 10 inches. Most bulk packagings, freight containers, unit load devices, transport vehicles, and rail cars containing hazmat must be placarded on each side and each end. Placards communicate the hazards associated with the material and provide emergency responders with important information if a hazmat incident occurs. And when a placard also displays an identification number marking, the two together tell emergency responders exactly what hazard and hazardous materials they're dealing with. The 3 indicates the material is a class 3 flammable, and the 2333 indicates the material is allyl acetate. In most situations, the person who offers hazmat for transport is responsible for providing the carrier with the required placards and markings. No motor carrier may transport a hazmat until the required placards and markings are in place. This general awareness video was just the start of your hazmat training. Now that you are familiar with the HMR and are able to recognize and properly identify hazardous materials, it's time to determine where your training goes from here. I don't have to tell you, hazardous materials are dangerous. No matter what your job or function is in the transportation of hazmat, remember your training and perform your tasks right every time. The health and safety of others depends on it.
All right, everybody, short video. Let's see, let's take 8 minutes. Let's come back at 20 after. I think it's pretty close to what I got. We'll come back at 20 after. We need to do a PowerPoint display for DOT, and we're doing a review of the video, and then we can actually finish up, block up, and we can get into the next one. So let's go ahead and take that 8 minutes. We'll come right back into this. We'll do our PowerPoint, and then we'll move on. Let's go ahead and continue back on with this. All right, before we get into the PowerPoint, I just want to touch a couple things here rather quickly. All right, again, this is a mandate by the DOT. Since we offer hazardous materials for transportation, it's incumbent on us to make sure everybody has training. Again, this is even for the individual that's sorting the material and just putting it inside of containers, they're still an active participant in the offering of hazardous materials for transportation because you're doing the packaging. So, and the individuals are unloading the car, they're doing it for a sort, whatever it is, they're still actively involved in it. And that's why this training is actually a mandate. And again, this kind of goes back into the making sure we properly segregate the entire load so we don't have any problems later in the chain of transportation. Now, the one thing I did talk briefly about, which is security. Again, the DOT mandates anybody who offers hazardous material for transportation has to have a transportation security plan. So I'm going to give you, I can't see spending a half an hour, whatever it is on talking about that. So I'm going to talk to you and give you site specific information. The short version is everyone here is considered a security guard. If I see anything out of the ordinary, you have a duty and responsibility to let your supervisor know so we can kind of go from there and address the situation. Again, you're nothing more than a security guard. You're looking for anything out of the ordinary. The biggest thing to make sure that we don't have any problems is the place must be secure at the end of the day. If you're going to leave a trailer there, make sure the trailer is locked until we can get it off the job site. Same thing with the vehicle itself. Make sure the doors are locked all the way around the vehicle. So we're not going to have any issue with that. The last thing you need to do is have somebody come in there, whether it be a homeless person or whatever it is, the terrorist that may be involved in an Ahmed or whatever. So you just need to make sure that, yes, we pay attention to what goes on around us. We keep our materials, we keep other people out of the job site that does not belong there. And again, we get things loaded up in a safe and efficient manner, goes in there, and nothing goes in there that's not supposed to go in there. So it's a short version. Again, you're the eyes and ears of the company, so it's incumbent on you to pay attention to what goes along. If something out of the ordinary happens or something, then it's incumbent on you to make sure you take it to the project manager so we can address the situation, whatever it be. And again, nothing more than making sure the facility is secure, whether you meet at the facility, the doors or the gates locked, or whether the vehicles are locked up, or the job site itself is secure. We don't have people coming and going all the time. And that's a short version of the security. So we're not going to waste a lot of time on something that I don't think is really relevant to us. Let's talk about the transportation of waste materials. The video itself was good. It gives you a real quick overview of the mandates that are behind it. However, I think we really need to drive home some of the information that we need that's going to be pertinent to us in the transportation of the waste materials. So with that said, let's go ahead and get into this. All right, the different topics under transportation, we'll talk briefly about placarding. We're going to talk extensively about labeling, segregation, identification. We're going to talk about the containers itself. And lastly is the manifesting. I know that each and every one of you may not be part of each one of these. However, it's good at least to have an overview of what else is going on so we know that things are getting done. A set of eyes is good, but several sets of eyes are even better to make sure that we didn't miss something. To be honest with you, in the confusion when we're doing these jobs sometimes, it's like little ants going everywhere. Sometimes it's very easy to miss something. And the more eyes we have on it and the more people they're informed and have a knowledge, the better it is. Maybe the less mistakes will be made and we can get them addressed is what it boils down to. I know that's my thought process. And then talking to Ron, who's on this call with us here, that's one of the things that he's empathized about being an informed workforce. The more people that we know, the better we are. And the least we can minimize mistakes. And that's basically what we're looking for, minimization. We can't afford to have any big problems, whether it be regulatory compliance or whether have one of those oh moments, the oh shits, you know? So again, it's incumbent on each one of us to know at least what the overview is in. Now, you may not be an expert because you don't do this at times, but again, it should arouse your mind and say, okay, wait a minute, don't we have to have something on the side of this? And again, all right, with that said, when we talked earlier today, we talked under RCRA, there's how many different classes of materials under RCRA for hazardous waste? Do you remember? I'll give you a hint. There's 4. Does anybody know how many we're talking about as far as the DOT is concerned? Well, I'll tell you, it's 9 different classes. Then it's broken down into divisions and ultimately can be broken down into subdivisions. So again, RCRA, under EPA, there's going to be 4. Under DOT, there's 9. All right, when we talk about, since we're going to do job specific stuff, let's talk a little bit about the HHW labeling and placarding. The biggest thing to remember is once we've unloaded the cars and we get them, we fill these boxes or drums or pails, whatever it is that's full, we fill these things up. It's important for us to know that what's inside of each container. All right. Not only do you have to put a sticker on the side of it, which identifies it, but you also have to go under DOT standards, you have to have the proper labels. So before, if in fact you're scoring the load or whatever it is, or you're running a forklift or you're just moving them out of the way for the chemist, the big thing is to make sure that if the placard or a label's on there, make sure the container is actually properly, the labels actually reflect what's inside of the container. The reason I say this is because unfortunately it's been happening quite frequently when it comes down here. We check the manifest and the manifest reflects what's on the labels as far as the containers are concerned. But when you actually open up the containers, it's not necessarily what's actually inside. And I don't think anybody's doing that on purpose. I think someone gets in a hurry and they just start slapping labels on it. And somebody else, it was moved and they didn't know. They said, hey, what's in this? Oh yeah, that's pints and quarts. Okay, well, pints and quarts are by the way, that's not the proper namer, but all right, again, if someone may have moved it and it's no longer the container you once thought it was when you first moved it over, that may have been placed in. So when somebody yells, hey, yeah, it's pints and quarts, which is not the name, it's actually paint related materials, then yeah, whoever, before they slap the sticker on the side of it, they need to make sure that, yes, that truly reflects what's actually inside of it. So again, whether it's at the end of the operations or whether we're actually just trying to the load and go so we can get out of there a reasonable amount of time, you got to make sure that, yes, that it is and has proper labels on it. Each container has to be labeled. And again, I'm talking the DOT label, which would be the little red flam thing or whatever the DOT class is, but it also has to have the EPA label on there, which actually indicates exactly what it is. Remember, there's a variety of these labels out here. You know, they could be blue, whether it be non-haz, it could be red and yellow for haz. There's a variety of them out there that can be used. And we've even used just the plain white labels. It depends on the material. And again, it also depends on the job itself. Remember, we're working HHWs. Each jobs are the same, are they not? Well, no, not really. They're the same, but only different. There are many similarities, but they're not necessarily the same thing. And I'll be honest with you, they change from the spring event to the fall event. Like right now, for instance, I'll say oil. Okay, we had a couple jobs where last year they never wanted to do oil. Now all of a sudden, the price of oil is up over $100 a barrel, and it's probably going to get even higher before it's all said and done. Now they want to keep the used oil so they can sell it. So the jobs change. So you really need to pay attention to what goes on because jobs are constantly changing. The thing to remember is each container has to have some kind of label affixed to it. And there's several other labels that may go onto that, and we'll talk a little later about this. All right, remember that at the end of the day, the placards need to be flipped on the trailer. The shipper is supposed to supply them. And guess who the shipper is for most of our HHW events? That's us. So you can see where this could be a potential problem. Remember, the trailer itself is going to have 4 placards on each side, whereas a bulk container, and the only bulk container we usually use out on the job site is going to be a cubic yard box. A cubic yard box will actually have a placard on each opposing sides. And in conjunction with one of the labels or one of the DOT placards, the EPA label needs to be applied somewhere in conjunction with, which actually stipulates exactly what the quantity and what the commodity is. All right. Additionally, there could be, just remember, since we're not going to be doing this often, just remember the trucks have to be placarded, and there's actually a regulation exactly how to do this. Chris or Rick or any of these other drivers who do this on a frequent basis know what's going on. Just remember there's different types of materials. A table 1 material has to be placarded in any amount, whereas a table 2 material has to meet the threshold of 1,001 pounds of any one class before they do that. The thing to remember is there's many different classes out there, many kinds of materials. The extremely hazardous stuff has to be placarded in any amount. Just again, by the way, am I going to require you to memorize this? The answer is no. I've got enough problems with drivers trying to remember this. So you can see there could be a potential problem. All right, in the next few PowerPoint slides, this lists out the various materials that's going to be out here. And as you see on the in the main body of this, there are actually going to be 9 different classes of materials, starting off with explosives. As I said before, explosives are actually going to be the class where they actually will go ahead and they'll break it down into divisions and potentially even subdivisions. The reason I say this is because it depends on when the material was made and what MSDS or SDS they utilized to be able to come up with stuff. For the most part, we do not handle explosives. So, and Mark will tell you this, and everybody else will say, okay, explosives can be a variety of things. All right, it could be ammunition, fireworks, those kind of things, or blasting caps. All those could be an explosive. And for the most part, they're going to be a 1.1 or 1.2. The thing is we do not transport those materials. We do not have a permit, so you can't even put them in the truck. So the problem is if you work the HHW, unload the material before you recognize what it is, they pull away. What are you going to do with the blasting caps? Because we can't take them down the road. So you can see where there's going to be a potential problem. Not to complicate things even more, road flares. Depends on when they were made and who made them. They could be a 1.4, which is okay. We can transport 1.4s, or they could be 4.1s, which is going to be flammable solids. So you can see there's going to be a little bit of confusion. That's why we have the informed workforce, so we can say, okay, hey, we've got a problem. Let's recognize what it is. And again, I don't think we have many chemists here in the class, but there may be a couple. They may know right off the top of their head what they can do and what they can't do. I'll be honest with you, most of us are not. So, and if you don't use this on any kind of frequency, how are you going to remember? Because I'll be honest with you, some of this stuff, I can't remember. It's mind-boggling. So again, explosives. For the most part, we can handle it. If they're going to be road flares, which are going to be 1.4s, then we're okay. That's why it's important to know what the commodity is, the material is, before you unload it, before you accept responsibility and they pull off out of there, then you're stuck with it. The next one is going to be gases. All right, it's going to be 2.1, which is flammable gases, 2.2 non-flammable gases, 2.3 toxic gases, and the other gas that you see out here is actually going to be oxygen. You know, with everything going on with COVID, you're going to see cylinders coming and going all the time. People come up, they get put on oxygen, they're going to be on it. And what are they going to do when it's all said and done? They want to get rid of the tanks, right? Again, these are gases. We actually handle the vast majority of these. However, we run into problems with 2.3 gases. So if you get a container out here, it's incumbent on you to get the project manager involved in it as soon as possible to make sure that, yes, we can handle the material. If we have a cylinder, and the cylinders are real tall ones that actually have a little screw top on top of them, they are not DOT shippable unless they got a cap on it. Now, I understand we've been pretty good at coming up with ways to ship them down the road where they put them inside of a cubic yard box and they tape them to the corner or whatever else to keep them upright. But again, technically, that's not an appropriate way to ship those containers. So if you don't have a cap on it over the neck for stem protection, then technically under DOT standards, you're not supposed to ship it. You can ship the propane tanks because they got the little handles on top giving stem protection, which is the valve. So again, it gets pretty complicated. And I'll be honest with you, unless it's an oxygen tank, for the most part, you're not going to see these gases coming into a household setting because technically most of those are going to be industrial. And under the record regulations that you now know and you cherish, you know that we can't take industrial waste because it's not part of the, it's not under the regulations for exempt. Again, next one you're going to see out here is you're going to be flammable and combustible liquids. All right, we talked earlier about that. 140 degrees or less is going to be flammable, whereas above 140 to 200 degrees is going to be a combustible liquid. And that's at what point in time it can flash. And again, that was under RCRA standards. So if you talked earlier, see how RCRA keeps coming back and around and everything we're talking about? All right, next one's going to be flamm solids, and that's going to be broken down to the regular flamm solids. You know, that's going to be your charcoal, stuff like that. The spontaneously combustible. And lastly, it's going to be your dangerous and wet. Yeah, it depends on what the material is. When we do 4.3, so we may not be able to transport those materials. So again, when you get the exotic stuff, it's incumbent on you to get the project manager involved in it as quickly as possible so we make a determination whether or not you can even take that material. Oxidizing liquids and solids, again, whether it's going to be a 5.1, just an oxidizing substance, or it's actually going to peroxide, which is a 5.2. Toxic substances, again, now we're talking whether it's some poison or it's just a toxic. And again, it just depends on DOT standards says you can either use toxic and poison. It's pretty much synonymous. There is no difference between the two. So you can, it doesn't matter if it's a poison sticker, if it says toxic, it's one and the same, and DOT doesn't care. The last one is infectious substance with a 6.2, which is a little bit different, but for the most part, it's the same thing. We don't deal with radioactive material. We're not permitted to do that except in New York, but again, we don't want to deal with that. The only thing that you may see that occasionally is going to be maybe smoke detectors may have those radioactive isotopes in them, which makes them get involved in it. But again, you need to pay attention at the beginning of the safety meeting to find out if in fact we can take it. The last thing you want to do is take a material that we can't take. And if we do take it, it's incumbent on us to pay for the disposal of it. So it gets kind of a dicey thing. The next one was their class 8 was corrosives, which can be your acid and bases, and that breaks down a little bit further. And lastly is miscellaneous hazardous materials. All right, that's going to be stuff like hot, it may be hot, such as liquid asphalt. It could be environmentally hazardous, something like asbestos, those kind of things, 3077. All right, if you go back to the global harmonized system, many of the different things that you saw in there are actually going to be right here on this this particular placard. If you think about it, global harmonized system, things have changed since DOT is involved in transportation, and since there's a new world order now, everything's moving throughout the world. So as things go out throughout the world, they're trying to come up with a unified system so everybody can recognize it, whether you speak Spanish or whether you speak English or Chinese, whatever. You can still look at the pictogram, and the pictogram will indicate exactly what it is. So if you look at the DHS that we had before to the DOT placards, you can see these little symbols up here, and that will give you an indication what the material is before you get started. So that's when I said at the beginning of the HAZCOM program that yes, we've been using this for a while, and you of all people should have a good understanding just by looking at the top of this is exactly what it is. Again, it's on all the placards that we use. So again, if you just take a quick look at them, you can understand they're broken down by color and again, the pictograms. Just even if you're a distance away, you should be able to identify anything that's got an orange on it, you know through your training, knowledge, and experience that actually is going to be some kind of explosive. Where if it's going to be red in nature, you pretty much know it's going to what? It's going to catch on fire. And if it's going to be yellow in nature, then you know it's going to be some oxidizer. So it's not good because it's going to add another gear to the fire if there is one. And opposed to the black and white, you know it's going to be either corrosive or it's going to be a poison, depending upon what it is. So again, you as an individual should be able to look at it from a distance and come up with an idea exactly what it is that you're going to be dealing with. Does that make sense? One thing notable that I'd like you to try to remember is if you draw your attention to the bottom right corner down here, that actually is a display of a DOT placard. If you look at the two, the difference between the two is there's a white segment on the bottom of the one to the right, whereas the other one is clearly all red, correct? The difference between the two is the one on the right is going to be used for a combustible liquid. That basically means is the material will not catch on fire as readily as a flammable liquid. Remember, we talked about combustible and flammable. The problem being is whenever you mark a particular material, it has to be the same all the way around the truck. So if you have a 1993 over here that's all red and one side has a yellow or white tab on the bottom of the 1993, would that be a problem? The answer is yes, that would be a problem. And you needed to bring it to someone's attention saying, hey, that's not right. The problem being is just like everywhere else, there's a manpower shortage. We're getting a bunch of new drivers, and not all the drivers they catch stuff. And the other problem is everybody in today is in a hurry. And again, that leads to a problem of not catching things. So again, this goes back to the more eyes that look at things, in my eyes, more educated eyes that look at it, the better we are, because we may find a mistake. If we find a mistake before the DOT or the EPA does, that's a great thing. So again, the short version is placards all the way around the truck should be the same. They don't necessarily have to be in the same order, but if you have 3 flams on one side, by golly, they need to be the same 3 flams on the other side as opposed to back and then the other side. Does that make sense? So you always have to have the same amount of placards on each side, and they're supposed to be the same one. It does not necessarily have to be in the same order because that could get confusing, but as long as the same placards are on all the way around, then we're good. All right, earlier I talked about a table 1 material. These are table 1 materials. This is more just a quick overview for some people that really want to know what's going on in life with DOT. Basically, it's just saying that, hey, yeah, so those are going to be explosives 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, dangerous from wet, organic peroxide. Remember, it's got to be a zone B. Same thing with inhalation hazard 6.1. Again, it's got to be a zone or A or B. And there are other zone hazards, C and D, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. Lastly is radioactive material. The short version is you have any of these materials, you have to placard in any of the account. All right, the next one's going to be table 2 materials. And basically, you're meeting the 1,001 pound threshold. If they meet that one threshold, then we're good. All right, then they have to be placarded, because if they're not, then they don't have to be placarded. All right, just FYI, this is, again, if anybody wants any of the material, please get a hold of me and I'll see what I can do about making copies, what have you. This is what the drivers use to come up to make sure that the trucks are properly placarded. To be honest with you, it gets kind of confusing. And again, I wouldn't think anybody here would be able to memorize this unless you've driven for a while. And even some of the guys who've driven still have a little bit of difficulty. But again, this is the truck that they have to use to be able to come up with the proper placarding so they stay in compliance. All right, this is nothing more than sometimes you see guys out here use a dangerous chart. They fly a dangerous placard, that's okay. They do the dangerous so they can actually go ahead and minimize the amount of placards on the side of the truck. And there's a criteria which they can use, and that's going to be listed within here. It's less than 2,205 pounds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We'll skip right by it. All right, some of the things that you need to know in the hazardous materials under containers. There's a difference between bulk and non-bulk. Under definition, the meaning of bulk is greater than 119 pounds. It's a solid is 882 pounds, or it's got 1,000 pounds water capacity as a gas. Why is that important? Well, what's important for that is because we need to know whether we're going to do a placard or whether you're going to use a label. All right. Non-bulk, again, is going to be a label, and that's going to be a 4-inch on square. All right. Bulk containers are going to end up with a placard, and again, it's going to be on 2 opposing sides. Whereas you have a label, it's basically on, you have to have a label along with your EPA label right beside it in conjunction with. Again, small, poquito, label. Grande, mucho grande, big, you're going to end up putting up a placard. Does that make sense? And the definition, how you know again, if it's big, is by the definition of bulk, 119 gallons or 882 pounds. So the short version is there anything that we have that's a bulk container when we work these HHWs? Yes, the answer is yes. The bulk container is going to be a cubic yard box. Most of the other containers we have are going to be non-bulk, and we can get away with using the labels. Does that make sense? Again, there's a bit of a difference between the two. And again, the difference going to be is what are you going to put on the side of the package, whether you're going to be a placard on opposing sides, and that's it.
That's side bump.
All right. Let's skip past that. All right, let's talk about some of the labeling in itself. All right, DOT labeling under 49 CFR 172-400 stipulates any person who offers hazardous materials transportation shall label the package or container with labels specific under 172-101 table. All right, basically that means if you work the job, you're responsible for it, and you put something in there and you didn't put a label on it, is there going to be a problem? The answer is yes. If someone gets hurt because of it, the fines on that are $80,000, 80 grand. I don't know about you guys, but I don't have 80 grand. Do you? I didn't think so. So again, that's a lot of money. And again, it all goes back to the person who actually offers the material for transportation. It's incumbent on them to make sure that we have proper labels on everything. All right. Of course, anytime the feds write a regulation, there's always going to be exceptions to. Again, it could be stuff for radioactive material. It could be Department of Defense, ammunitions, those kind of different things could come up. Again, additional DOT labeling, again, if there's a subsidiary hazard to the material, which could be like poison inhalation hazard, stuff like that, then yes, it's going to be a requirement to have subsidiary hazards. So again, so we'll look at mercury, for instance. Mercury is considered a what? Does anybody know? It's a corrosive. So again, its primary classification is a class 8, but do we have to worry about anything else being on there? The answer is yes, because it's also considered a poison. So you actually have to have 2 labels. It's a subsidiary hazard. Again, so these are the different subsidiary hazards that are supposed to be put on the side of these things that you actually have to do, such as poison inhalation hazard, even some oxidizers. And lastly is orientation. All right, I know everybody here has worked the HHWs before, but have we seen orientation arrows on the side of everything out there? No, I can tell you not, because judging from the drums when they come down here or whatever, the orientation arrows are not affixed to the side. Is that a requirement? The answer is yes. You'd think you'd know by common sense which way is up, but not necessarily. So again, that goes back to that. And that goes back to cubic yard box setups. When we set up a cubic yard boxes, is the label supposed to, the reading, is it supposed to be upside down or right side up? Yes, the answer is right side up. So if you read it from left to right and it's not upside down, then it's good. If you set it up, it's upside down. Is that correct? The answer is no. That would run into a DOT labeling problem. Again, orientation arrows are supposed to be there. Again, they're supposed to be upright. You wouldn't think it'd be such a big deal until you get stopped by the DOT and they want to make a federal case out of it. Again, DOT label and placement. 2 labels must be placed on the end of each container on opposing sides. In association with, you actually have to have the shipping label. Again, the shipping label identifies what the materials are, and it lists out the UN number followed by the proper shipping name, followed by the class, and lastly is the packing group. Again, it has to be listed in that one particular direction. It has to be in contrasting color. All right, if it's a pink thing, then do you really want to use pink letter? And the answer is no, it's got to be contrasting. Again, subsidiary placarding labeling must be beside the original label. All right, shipping labels are required, but the thing to remember is they are not regulated by the DOT. So whether it be and again, when I'm talking about the shipping labels, I'm talking about the EPA label. Again, we talked earlier about that, about the yellow and red or the blue and white, the green and whatever, purple and whatever. Again, there is no regulation. The DOT says you only have to have it. It doesn't specifically state. In order to use a hazardous waste manifest, EPA does that. The EPA is the only one that says there's any kind of uniformity. The DOT doesn't care as long as they say this is the material that has to be on there. Other than that, we don't care how it's actually, what the composition is, as long as it's there. And that's the only thing that counts. All right, when we talk about the EPA labeling, shipping labels, whatever you want to call them, you see there's a vast difference in these things. All right, you see these all the time. Depending upon the job that you have, some require you to actually use the yellow and the red, which is hazardous waste. Some of them actually will require you to use the blue and the white. Some actually, if it has PCBs, you might have PCBs on them. You actually might have orientation arrows. You might have materials for recycling. You might have a universal waste, a purple and white. So there could be a variety of materials. Again, does it matter by the DOT standards? The answer is no. However, the EPA are the ones that say you got to use certain things. So if in fact it is a hazardous waste, it's supposed to have the yellow and red label. If it's not, then you can get away with the other labels, depend upon. Again, the thing we're trying to do is make the client happy. Some clients want you to handle materials just like hazardous waste, so they can track it from blank to blank. Does anybody remember what it is from blank to blank? Cradle to grave.
Cradle to grave.
There you go. So again, they want you to track it this way so they can track their waste to make sure it's not going to end up in Valdosta landfill where it's not supposed to be. So again, these different things, that's one of the reasons why they may require to use that hazardous waste label as opposed to the non-reg, because again, everybody knows what it is. All right, each label must have specific information such as generator's name, the address, the city, the state, a telephone number, all that needs to be on here. And it's the same whether it's a non-RECRA label or whether it's a RECRA label. Basically, by the way, when they say non-reg, that means it's non-regulated. And you can see how they come up with that right here. And what they say by non-reg basically is just another word for non-RECRA. which basically means it's not Resource Conservation Recovery Act certified. All right, again, other things that have to be on there, whether it's a UN or an NA number, it also has to have the proper shipping description, which is a UN number, followed by the proper shipping name, followed by the class, and lastly is the packing group. It has to be on there each and every time. There is no deviation from that. And again, that comes under any kind of labeling system. Again, the thing to remember is DOT doesn't care whether it's hazardous waste or not. The only thing they care is whether it's hazardous in nature. EPA is the only one that really cares if it's going to be hazardous waste. All right, when we talk about hazardous waste labels, again, we're talking about it has to have the manifest number. It's got to have the EPI waste ID number, EPA waste number. It's going to have, more importantly, it's got to have the accumulation date. And lastly, it's going to have the typical DOT stuff, which is going to be the UN number, followed by the proper shipping name, followed by the class and the packing group. Again, all that has to be on there each and every time. And if it's not a proper label. All right, this is something that's near and dear to me because the last time we had a problem with this, it caused great headache for me. So segregation to me is everything. When I say the last headache, huge headache was when the trailer caught on fire in Flemington when Ron was in England. And Brian and Craig had to deal with this mostly by themselves. Well, and a few other people, of course. Sorry, don't mean to cut anybody off. But basically, it was a problem with segregation. Not everything can go together. And the only way we can do this is to start at the sorting is when we get the materials coming out of the car. It's incumbent on you to look at it, make sure that material belongs in that particular container. So it's to me, it's a big deal. And the last thing we need to do is have another fire. We don't want to spend another $250,000 with a problem. All right. Remember, segregation, not all waste can be shipped together. They may not go in the same container, but some waste can't even go in the same truck. We talked earlier about explosives. Remember that? Yeah. So those are some of the things that cannot go. There's actually a segregation table. I've passed these things out many, many, many times before. If anybody needs a copy of them, please say so. But it's actually, if you have one of these things right here, pull it up and look. All right, it's actually in there. You can pull it up and put under DOT segregation table and pull pressures up and it'll tell you whether or not those materials can go together. You need to look at the chart. The easiest way to look at the chart is fairly simple. It's basically following the top and the side where the two intersect. It will either be blank or have an X or an O. If there's nothing there, there's no restriction about it being packaged side by side. If it has an X there, basically means it cannot go together, whereas an O basically separates any kind of, and a separation, it prevents commingling. And the industry standard is 4 feet. They can't be within 4 feet of another material, and they have to be on a pallet, so there cannot be any commingling. Does that make sense? Just remember, there are exemptions for the rule. Anytime the DOT comes up with a rule, they always make an exemption, and those things can be for lab packs. The only thing is, if they have a lab pack exemption, it has to be put on the manifest as well as the size of packing of the container itself. And there are permits available. Each driver has a permit book and it's listed in there specifically. All right, listed here is actually a copy of the DOT segregation chart, which is actually the gold standard for everybody. OSHA uses this, EPA, everybody uses this one particular standard. All right, so let's say that we actually have a flammable liquid and we have a corrosive. So the question is how do we look it up to make sure it is compatible? Very simple. You find your flammable 3 here, you come straight down and you find a corrosive. All right, can a corrosive and a flammable go together? The answer is yes, because there's nothing there. All right, we have a 4.1 and a corrosive. Can they go together? Follow it straight down, corrosive straight across this way. And what do we have? We have a 0. So what does that 0 mean? Basically means you can put them together. They can go in the truck. They just have to prevent commingling. So they have to be more than 4 feet apart. Now, if we have a 4.1 and a 6.1 zone A inhalation hazard, can they go together? The answer is there's an X. Can we put them together? The answer is no, they're not supposed to be in the same truck. Unless, of course, they have some kind of exemption for maybe lab pack exemption. But for the most part, that would be a problem, does it not? So if you're doing a waste event, and you only have, I don't know, 1 truck, is that going to be a problem getting it home? Yeah, that would be a problem because it's not supposed to go in the back of the truck unless they face some kind of exemption. So you can understand where this could be a potential problem. You need to get the project manager involved in this as soon as possible. The project managers have gone through additional training and they're supposed to recognize that they're going to have a problem at the end of the day before it happens. You see what I'm saying? And by the way, throwing it in the back of the van of your car heading home is not the way to get it home. All right, the hazardous materials compliance book. All right, if anybody wants a copy of these, please get a hold of me. The book has not changed much since the last time I was up in Jersey and I've handed them out. But again, you can actually pull these things up again on Precious. You pull it up on Precious, we'll be more than glad to help you out with it. But on pages 4 through 16 talks about definitions. And to me, the most important thing about the definitions you have to go is actually going to be here on the definition of bulk and non-bulk. Again, you can look it up and it'll tell you, okay, well, that's a bulk container. Okay, it's a bulk container. We have to have placards on opposing sides. Great. Pages 17 through 20 talk a little bit about the shipping papers, how it's supposed to be, what's supposed to be in the proper shipping description, etc. The driver knows because they've gone through a couple of days of training with me and it wasn't the most pleasant thing in the world. Matter of fact, it's pretty boring, and Chris will tell you that, Rick will as well. But the thing is we have to go through this training and they recognize if there's going to be a problem with shipping papers. Again, this talks a little bit about bulk and non-bulk and recognizing what it is. Also talks a little bit in here about the do's and don'ts, what you can do with each different class, how it's to be packaged, what kind of container can go in, because you know through your training knowledge and experience that everything just can't go in a drum or can't go inside of a cubic yard box, right? Depending upon how big it is and what the material is, it may have to go inside a stainless steel container. There's a variety of things it could have to do. Again, it also talks in there about a cross-reference. You can reference what the material is by name to a chemical extract number and also does a UN number. Last thing in here talks a little bit about the hazardous materials table. All right, hazardous materials table is how we come up with a proper shipping description. You just can't pull it out and just make it up as you go. It actually has to be taken specifically from the hazmat table, the HM 101 table, whatever you want to call it. And that's just a copy of the table. So in this particular case, if you're looking up for, if you have a whole bunch of bulk fuels that are flammable in nature, then you're going to come up with the name. To come up with the proper shipping description, it's going to be UN 1993, flammable liquids, NOS. In this particular case, it's going to be gasoline, benzene. It's going to be a class 3, and it could be a packing group 1, 2, or 3. More than likely going to be a packing group 2. That's how you came up with a shipping description. You just can't make it up. So you have to take it explicitly from this chart, if that makes sense. Again, you can't make it up. And this goes back to what I told you earlier. When the project manager is trying to come up with a proper shipping description because he got a material in that he doesn't recognize, he has to look it up in the book and he has to find the proper shipping description and have to write it out. I'll be honest with you, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Because if you don't use it, then you got to go through it and keep looking and whatever. There's probably about a half a dozen ways to write it up. And you need to come up with the most accurate way. It's what it boils down to. All right, let's move on. Most HHW manifests must move on a uniform hazardous waste manifest. Most people run them on a uniform waste manifest because it's the gold standard and everybody kind of does that. Pennsylvania requires you to do it. Some clients require you to do it. So rather than have Carrie try to remember who does what all the time, it's easier just to put them on a uniform hazardous waste manifest and then we're good. The thing about the manifest, if you're involved in these things, and sometimes you may get involved in it, depends upon what your aspirations are to move up in the world, just remember it's a complicated document written by the federal government. So what do you think they did? You turn it over and it gives you instructions how to fill the stupid thing out because it's got a bunch of abbreviations like DM, DF, drum metal, drum fiber, CW, CF. And the list just goes on and on and on. And then you have to come up with what the weights are. What are you using? It's going to be pounds, kilos, gallons, whatever it may be. It's going to be listed on there and you have to come up with it. But the thing to remember is these things have multiple copies and everybody gets a copy of it when it's all said and done. So it gets, just remember, everybody's going to get a copy of it, including the EPA, the client, transporter, TSDF, everybody. So again, they need to be legible. All right, this is just an example of the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest. If you look at it, the answer is yes, it does look kind of complicated. The reason it looks kind of complicated because at times it can be. You have to start off whether it's an RQ or reportable quantity, then you have to come up with a proper shipping description, which is a UN, followed by the name, followed by the class, by the packing group. Then you have to come up with how many. how many containers there are, what kind of container are we talking about, whether it's a drum metal or a drum fiber. And then you actually have to come up with the weight, whatever it is that you're using as far as pound or how much, what the commodity is. So if it's gonna be 55 gallons, so it'd be 55 and then it'd be G. Or if it's how many pounds times 8, 450 pounds, whatever it may be, it's gonna have to get filled in. And over here to the right is gonna be the waste codes. Remember talking about that Rucker class, and I said a D, an F, a P, those numbers are what's gonna be filled in over here. So again, it can be very complicated. And again, the project manager, whoever's writing the manifest up, he's gonna have a little bit of difficulty trying to get this thing done. If it's something he doesn't use every day, he's got to go through the book and try to find out the appropriate description of the material. And this is nothing more than some instructions on how to fill it out. And again, if you look at the back of the manifest, it actually tells you how to fill it out. And again, it's not too bad, but it can be complicated if you don't do this on it every day. You know, if you're only project manager once a month, again, that could be a real pain in the patooties, and you're going to be on the phone calling everybody saying, okay, what do I do this? What do I do this? What do I do this? And the last thing I want to do is hear a bunch of people come up. Can I go smoke? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I leave? No, just leave him alone and let him get his job done. Again, this is nothing more than more instructions how to fill it out. And this is an expanded view of the HM 101 table that we talked about earlier. See, flammable liquid NOS. Here's your hazard class. There's your UN number, right? Your packing group. So again, your proper shipping description would be UN 1993 followed by flammable liquid NOS, comma, parenthesis. It's going to be gasoline and whatever diesel, class 3, packing group, whatever it may be. Again, he's going to have to come up with that. Again, it's going to have to come up with more information such as the DM. Containers could be a DM, which is drum metal, DW, which is a wooden drum, DF, drum fiber, TP for portable tank, TT cargo tank, and it kind of goes on from there. Then you have a CF, which would be plastic boxes, CM, CW for wooden boxes. Again, could be a variety of things. All right, earlier we talked about waste codes. Remember on your RECRA, D, F, U, J. Again, this is how what could be filled in those little 6 boxes to the right. All right, if it's a non-haz waste, do we have to worry about this? The answer is no. HHW is exempt, so you shouldn't have to fill any of these out for HHWs. CESQG, would you have to fill it out? Yeah, or VSQG, whatever it may be. All right. Other information has to be on there, such as emergency response guide numbers, more importantly, certification of what it is. Based on the certification, some of you are going to be held accountable for the materials if something happens along the way. The things to remember is some of these things, if something happens under this and someone gets hurt because of it, it could be up to about an $80,000 fine. And if someone gets killed because of this, and there could be criminality involved in it, which is a big problem. All right, when I say criminality, that could be a misdemeanor. Questions? All right, let's move to the next thing here. All right, the next segment, if you need to use the restroom, just get up and go, but we're going to continue moving because that way we're not going to be here forever in a day. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about is, not yet. That one. All right. The HHW is coming back. By the way, somebody needs to mute their phone. They're doing a lot of banging and bumping something. All right, back by popular demand. I had a bunch of people ask me about this, and that's kind of why we're going to do this again. High hazard chemicals. We'll go through this at a decent clip, but again, we'll make this. It's an interesting topic. Moreover, there's a lot of really good information in here, and some of the elements that you're going to be dealing with could cause great harm to you and the environment. So again, it's kind of a good thing that we go through this, since these materials we see coming through the HHWs frequently, unfortunately. It's fortunate that we actually do this so we can actually make these things go away. But again, problem being is we're going to see these things. All right, there's actually 4 different categories of high hazard materials. There's going to be things such as air reactives, water reactives. You've seen those and heard those before. Shock sensitive materials. And the last one is going to be cyanides. And we'll talk a little bit about that here in just a couple moments. All right, what is the definition of a water reactive? It's a material chemical that reacts vigorously when it's introduced to moisture. All right, think about that for 1 second. Moisture. So if we're out working in HHW up there in Bergen County and it's not raining, do we have a problem? Some people say, oh no, Johnny, no problem at all. Although it is Bergen and it's always hot and it's always got wet in the air that makes it humid, right? Moisture. So you see where there might be a problem? You're right, it could be a problem as well, just by the high humidity. Examples of water reactors are stuff going to be such as calcium carbide. Miners used that years ago, and water drips into this material, causes some kind of gas, a saline gas, and they use that to actually illuminate things. So yeah, you can see where there might be a problem. The other things that you may see out here that will cause problems is alkalic metals. Sodium metals, lithium metals, potassium metals, and aluminum metals. Again, that would cause a big problem for you if you're out here working on the job site. The problem is how do you put them out? Yeah, problem. Again, calcium carbide, if it's mixed with water, it produces a saline gas. The gas itself is colorless and odorless, but the thing is it's very flammable. It catches on fire very, very easily. So again, it doesn't take much at all to find an ignition source, and all of a sudden you have a problem. I'm sorry, we have a problem. All right, we talk about some of the metals. We're going to talk about alkalic metals. Basically, all of those are going to be soft metals. And the way to tell that is most of the time they're very pliable. You know, like lead. If you ever had a small amount of lead, you can bend it up pretty easily. Yeah, so that's the same thing. So soft metals can usually be cut with a knife. The thing that gives it away is the fact is most of the time these things are stored and immersed in oil. It prevents some kind of reaction. The thing is these things are actually produce a hydrogen gas. And you all know, everybody, Jersey up that way, if you remember their history, that they had that big balloon up there called the Hindenburg. It was full of what? Hydrogen gas. And what happened to it? Boy, that thing burned in about a New York second, right? And hydrogen gas is very flammable. So again, the key to this is if you see a bunch of materials laying in the bottom of a Skippy jar, that actually, and you can see metals in the bottom of it, I think you probably ought to take it straight back to chemistry and let them take a look at it to make sure that, hey, there's probably a reason this thing's stored in oil, or there may be, I should say. Lithium metals. Lithium metals are soft metals, can again be cut by knife. These materials are used commonly in, wait for it, batteries. All right, it's less likely to catch on fire as opposed to the other metals. However, it does form hydrogen gas if it's exposed to water. You see what this is? We've all seen the iPhones blow up and catch on fire and all this. That's the same thing. They're all used, and that's going to take us into HHWs. Why we have to try to make these things inert, because they all get gas as they all generate heat as they discharge. And the last thing we want to do is run to a problem, have one of these broken open. Next thing you know, you have some kind of hydrogen gas coming off of it. Again, potassium metals, like other alkaloid metals, are soft. The material is very volatile. Out of all the metals, alkali metals is probably the most volatile. A small amount can catch fire very easily and can explode under the right circumstances. See, the thing to remember is explode. That's kind of a big deal. I'm no expert. When I hear something could go boom, that captures one's attention, does it not? I would think it would. All right, so you got to remember is these things are very pliable. Again, if they're stored under oil, that should tell you something right off the bat. Get the project manager involved in it and the chemist as quickly as possible so we can make sure that it doesn't go in the wrong container. All right, next one that is pretty high on the list is cyanide. Cyanides itself are very toxic. All right, cyanide poison is a poison that results from the exposure of a number of forms of cyanide. Early symptoms include headache, dizziness, heart rate, fast heart rate, shortness of breath, and vomiting. Acute exposure may lead to seizures, apnea, and more importantly, cardiac arrest. I'm sorry, you're from Jersey, it's cardiac arrest. So yeah, it's very easily you could lead to death. And if you read over this, cyanide solutions were manufactured and used in dyes, photographic chemicals, pesticides, plastic, electroplating, and mining. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of these materials come through. Now, it's not these, but some of the other ones, we've actually seen these come through. Cyanides can be in a powder. a white powder at that could be clear. Sometimes they've actually come in a light blue container. It's usually associated with the smell of almonds. So if you start smelling almonds, it's probably too late for you already. All right, again, the problem is cyanide is bad stuff. The thing about cyanide, they actually will mix cyanide solutions with some acid, and that's what they use inside of the gas chamber. So if they're going to put some, if they want to basically execute somebody, they drop a cyanide sac inside of some kind of corrosive, usually hydrochloric acid, and all of a sudden you've got a problem. They'll get a gas and you're dead. And that's what the cyanide solutions are. And unfortunately, you see them coming through. So if you see small containers, look at the labels. Back in the old days, many of these different things came in, many of the poisons came in blue because they didn't have a lot of light. So all the blue containers, the glass, you could actually, instead of, you go to the medicine cabinet, you're taking some Pepto, some sodium bismuth, whatever it may be. If it comes in blue, at least it's close enough to say, oh, wait a minute, I probably shouldn't drink this. So that's why they came out with that colors years ago. All right, air reactives. 3 of the different air reactives that you're going to see out here, and unfortunately, we've seen all 3 of them down here at the facility. That's going to be white phosphorus, yellow phosphorus, and red phosphorus. White phosphorus is the most reactive, is more reactive than red. However, it catches fire fairly easy. The thing about phosphorus, when it catches has that spontaneous fire, it produces a lot of gases that are, again, poisons in itself. Your phosphoric oxide, which is really bad for you. Matter of fact, it won't take many breaths and you won't have to worry about it anymore because you'll be dead. White phosphorus is also known as Willie Pete. Anybody's involved in, because you ever hear that term Willie Pete, you know they're talking about white phosphorus. It's been used in a variety of things, everything from fertilizer to food additives. I can't imagine why. Cleaning compounds. It's been used as pesticides. It's being used currently in fireworks. The military uses a lot of them when they actually shoot tracers. So at nighttime, you want to shoot, you want to know where your round's going. You shoot one of these, like machine guns, we use like every 5th round. You'll see the tracer goes off and you can see where it's going. And again, that's a good indicator so you know where your round's going. But the problem is they see where the round came from, if you know what I mean. Again, these things are used in, I have a white smoke to them. And when they actually do this, they use a lot of these in artillery rounds if they're going to shoot at tanks and what have you, because if the detonation and the massive explosion inside the vehicle doesn't kill them, the poison gas inside will. All right, most air reactives are stored, and again, they're going to be immersed in oil, or they're actually going to be inside of a vacuum container. We've seen it a lot of times down here. It's always been underneath of oil. So again, this goes back to if you see materials that are immersed in oil, you should get it to the project manager and let them take a look at it, or the chemist, to see if in fact, if it's something we need to be worried about. Now, granted, I've seen many of them come in, things come in and come to find out somebody carries them like, it's the most fragile thing in the world. Come to find out it's nothing more than screws in the bottom of it. But again, I can appreciate it, but let somebody take a look at it, make sure we identify what it is and what the potential problem could be. Here's a mark thing, shock sensitive materials. All right, the thing that comes to mind most often about is picric acid. Like any other highly nitrated organic compounds, picric acid is considered an explosive, hence its primary use. All right, these things were actually used originally as artillery rounds. They used it as an accelerant to blow things up. Ironically, they actually used this stuff as an antiseptic, and they also used it as burn treatments, and they also used it at one time as dyes. I don't understand the rest of it behind it, but the short version is yeah, it was an artillery explosive. The thing is I know Mark has seen these come in before, but again, if you look at this thing, you can say, wait a minute, this could be a problem. The problem is these things are shock sensitive. Highly nitrated compounds. Everybody watch those little Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movies in the middle. The guy's got this thing saying TNT. That's, the middle N stands for what? Nitrates. You see where I'm going with this? Explosive. Again, we've seen these come through the facility before. They've made it down here. How they made it here and not have problems, I don't know, but I know they've received them in HHWs and they had to turn them over to the bomb squad for them to detonate them. By definition, we're not supposed, and by regulation, we're not supposed to transport this stuff. There is no transportation for it. All right, another thing that you need to be cognizant out there is going to be ethyl ether. It is shock sensitive. I've seen people, I call them shoppers. They get a really old container, it looks really cool, and they want to try eBay it, right? Well, not really a good thing to do in some circumstances. All right, ethyl ether. Basically, you see that out there all the time. It's a highly volatile and flammable gas. The problem being is as it gets old, it decomposes. It has crystals. And what happens when you want to open the container to see what's in it? What do you think? Where do you think your crystals are? And when you open up, what happens?
Boom.
Create heat and shocks it up. And what happens now? You have a boom. So instead of having a little hand where you're going to drink your beer, now you got a nub, right? So you have a potential problem. So again, ether is another thing. Now that's why they put all the ether, because ether is used to start your cars now. And what do they do with it? It's actually inside of a spray can. So you don't have to worry about a lot of the crystals, because ether is actually underneath of a vacuum, and it causes pressure to push it out. So you're not going to run into problems with crystallization. At one time, ether was actually used as general anesthesia. If you were hurt during the Civil War, they gave you some ether to knock you out before they amputated whatever it is that they're about to do. The other thing is you see some ether out there is now they're using it to make some meth.
I know something you will never know.
Cool. The other thing is we've been starting to see it coming through the facility, and it disappears as quick as it does, as other shock sensitive, which is actually going to be the exploding rifle targets. I know we have some hunters out here that wants to take their tanner right out and shoot it, and basically they do the same thing down here. But the problem is those things actually can explode, and when they explode, they actually cause a pretty big ding if you get enough of it. Holes in the ground, blowing buildings up, cars, and all kinds of stuff. All right, when it's separated out into the two ingredients, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. So it's only when you mix the two together is when you actually start running into issues. All right, the white is going to be your oxidizer. It's going to mix with some kind of catalyst. When it mixes together, it becomes a gray gelatinous substance. And when actually something hard hits it, in this particular case, bullets, what do you have? You have an explosion. So you again, that would be a problem. I know some guys, they sell it at Walmart and Dick's, or they did at Dick's. I don't know if Dick's sells guns anymore or what have you. Bass Pro and all that, they sold these things. And the problem is everybody would you think they mix it to the right amount? Well, the hillbilly in them, whether they are or they aren't, they said, hey, let's mix this stuff up. Well, let's see how big. Oh, well, that was pretty cool. Let's mix it all up together and see what happens. So all of a sudden, now you have a rather large explosion. All right. The longer it sits, supposedly, the more inert it is. But the problem is, these guys, they might actually put it inside a container, and it takes longer for it to have the degradation process. The longer it has the degradation, the more exhibit it has to it when something hits it, as far as the shock's concerned. So these stuff could be mixed together as long as it's an airtight container. Then there's not going to be a problem with it, right? No, that they could still have a problem with it a month later, a year later. Again, it just depends when it hits that shock. Again, by itself, these materials are okay. It's only when these things are mixed together that it becomes a problem. Again, once they're mixed together, bam, you've got an issue. So household hazardous waste, are they really hazard? The answer is yes. That's why you're receiving extra training to make sure that you know what to do in event you have a problem. Again, I know that everybody here is on this call is not going to have, they're not chemists per se, but at least you know enough to say, hey, I've got to recognize we have a problem and get somebody else involved in it, right? All right. You need to develop procedures for handling the things. Identify the materials. You can use everything, some product name, labels, pictograms, symbols, chemical components, caution statements, any of those different things could come into play when you're trying to recognize the material that you have. Again, you can use a material compliance guide. You can use a ER, emergency response guidebook, or you can even use baby. You know, it doesn't leave my wife's hip right here, precious. Pull it up and she'll Google anything and give you an answer. Same thing that's applicable. Other ways you can actually identify these things, whether they're going to be an acid or base, you can do litmus paper. It can tell you if it's low, basically you're looking at an acid. If the scale is high, that means you're going to be looking at an alkalotic substance. Again, you can use the litmus paper. Yeah, potence and hydrogen ion is actually what the pH stands for, by the way. The other day I couldn't remember to save my patootie. By the way, the litmus paper will change different colors, and as it changes colors, that will indicate exactly where it is on the pH scale. If you need to know if it's an oxidizing material, you can use the potassium iodine starch strips. You can dip it in there and it actually turn color. If it turns into the blue color, then you know, hey, you've got a problem with some kind of oxidizer, what it boils down to. All right, we talked earlier about PCBs, polychlorinated vinyls. Again, the only way to do this is actually use a PCB test, a chlorinol test, and you can actually take and check and see if it actually has PCBs in it. I'll be honest with you, it's a little expensive. Do you have time to take the 20 minutes to be able to do the test? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Get it to PM and let them try to figure it out. Again, the problem is with PCBs, they're carcinogenic and they're very toxic. If somebody drops in a can that's got oil in it and they've got one of those little screw top things where you screw in an antenna, that's a transformer and it's going to have transformer oil in it.
Sean,
You could also use meters. Sometimes, some places we actually will take these multi-gas meters with us to identify.
have me look later.
I'll find it and I'll show you.
Okay, mute. All right, make sure you wear the proper personal protective equipment. Most remember, we're going to be wearing a level D for the most part. Maybe chemists will have C. Again, proper labels. Make sure we have the proper DOT, EPA labels, potentially OSHA labels. Make sure it's in the proper packaging. Make sure we have proper manifesting. Are we doing it properly for disposal? What about transportation? All right, let's go ahead and take no more than 10 minutes. We're right where we need to be. And then we're going to come back and we have one more to do here, the HHW issues. If anybody has any questions, I'll leave it open here for a minute or two. You can ask questions, or if you want to do the comment thing, you can do the comment and I'll reply to that as well. So let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. I want to be back on here at 12:30 and we'll let it roll. Yeah, everybody, this is kind of a short one. But before we get into this, I just want to touch base on a couple things rather quickly here, because as soon as this is over with, as far as I'm concerned, Mark will give us his last words and everybody drops off real fast. All right, two things. All right, quizzes. Again, I sent my email address out a little while ago on the group, so you can either print it or write it down. It's johnb@mxiinc.com. Take the quiz. All right, make sure you get it back to me in the next couple of days. It has to be legibly. And in addition to being legibly, that means you got to take a picture or you scan it back to me and it needs to be legible. If it's not legible, then you're not going to get scored and you're SOL. I'd hate to see you waste a day for nothing, right? All right, so let's go ahead and make sure you do that within the next couple of days. I had a question about the ERG or some of the information. One of the things the question was is the ERG guidebook, emergency response guide. It's actually an app. You can go to the App Store and get it. And just like there's a hazardous materials chart in the App Store, I know it's there for Apple. I don't know about for Droid. I don't know that. It's bad enough just trying to learn Apple. But they are available to you and they're free. They didn't charge me anything when I put it on the phone. So it's available to you out there. It has a lot of really good information and it's at least a really good start. Now, if you run into material safety data sheets or SDSs, you actually have to pull them up and go another route. I can't help you on that, but the hazmat table is available as well as the emergency response guidebook. All right, the last segment, we're going to talk about household hazardous waste collections and the event itself. We're not going to go back through and do the elementary, beat you over the head saying this is what we're doing. You've worked enough events, you know these things. But what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that we've seen throughout the last year. And Ron Potter is actually going to get involved in this. He wants to talk to you a little bit about the customer service and how that pertains to the business and everything else. But he'll talk to you a little bit about that. Things that we're going to talk about. I need to talk another thing about batteries. We're going to talk about segregation, packaging, and lastly is going to be the personal protective equipment. And Ron's going to talk to you about the customer service and professionalism. So again, batteries, how this pertains to us, what we need to do. By the way, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody because it happens down here as well as up there. It's just I'm saying across the board, we need to try to make a better effort at how we do things. Same thing for segregation, proper packaging and the PPE. All these different things will come in. And again, I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. Let me say that right off the bat. All the thing we're trying to do is improve. To me, we're at a good level now, but every time you meet a new level, you have to go above. And ultimately, we want to get to the very top, and that's some of the things that we really need to talk about. So, Ron, you want to take yourself off of mute?
I did, John.
Okay, there you go, boss.
Oh, okay, you're going to skip to me in the end. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll put you at the front.
All right. First, I want to thank everybody for showing up on a Saturday and putting up with the whole training. And I think we all want to give John a here too. That was a lot of work, a lot of talk, and a lot of thoughts gone into it. We are very pleased that John's part of our company, and he's always been there for us whenever we've needed, we need that extra push. The whole idea of customer, I got to tell you, first off, not being as involved as I have been over the last couple of years, I've had a chance to go to a number of different events by different vendors. And I have to tell you that we do a fantastic job relative to what a lot of people have out there. It's just remarkable when I go to one of our events versus one that some of the other clowns out there put out. And I think the key of the whole thing for us all is to remember that what we're doing is an extension of our host community. When we're out there working Bergen, we're working any of the other jobs, you got to remember you're really representing that community, and whatever you do and whatever you say and however we perform reflects on our customers. And I think it's critical for us all to understand that we're providing a service for the community, representing the community. John, you want to hit the next button? The customer, the guy that comes in his car, he is using us to get rid of something, and I think he needs to be viewed as our customer. He deserves respect. Some of them can be difficult. I've had more than my fair share of word exchanges, unfortunately. I'm not the guy with the shortest or the longest fuse. I can tell you that right off the bat. I think I do, and I hope all of you understand that the customer deserves our respect. And there's some limits that we have to apply when we're dealing with all of those people. And that does not mean, John spent a lot of time here telling us about things that we need to be aware of, things that we can do and things that we can't do. Doesn't mean that we have to back away from what our requirements are to do the job correctly and in compliance with the laws. I think it is critical to understand that we really don't want to get into an argument, particularly the folks unloading cars. If there's an issue, you got a project manager, we have a chemist. Those people generally know a little bit more about how to deal with these kinds of things and would be the right person to get into any kind of a discussion with the client, the customer, the citizen of the community. And I think it is critical to understand that when it comes to it, we need to back away. I mean, we've always got the representatives of the communities that can jump in and handle issues that can't be resolved quickly by the supervisor, or the project manager, or the chemist. What's the next one, John? Okay, we always, I personally like to say, hey, how can I help you today? I hope you have a good day when I'm done with them. So, I mean, the courtesy, the simple extension of, hey, what have you got for me today? Solves a lot of problems in terms of attitude on the part of people who have been waiting in line for half an hour or an hour. So I have no problem at all with us all being, pretty forthright and saying, hey, what have you got for me today? And when you're done, have a good day. If there's anything that we can remember, it's that you want to be there to be able to say, how can I help? I do think we all need to understand that our industry has a little bit of an image problem, not necessarily as a result of our doing, but as a result of the overall image of waste collection and so on, garbage men and all of that kind of thing. So we need to understand that it's our job to stand out and demonstrate that we're a step above anybody else you've dealt with here. And I think that we together as a company can set the standard for the performance of this kind of work. And the key to that is that it's you people, you guys that are answering the phone, you guys that are, I don't mean the phone, you guys that are getting out and talking and taking the material out of the car or sorting the material or loading the truck. It's you that make the solution. And I'm very confident that we have and will continue to do the right thing. Hit me, John.
I think it's one more.
I think it is important to understand that we have had incidents in the past. John mentioned the fire. We've had more than one incident at job sites. So despite all our good efforts, we've had some problems. And we've had people, a lot of people say very nice things, by the way. They go onto our website and you'll see all kinds of people have said great things about the job we do. There's also a few people that have had some not so nice things to do. So I say about it. So I think we recognize that as good a job as we've done in the past, we can do better. And I'm very confident that we can get it right. And it really all depends upon you and the success of this training and our ongoing efforts to step up and be counted as good citizens. So again, I appreciate everything you folks are doing and hope to be around all throughout the summer. I'm going to be back in New Jersey. I hope to bump elbows with everybody that is on jobs, and look forward to seeing you as we move ahead into this year. I'll turn it over to you, John.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate it. The only thing I'd like to add to it is I know we do a good job, but I'd like to see us if we can do just a little bit better. We're known for our customer relationships down here in the South. You know, it's a one-call shop. Everybody knows what to expect. Now, granted, we seem like a bunch of hillbillies sometimes. We're, hey, ho, hey, how y'all doing? Those kind of things. But they really appreciate that. And I know that I've worked some jobs up north up there. And again, I know it's a different caliber of people that, you know, things are different, but I know I've seen what we've done and I know that what we can do. And I'd like to see us get to the next level. And let's face it, ever since COVID hit, people have been pissed off and mad and everything at the world, and everything that we used to know has changed, and it's just gotten worse. The only thing I'm asking you is just try to put your best foot forward, and that's really it. Put your best foot forward and try to put the best spin on everything we can. And if it, you know, so just, you can't make people happy all the time, but you know, if that's the case, then retreat, let something else happen, you know. We got a good group of people, and I think we'll continue to do better. And I have high aspirations for everything. Mark, do you have anything you want to comment on that part?
Yeah, then like I said, Craig's still on. Craig could finish out. You know, again, like Ron said, you know, it was nice to see Ron on. Most of you got to meet Ron. Ron's a great guy. You know, he's what this company's about. And, you know, the way he works and his work ethics is killer. A few little things, and it's nothing major, you know, couple little pet peeves of mine, you know, again, with the new system online, just make sure you try to get into that system to look if you're working, to make sure that you respond initially, you know, to the, you know, usually by Monday afternoon, we got the invites out, respond. If you don't see something, I don't mind the messaging on a Wednesday, say, hey, Mark, you know, I didn't get on the list. Is there any openings? I don't mind. Usually we have cancellations. You know, we're looking to recruit new unloaders, you know, all over, you know, I think that's one of a little bit of a weak point, which I think we're going to try to develop, you know, internally. And if you have any unloaders, it's important, good work ethic, they clean up nice, you know, at the end of the day, we'll work as a team to get out of there. You know, nothing pisses off a PM that, you know, is trying to get off site where, you know, half the crew is loading up to get out of there, and the other group is watching them. So there's always something to do at the end of a job. You know, I'm not going to get into it. You guys know I'll start yelling. You know, if you're missing something on a job, just let the PM know it, or you can message me, or that, hey, this job was missing this or that. That way we can take the time to make sure that those supplies or PPE or a tool are put back into correct trailers. That's why at the end of the job, to make it important to get all those tools back on the trailers. My pet peeve with Sammy, Victor, and all you guys know, loading a trailer, I hate to see plywood on the side of our trailers. Our trailers are expensive when somebody puts 200 pounds of plywood leaning up against the trailer. That irks me, so let's see, any issues on the job, you can message the project manager. No cut uniforms. You're given a uniform, wear it, don't customize it. The last thing I'll just close with, again, we appreciate everything that everybody does. I don't get to say that enough at jobs. I might yell a little more than I do compliment, but I'm trying to work on that. So again, language between workers, that's just a pet peeve. And it was an issue a couple of jobs I was on last year. When a client's around, you got to know where that client is, and again, the foul language, the cursing, that's what brings down a job. And it's not even that we're not cursing at the customer. I think we're pretty good on that end, but respect each other. Don't talk to somebody like you're not going to want to be talked to. Think about what you say before you say it. That's all I'm saying. All right. So, and again, most important thing, know where the client is. You know what I'm saying? Clients around, everyone knew who that we introduced in the meeting prior to the job, who's in charge on the client's behalf. When they come around, smile, do the little things. Cause like I said, you could have a big line on a client all day and people are pissed, but man, if they see that we're working hard, we're smiling, we're nice to the client, that means a lot to them at the end. That way they go home happy, during the day. So really, that's all I'm going to say. Anybody needs me, you have my number, message me, call me. We're looking forward to kick off the season. I'll turn that over to Craig next. So Craig, you there?
Well, I'll tell you, let me hit the last couple things. We'll try it back and you can wrap it up then, Mark.
Okay.
All right. Next thing I'm talking about very briefly is batteries. I probably did this out of order, but I should have left Ron to give the invocation or whatever, but batteries, alkaline batteries are okay. You don't have to tape anything else. For the most part, you have to tape. You tape them up, at least make an effort to do it. I know Mark's trying to make a increase staffing to get it done. It's not my rules. It's the DOT regulations stating that anything other than alkaline batteries are supposed to be taped and made inert. We tried to dump them in oil stuff, and that was a joke. That didn't work. That just made things even more complicated. We don't mind sorting them down here. I don't mind having people come up and tape them, but the problem is you got to get them down here. And if something happens along the way, it's going to create a big problem. Those lithium-ion batteries are a huge problem. And some of the other ones can be a significant problem as well. So again, batteries, if you're not doing anything, just not standing around talking about cars and everything else, go back and help the battery person and get some stuff sorted and taped. I know it's very difficult with gloves on to do that, but at least if you help sort it out, then hey, the object is to get us out of there at a good time. And part of that is going to be the batteries. And there it is again. Doesn't matter any alkaline battery. It doesn't matter if it's A, AA, AAA, CD, 6 or 9 volt, whatever. They don't have to be taped. It's any other battery. They have to be taped. Just remember that. Segregation. Remember, things don't go together. Look at the segregation chart. Again, it's in that HM table that we talked about earlier. Just remember, pines and quartz, that's not the real name. It's called paint-related materials. Just because it's small, it doesn't go in there. All right. Paint-related materials. Now, if you have materials that, I don't know, that probably will break. And the thing I use all the time is I use lamp oil. I don't care what you do. If it's sat in the sunlight for 10 seconds, if you don't handle the TLC, that damn thing's going to break and you got oil going everywhere. And is that the proper place for a cubic yard box? The answer is no. If you're lucky enough to get it in there, somebody's going to throw some crap in on top of it, it's going to break. And rest assured, the cubic yard boxes will leak. All it is a trash bag inside of a wooden box or cardboard box. So again, if it's fragile, that word, the French fragile, all right, put it inside of a drum. If you always get a second drum for the fragile containers, then that's where they should be. Again, pints and quarts, just because it's small, doesn't go in pints and quarts. Use your proper DOT segregation. Packaging. All right, any material that can be compromised, again, needs to go in a specific drum. We see these all the time inside. Please, these, don't put them inside a regular cubic yard box because they're going to get broken. Next thing you know, you're going to have a leak. All right, and rest assured, if somebody throws something from the 3-point line, they're chunking it in, it all of a sudden you permeates the plastic on the liner, you've got a problem, correct? PPE, we wear level D. Again, eye protection, gloves, boots, high visibility shirt, long sleeve shirt. All right, with depends on where you are, and I'm hoping things slow up. I understand they cut a lot of it loose. Face cover. I don't know if they're going to make you wear this because of COVID or not. Each place is different, and it's hard to say. Just even if you had your vaccine, you've been boosted, non-boosted, I don't care what it is, you need to adhere to what they're calling for up there, because I don't want to get in this argument, and I don't want to hear an argument how somebody says, well, I got vaxxed, I don't have to wear it. Again, you're working for us. Please just go along with the program. You can bitch about it in the car going home or whatever it is. Whatever they call for, we're trying to give them the best service we can, because we want to try to make sure we maintain the book of business. If we come up there and we're not acting appropriately, they're not going to want to have us back, and that's not going to be a good thing. If we don't have work, you're not going to work. So again, kind of go with the flow. It'll be okay. All right, that's all I have. I know Craig wants to give some words, and again, Ron, or first off, I'll say before I give it to Craig, let me just say this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everybody killing your Saturday morning to come in and listen to me preach to you about everything. I hope you took some information away from this and you can use it in your job. If you need me, I'm down here in Abington. I'm on the telephone. You can hit the 1-800 number. I'm available. You can hit me on the cell phone, call the extension, smoke tinkles, whatever it is that you need. I'll be more than glad to help you. I know we got a good group of people. I know that we've done a good job, but I'd like to see us get just a little bit better each year. If you can hone your skills and get a little bit better, that's a great thing. Try to help out the new people. Remember, look at me, for instance. I'm turned into an old man right in front of you the last few years. We need to get new people in the door, and the new people, you need to make them feel help. You need to feel welcome, and you need to try to teach them the right way to do it. And that's incumbent on the senior people, the mentors. And that's kind of what I count on the people. They know me. You guys have seen me many times. Be a good mentor, give good guidance, and send them in the right direction. I certainly appreciate everybody's assistance so far, and I hope that we can meet the next level. Each year we can get a little bit better. That's all I have. Craig, it's on you now, buddy.
Okay, yeah, John, I'm glad you pointed that out, because that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about onboarding new people, guys. A lot of the people on this call are long timers, and a lot of people on this call have started with us in the past couple of years. Most of you can probably remember your first couple jobs, and either you loved it or you were shell-shocked at the organized madness. So just remember that the new people that are coming on are probably going to be really, really shell-shocked. And, that first couple hours, and every job starts in a crazy mad rush, is going to be a lot for them to take in. So the best thing you can do to help the company is by helping the new people coming on. We're all new people once. Every single year, we have people that we love, adore, well-trained, all have things happen. New job, kids, life, moving. We lose people every year, and we put a tremendous amount of effort to recruiting really, really good people to come be with us on the jobs. And without that effort, what ends up happening is our jobs are understaffed. And I think we've all been on a job where we either got way higher volume than we wanted, or we didn't have nearly enough people that we needed. Yeah, there's probably a lot of you who never experienced that, which is a good thing. But those who have know that it's a really, really hard thing to deal with. And so we work hard to not put you in that position. So the one thing I'd really like to emphasize here is next year, as the new people come on, if you're assigned a new person to shadow for the day, really do your best to make them feel welcome, explain everything to them, and show them how it's done. So the onboarding effort, a tremendous amount of effort goes on in the back end. We spend thousands of dollars on advertisements. I personally spend hours and hours and hours on the phone, talking with every person. I try to give every person my undivided attention, and the calls usually initial calls go from 15 minutes to half an hour. Every single person is important to me. So a lot goes into putting out an ad, to responding to a person, to actually getting a phone call with them, to getting them into training, to making sure the training worked, to making sure that they finish the training, to getting them all their information, to making sure they have a t-shirt on their first job, and so on and so forth. And the last thing we want to do is lose them on the job because they feel like they're lost, or the person or people who are working with them are dismissive, if not outright hostile, because they're new. I remember one point when we first did a heavy recruiting effort, people were insecure about their jobs. If you're coming to an event, you got nothing to worry about. So anyway, onboarding would be a really, really big help. I'd also like to touch up on how you can help the job, particularly at the end of the day. Sometimes at the end of the day, that's where a lot of tension builds, particularly with management, higher level people. The people who contribute to wrapping up the day and the people who kind of sit and wait for their check. That's something I don't necessarily think reflects on a person's personality or character. Sometimes it's just people don't know what to do. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some things we can do at the end of the day. I think the first thing to talk about is how we can assist the forklift operators. Those are the guys who really keep the job moving. And the best way we can assist them is to keep them on the forklift. That means don't put your jacket and your food and your coffee on a stack of pallets while they're trying to put supplies back in the truck. Because they're going to have to stop the forklift, get off the forklift, get the stuff, move it, put it down, and then jump on the forklift. In that time, they could have put 2 more things on the truck. So every second that forklift is not moving waste onto the truck or out of the sorting area is more time we're going to be on the job. The other way you can help the forklift operator is grab a pallet jack. We've been putting we bought a lot of pallet jacks so we could put a lot out there, and that way we can move a lot of freight. So if you got nothing to do and there's a pallet jack sitting there, well, it takes a lot less time for a forklift operator to load that pallet of drums in the truck from the ground right next to the truck, as opposed to driving back and forth from the chemistry area. So think about how you can best help the forklift operator, and you can do that by keeping them on the truck. And if you don't see a pallet jack, but you see one poor schlub trying to pallet jack something by himself, go run over, give him a help, whether it be on the ground or in a truck. One person moving a heavy box or a double stack box on a pallet jack is really hard. 2 people doing it, it's pretty easy. You can push it pretty easy. So see if you can help. Every single job site we leave, we want to leave just as clean, if not cleaner than it was. So just walking around and picking up trash, whether it be as small as a bottle cap or as big as a liner, we want to just pick up all the trash we can and get it into the roll-off. Spills. Sometimes at the end of the day, the entire staff is gone and we go over to the bulking area and there's a big giant oil spot. Let's get our speedy dry, particularly around the bulking area, and get those spots cleaned up. And if it's a really, really bad spot, well, every single tag along should have a 5-gallon bucket of driveway sealer on it. Let's get it cleaned up as best we can and then get a nice clean square of driveway sealer on it. Helping the load team. Usually it's the drivers, but there's always a couple people who are helping label and particularly placard all the boxes that go onto the truck. Grab one of the tape guns, help close the tops, and stick the placards on. If you don't know how to find which placards are which, any of those guys would be happy to teach you, but the number is on the placard. After listening to John's presentation, it's the UN number is what you got to look for. But the best way to learn is just dive right in there. So see if you can help the load team. Just even just taping up boxes goes a really long way into helping these guys get off site. Ask if you can help chemistry. Chemistry typically has a lot of cleanup to do. Chemists, if you're really backed up and you sort your batteries and don't tape them, all you can take someone who's got no training, and if you got a box of lithium ions, you say tape this box and put it in the bucket. So see if you can help chemistry wrap up. Those guys typically sometimes get sidewalled with all kind of crazy methyl ethyl death that comes in, and they get backed up on the little standard things. So see what you can do to help chemistry. If it's a weight job, like in Pennsylvania, see what you can do to help get the waste over to the table. Sometimes we rely too heavily on the pallet jacks and the forklift, and we need to get the flam solids weighed. That drum weighs 50 pounds. We should be able to roll that drum. So let's see if you can help the chemistry area by moving their waste to the scale, or if there is no scale, moving it to the back of the truck and palletizing it there. So the forklift doesn't have to move it from the chemistry area into the truck, but from the back of the truck into the truck. Help load the tag along. By the way, helping load the tag along is not just heave hoeing everything into the tag along. It's putting everything in there in an organized and nice manner to where the next job can use it and has everything they need. But help people put carts in, help fold up the tarps and get straps on them. Do anything you can to help load the tag along. And lastly, that last hour, start thinking about your cleaning up as you're taking the last hour of cars. That's when the cleanup starts. Cleanup doesn't start when the cars stop. The cleanup starts in that last hour when we start consolidating boxes, shortening up our operating area, and start the garbage collection and all that right there. Because hey, what do we want at the end of the day? We want to get out of there. There's a reason why we pay everyone a per day rate and not an hourly rate. It's to motivate everyone to get off site real quick. And that makes the customer happy, because just like you, the customer doesn't want to be out there all day either. So those are the things I wanted to touch up on. We had a really great year last year, and I look forward to another really, really good year. I see all the names on this call, and this is really the core right here. So each individual one of you, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done, and thank you for coming in on Saturday, and I look forward to seeing you all out in the field this spring.
Mark or Ron, you got anything else?
No, again, thanks, everyone. Appreciate all your time and effort.
Mark? Well, he's on mute, so I guess.
He's out walking the dog.
No, I'm here. I had it on mute. Just a quick last thing is New York has adopted the paint care law. So the paint care procedures, policies that we put in effect in Connecticut are now going to transition over to the state of New York's jobs starting May 1st. We might ask some of these Connecticut guys that know what they're doing to transition up over there like we've done, to get it going. And, eventually the other states are coming aboard. We just want to quick mention that to you that, starting in New York, starting May 1st, we're going to start separating the latex paint, oil-based paint separate from the client. So really that's it. Everybody enjoy their rest of the day. Anybody needs anything, let us know. You have our phone numbers. You got our phone numbers to message us, email us. We'll get back to you. And, we should have a schedule, shortly. Like I said, most of the Connecticut jobs start in April. We have a few New Jersey jobs for the New Jersey crew starting in, this month. And then kind of kick off in April, every weekend, April through, we book jobs through the summer through August. We booked jobs already into the first weekend into December. So we have a pretty solid schedule, pretty much same as last year's. We'll pick it up some more, new clients where we can fit them. If anyone has any questions, comments, please let us know. Again, we thank you for your time today.
Maybe the list will grow. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Brothers. For those who don't know me, I'm the safety director here with the company. What we're going to do today is we're going to have the 8-hour HHW or HAZWOPER recertification, depends on whom you speak to. As I was saying before, we're going to have a similar format to what we've done in the past. Make sure everybody logs in and signs in. We can't have multiple screens using, or multiple people using the same screen. Make sure you complete the quiz at the end of the class, and just get me a copy of it, whether you scan it, take a picture, whatever. My email address will be on the next slide. It's very easy. It's johnb@mxinc.com. Just a couple things about the training itself. The topics that we talk about here today were selected because of various compliance issues. And we actually selected a couple because of things that have happened in the past where we may have been deficient in one particular way, shape, or form. And we hope to maybe address this during the training. So we're all going to be going forward on the same page. As a reminder, make sure that everybody will go ahead and hit the mute button. Again, I don't want to hear the conversations going on in the background. And if they don't want to see, they don't want everybody else to see what they're doing, you can also hit the, you can turn the video camera off and basically you could just go from there. If anybody has any problems with anything that goes on the slide, again, you can click on the side and engage in chat, and then we can kind of figure it out what the problem's going to be and go from there. The class itself will be mostly PowerPoints, and we're also going to have a couple videos in here. So again, nothing earth shattering. Should be a fairly easy deal. I'm hoping to be done like 1 o'clock, somewhere around there. So it's not going to end. It's not going to be a real late thing. Very similar to what we did when we did our face-to-face. And by the way, I hope sometime here in the near future, we'll be able to go back to doing the face-to-face. I kind of like the idea of being able to come out and see everybody, and nothing against Zoom. It just makes it a little bit easier. A lot of people usually ask questions during breaks, and when you go person to person, usually that's when you get the interactive. And more importantly, I like the pizza that Mark gets. So we're pretty good with that. Again, John Brothers, there's my telephone number on there. If you have any problems, issues, or anything, you can call me directly down here. My email is John B. Come on, that's a stretch. I don't know where they come up with that, at mxiinc.com. You're more than welcome to send me whatever information you have, and we can go ahead and get those things taken care of if it's a problem or questions or whatever it may be. All right, today, these are just the core topics that we're going to be talking about. First off, we're going to talk about RCRA, which is going to be the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. I know people always say, well, John, why do we do this? Well, you're going to find out why we do this here in just a couple minutes, because it's the basis of everything that we do. And I'll talk more about that here in a little while. The next topic we need to talk about is batteries. Batteries in itself have turned into be a big deal anymore. We've had issues in the past where they're not done, or they're not done correctly, or they're just not done at all. And believe it or not, that actually has a very big exposure, especially here lately when it comes to the various fires that have happened, not necessarily to us, but within the industry. So again, we kind of need to address those things. Next thing, but sometime in here, we're also going to talk about the HHW events, the various issues that we've had during the past year, and things that we may have been deficient in, and more importantly, what we need to do to put our best foot forward moving forward. I know Mark will have a couple things to talk about during that topic as well, and I'm certain Craig will have to. He'll want to go ahead and give you a little bit about the state of the company. Next thing we have in there, we're going to talk about DOT hazmat training. Again, that's going to be the DOT hazmat training is going to be a compliance issue. Under the regulations, we are a hazmat company, and believe it or not, even though you may be just loading the containers and what they say is only, believe it or not, that actually makes you a hazmat employee, and that makes you subject to the federal regulations, because once you have the intention of shipping those things, the regs kick in, and as soon as you decide that, hey, we're going to take it and we're going to put it in a cubic yard box or a drum, then that kicks in where you're now a hazmat employee and you're subject to those regulations under 49 CFR 177. Last thing I'm going to talk about is hazardous communications. The thing about HAZCOM, is what is more commonly known as, the thing with HAZCOM is the fact of is, I know many different things. For those who actually know the regs rather well, they know a lot of the things that we do are really not going to be applicable to hazardous communications. However, our book of business is HHW, so it's probably important that you understand, so you can read the labels and make that identification so we know where the material is supposed to go. And a lot of that actually is covered underneath the HAZCOM standards. Since the new global harmonized system will actually cover this, again, it's relevant for you to understand how this goes. Craig, I know you've got a few things to do, but if you want to go ahead and chime in, if you want to talk about the state of the company or any words of wisdom that you'd like to impart to everybody before we really get into the other stuff, now's your opportunity. Or if you want to do it a little later, that's fine as well. But I figured I know you got a lot going on. Okay. We'll do that a little bit later then, I guess. All right, let's move on. All right, the orientation that the overview right now that we're going through, a lot of this will actually carry on to what your job, because the thing to remember is you're actually being recertified under HAZWOPER. And under HAZWOPER, you have to have at least a basic understanding of hazardous waste and more importantly, some of the acronyms. Last year, and I actually, it's going on for quite a while, especially down here, and I'm certain it's probably happened up there as well. When we do the HHW events, ultimately you end up getting people to drop off waste that actually maybe work for another company. And a lot of times they'll get out here and they may start to probe you, or you might get some clients with some employees that will start asking questions of you, what your training is, and they might want to hold a conversation with you when it's not busy. So again, in order to have an intelligent conversation, you need to know a little bit about the industry that we work within, and what the acronyms that you'll hear, as opposed to getting that deer in the headlight stare. So it makes it a little difficult. So again, some of this may be just a rehash, but again, if you're, if this is what we're going to be doing for an occupation, and at least at part-time, you need to know these things, such as OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Anytime that you're being compensated for work, all right, the OSHA regulations kick in. And those OSHA regulations stipulate that you have to go through various training, task-oriented training, familiarization on all these different things, what the personal protective equipment is going to be utilized, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and the various standards. And again, that all comes underneath of OSHA. I know that it's been brought up many times before that when we talk about OSHA, they said, well, John, how come you can buy the same stuff here at Lowe's and there is no training? The short version is if you're buying it at home and you're going to use it in your home setting, you're not being compensated. If you're not being compensated, the OSHA regulations do not kick in. So again, it may be the same respirator that you use there at home, may be the same one that you use here at work. But again, you don't need any training other than good luck. Whereas under workplace, you have you have to do the fit test and the training and all this other stuff. So again, it's only because you're being compensated that OSHA regulations will kick in. So you will hear the term OSHA out there. And again, that's going to refer to occupational safety and health. And incidentally, the reason you're sitting through the class today for HAZWOPER is because of OSHA. OSHA mandates the HAZWOPER training. The next thing you're going to see out there is going to be the EPA, which is the United States Environmental Protection Agency. That's actually going to be a cabinet level position within the administration. Whoever the administrator is for the EPA actually sits on the cabinet with President Biden and all the rest of those folks. And they actually have input and allegedly during the decision making. These are the folks that actually will enforce the regulations that that Congress will actually make, whether it be the Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, or anything else. So you'll hear out there the EPA. The thing to remember is a lot of people will call EPA, and they may actually be referring to the state entity, which we'll talk about here in just a couple of minutes. Another federal entity that you'll hear a lot out of is going to be the DOT, which is the Department of Transportation. The Department of Transportation actually mandates all the different regulations for the transportation of materials. So if you ask Glenn or Brent or all the other drivers, or Rick, they'll tell you exactly, okay, the DOT is like the god of the roads, whether it be the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration or whether it be the PHMSA, which is Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, FRA, FAA, all that is actually underneath the DOT. And again, those are the folks that will be regulating, and then they'll be the force that are actually going to be doing the enforcement in the event you have any problems out there. And I'll tell you this right now, our greatest exposure, because we see these quite frequently, is going to be the folks enforcing the DOT regulations. And those could be everything from the scales. When the trucks go across the scales, of course, they're going to be stopped to see if they're overweight, but moreover, they may be checked to see if they're violating the regulations. And those regulations can be anything from placarding, labeling, whether it be vehicle defects, lights, anything like that, they could be checking for. So again, depending on some jobs, you might pass 3 scales on the way. So, again, they're going to have great exposure. We see the EPA down here, at least on a quarterly basis. And again, I don't know what they're going to do in a quarter, but the trucks you figure if you got 3 trucks on your job and they got to pass 3 scales coming to and back, you see where there could be a potential problem. So that's why we really have to play by the rules. And there's not a lot of room in there for mistakes. The next one is the NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association. All right, these folks actually make recommendations for all the fire regulations. And it talks a little bit about segregation issues, how things would be stored, how things would be handled, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The NFPA, again, is only an association. They make recommendations, and these regulations or these recommendations are usually adopted by somebody. And whether it be adopted by OSHA, or they may be adopted by DOT, or for that matter, it might even be adopted by the IBC, which is the International Building Codes. Other terms that you're going to see out here, again, is RCRA, which is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. All right, we're actually going to spend a little bit of time on that here in the next segment, which is going to be the next part. And I'll kind of like beat it to death on you a little bit. But in order to hold any intelligent conversation with anybody within the waste industry, I guarantee you, if you bring up the word RCRA and you actually know what it is, it was Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. All right, as long as you can bring that up, rest assured, they may think that you know what you're talking about. Again, that is the basis for everything that we do, and more importantly, what we can't do. All right, the next thing you're going to see out here is ECRA, which is Environmental Cleanup and Responsibility Act. We're going to talk about each of these a little more in depth. The next one is the Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act, EPRCA. The next one is going to be the Clean Water Act. So, by the way, the Clean Water Act and the next one's going to be the Clean Air Act. The thing to remember in this is if you were to violate any aspect of the EPA, any specific regulation, it will be at least that or a derivation of those two acts, which actually is what you'll get violated for, and you'll get your notice of violation. It's any kind of civil penalties that could be associated with it, or for that matter, even any criminality, actually will be a derivation of that. So usually, rest assured, when they want to come out and visit you and spread cheer and joy, I'm sorry, they're here to help you. By the way, if you ever hear that from anybody, you know you're in trouble. We're here to help you. So the IRS says, we're here to help you. Okay, yeah, you know you're in trouble. So anything that you do out here will be a violation of that. And it will be some derivation. And more than likely, it will actually be quoted in here saying, okay, you violated the Clean Water Act, most specifically under Title 40, and they'll list out specifically. Another one that you're going to see out here is TSCA, which is Toxic Substance Control Act. CERCLA, which is a Comprehensive Environmental Response and Compensation Liability Act. Yeah, that's a real good one. Let's spit that out. Come on, say it 5 times real fast. All right, the next one is the Clean Air Act, which we talked about here just a few minutes ago. The other thing that we talk about a little bit about is PCBs. And again, the technical name of that is polychlorinated bioenzymes. And you'll hear that every once in a while when people are bringing in, dropping off oil. PCBs were most notably inside of transformer oil. Transformer oil looks very similar to regular oil. However, it's got PCBs in it. And the problem being is if you meet a certain threshold with that, your disposal rate has just gone up astronomically. So when somebody says they bring in oil, so if they bring it in and they said it looks like it's inside of a metal box and it's pretty heavy and it's got these little probes sticking out of it, that should be an indication that, hey, wait a minute, this may not be regular motor oil. And at that point in time, is you probably ought to get your project manager involved. Again, very expensive to dispose of. And if you remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, again, the big picture, if you ask Craig and Mark and everybody else, we're trying to do a good job. But again, we're not doing it for the practice. You need to make money, because if you're not going to make money, there's no sense in doing it. Next thing you're going to see out here, which is a TSDF, which is a treatment storage and disposal facility. You will see that out there. And we're going to talk about that here in just a couple minutes. The other thing that we're going to talk about is your notice of violation. A notice of violation actually is, all right, well, we'll change this to your terms. A notice of violation is basically just a traffic cop who's going to give you a ticket, right? Same difference. Now, in the other industries of the government saying, I'm going to give you a ticket, that doesn't sound so good. So they've actually changed the title to be notice of violation. And if you make it the notice of violation, it sounds a little better. Okay, but the ramifications are pretty much the same thing. They could give you a warning, or they could give you a failure to do right. And next thing you know, they could actually give you a civil penalties associated with it, all the way up to a business closure and or criminality. Next thing you're going to see out here, and some of your chemists will actually use these things quite frequently, which is your CAS number. A CAS number is your chemical abstract service number. All right. If your spelling is about like mine, you can actually look up some of these words like supercalifragilistic, whatever. Okay. Well, try to spell that and spell it correctly. The problem being is if you don't have the spelling absolutely correctly, all it can be is off a couple letters, and the chemical that you thought you were dealing with, it's not going to help you. It's going to be a complete different chemical. So what most companies do, actually, I can't think of any that don't, actually we'll go ahead and apply and get a CAS number. And a CAS number may be up to like a 6 or 7 digit number. So it's easier for you to look up that one particular number and identify the chemical as opposed to trying to spell it out and try to come up with it. And once you find it, then you actually come up and see what the properties are for that particular material. So whenever you're using a material safety data sheet or SDS, a safety data sheet, you'll be able to come up with that. So in the event you have some kind of an emergency up there and you have to use the emergency response guidebook, it's easier to use the CAS to be able to pull it up and say, okay, I know exactly what it is, as opposed to, oh my God, you know, you're Googling all these different things. And it's like, is that really the same? Is this dye the same as tried? And it gets really complicated. All right, the next thing that we need to discuss here is the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, the NJDEP. This is like the PA, Pennsylvania DEP. All right, these folks act just like the regular EPA for the most part. All right, the state of New Jersey, I can't think of any state that has it. Every state has pretty much codified, that basically means adopted, the federal regulations as it pertains under Title 40. And Title 40 actually refers to the Environmental Protection Act. All right, all the difference, Clean Water Act, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all those, if you ever want to look up any of the regulations for EPA, if you pull up 40 CFR, and the list just goes on and on and on from there, then you'll be able to pull things up about permits, RECRA, and the whole 9 yards after that. So the New Jersey DEP or the Pennsylvania DEP or New York DEC, whatever it is, those regulations have been adopted. And what they've done is New Jersey will come up and say, well, nothing against you, EPA, but we want to enforce our own regulations. All right. We have the same regulations as you have. So we want our people to go out and enforce these regulations. So these folks are going to come out. And by the way, if they give you an NOV, they get to keep the money. So these folks will come out and they'll do all the enforcement. Basically, they'll come out and do quarterly inspections, or some places are quarterly, some places are biannual, annual, and it just kind of goes on from there. Again, they want the revenue that's associated with these things, and they actually do the primary enforcement. It's not saying that the EPA can't come out and do enforcement, because they can. It's just merely saying that these folks, for the most part, take care of it. And if you look at the big picture, like New Jersey and Pennsylvania, I mean, those are some pretty big bureaus. And I tell you what, there's a couple of people that are very tenacious in enforcement. They'll come out and they'll want to bang you. Some states, when you further south you get, they don't care. It's no big deal to them, and there is no enforcement. Just send your permit in and send me your money, and we'll come visit you when we want to. And we'll let you know when we're coming, and so you can make sure it's all correct. Whereas other places, they just show up and said, "Congratulations, we're here." Bam. I'm certain Rick can tell you about how many times the DEP showed up at the facility, making sure that he's doing everything correctly and as per the rules.
Yeah, they tend to show up every now and then.
Yeah, and they're here to spread cheer and joy. They're here to help you, aren't they, Rick?
That's pretty much how that goes. Yeah. You got it.
All right. Some of the other things, when we get off, we need to kind of get into definitions. I know everybody comes up with their own little dissertation what it is, but in all actuality, you should have a really good idea and at least what they call for. And the very first definition that we need to speak about is hazardous. Okay, what exactly is hazardous? Hazardous means a material that is capable of posing an unreasonable risk to health and safety, has a capability that can cause harm. All right, so it can either have a problem in its current state, or it can change to a different state. But most importantly, it can actually cause some kind of harm to you or the environment. So that's kind of like a no-brainer, is it not? I would think so. All right, next we'll be talking a little bit about the definition of waste, which basically means it's a material that is no longer suitable for its intended use, or the material has been abandoned. All right, that's kind of, I don't know how we want to put this. All right, that actually is spread out a little bit. What I did is when we get into record, we'll use the actual full definition. This is actually a John Brothers concise definition. If it's been abandoned, the material is no longer suitable for its intended use, whether it's, and the list just goes on for expired. But if you use this definition I gave you, this really short definition, That will cover everything that you need to know in reference to waste. Again, if it's no longer suitable for its intended use, you can't use it for whatever reason, or it's been abandoned, then hey, it's considered a waste product. So basically what you do if you put these two together, basically it's a material that is no longer suitable. It could cause harm, no longer suitable for intended use. Additionally, the material could be subject for hazardous waste manifest under the regulations of Title 40 CFR Part 262 and state regulations. Again, if it's hazardous in nature and it's a waste product, so it can cause harm and it's no longer suitable for its intended use, it may fall under this regulation under 262 for RCRA, which is hazardous waste. The thing to remember is when we talk about waste products, you're talking about different definitions. Again, we'll try to dive into that here in a little while. And you have to have at least a little bit of an understanding what the difference is between the what the exemptions are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so you can understand why we're doing a particular job and how we can get away with it when it's the same stuff, whether it comes from a company or whether the people bring it from the home. Another definition that you may see out here is an environmentally hazardous material. Basically, it's a condition or material capable of posing an unreasonable risk to the air, water, or soil quality, or to plants and or wildlife. Again, the only thing that you have to take away from this is the fact that it's going to hurt something in the environment. In this particular case, we're talking the air, the water, the soil, plants, or wildlife. It's pretty much the same thing as before. But again, the only definition that adds to it is the fact of is it's now encompassing these few other things. All right, we're going to go back a little bit more to talk about the Clean Water Act. The only reason we're going to kind of bring this up is because the fact of is everything that we do out here is going to have a derivation off of this particular act, this or the Clean Air Act. The Clean Water Act itself was established in 48. It was right after World War II had occurred. At that point in time, as the world had beefed up in the industry, and they're making weapons and all kinds of different stuff. So at that point in time is they decided, well, what are we going to do with like all this extra mustard gas? What are we going to do with these extra munitions? So what do you think they did with them? They dropped them in the water. Said, we'll just drop them in the ocean. It wasn't until later they realized that, hey, we keep dropping everything in the ocean. We eat the fish out of there. You know, we might need the water, and this is just really bad. And same thing with the ships coming back across the ocean. Again, there's all that oil inside the bilges and everything else. The last thing they want to do is add more water in to make the ship a little more stable when it's crossing the water. When it gets close to the coast, it starts pumping out the bilge. Now all of a sudden you just pumped out all that oil contaminated water in all the coastlines, right? So when you want to go to the beach and go swimming, now you have to worry about all this oil coming up. So again, that's when they started coming in with the regulations in 48 saying, hey, we're not going to be discharging all these different things. In 72 and 77, they actually made more regulations because that's when the Great Lakes caught on fire. I know who thought the lake could catch on fire, but it did. And the same thing correlated with any of the like the Love Canal incident where the companies were just dumping all this stuff into the Love Canal. And again, it caused such a problem across the board that it contaminated all the water, including the groundwater, and it became a huge problem for everyone. So again, it's the Clean Water Act is one of the notables where all the regulations were a derivation off of. All right, the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act, which is very similar, was established a couple of years after the Clean Water Act. And basically, for the lack of words, it came up with the initial standards in the 50 of what we can do, and more importantly, what you can't do, emissions. But that all changed in the late 60s through 70s, and California was kind of the folks that actually made that was the catalyst for this. They're the first ones that really had the big problem with smog. All the emissions came from the vehicles and all this other stuff. And as the winds came in, the Santa Anas pushed it up and it all light up against the mountains. So the whole cities and the whole California coast was covered in emissions is what it boiled down to. Then they realized that the only way that this actually would get clean is when they had rain. And since they didn't have a lot of rain, it would stay there for quite a while, actually. Also depleted the ozone, which actually hurt the environment, yet led to a little bit of global warming back then, or raise in temperatures. And again, it was just a really bad thing across the board. And that's when California actually started the California Emissions Board, the Air Board. But the thing to remember is anytime these things happen, what starts out west will come east. So California was the first one to start all the emissions. So everybody has to get their emissions test done on the car. By the way, down here, we don't do that. Up there, they do. Where do you think it all started? Yes, it came from California. And by the way, when you buy cars, some cars that are purchased here aren't allowed to run out in California because they don't meet the certain emission standard. So if you bought cars between that time frame up to like the mid 2000s, all right, some of those cars can't be registered out there and you can't run them because again, they don't have the emissions. Same thing with transportation. Trucks have to shut off after 3 minutes. So you can't run a truck. So if you drive a truck out west and you want to stay cool or hot or keep the load from being perishable, you're going to run into a problem. And again, this is all because of the Clean Air Act. And everything that happens out there ultimately will happen on the East Coast. It's just a question of time of when it comes up. And again, it's coming because you've already got the emission standards where you actually have to go ahead and take your car and have that little probe stuck up the exhaust pipe. All right, let's talk a little bit about RUCKA. We're going to spend a significant amount of time here in the next segment on this. RUCKA, which stands for Resource Conservation Recovery Act. Again, it was established in '76. It's most notable for cradle to grave and the tracking of waste. Let me repeat that one more time. It was established cradle to grave, which is most notable for. It's the tracking of waste from the time of inception to the time it goes away.
But how do I sign it? Oh, okay, here we go.
There you go. All right, next thing is it actually has talks about and regulates the separation of the various types of waste, solid waste, hazardous waste, etc. It also talks about the various categories of chemicals for recycling, disposal.
Name showing.
Go ahead and click your mics off, please.
I think you're on, Roy.
Okay.
I think you're okay.
Am I not talk? They don't hear me, do they?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mark.
Uh-oh.
All right, also talks about the various categorizations of chemicals and recycling. Also talks about disposal. It goes ahead and establishes waste codes, something that may be important a little bit later. So again, all this is going to be under record. We're not going to spend a great deal of time on it since that's going to be the next segment, and you probably hate me for it anyway. All right, one of the things to remember, EPA has, if you can't guess, EPA has 4 different classes of materials. And those are going to be basically, number one, it's going to be corrosives, it's going to be flammable, it's going to be toxics, and also be some kind of reactives. The EPA always has 4 classes. Now, it may be expanded out from that, but the EPA has 4. And incidentally, the DOT has how many? 9. So EPA has 4, the DOT has 9. You will hear that again. The DOT has 9 classes. Again, more definitions. CERCLA, which is the Comprehensive Environmental Responsibility and Liability Act. Well, here's something that sounds different, doesn't it? Essentially, what CERCLA is, it created a tax on chemicals. I know, hard to believe the federal government actually created a tax. Well, they created a tax on chemicals and petroleum industries, and the funds were to be used in response to releases of materials. So basically, they take the money, they will set a tax on anybody that makes chemicals and petroleum products, and they'll put it into a special fund, and they'll lock it up under key, and those things are only to be used for actually to take care of releases and spills. You've heard that before, have you not? Yeah, it was called Social Security. But again, that's what CERCLA is. It creates a tax, and actually we'll be able to use these monies that were collected in the event we have a problem. Ironically, when they used that money wasn't even used when they had the Deepwater Horizon oil rig got caught when it blew up. It was like what I think 2 billion gallons of oil went into the Gulf. Yeah, and they didn't use that money for whatever reason. Here's another good one, SARA. All right, SARA, you'll hear this occasionally, and if you're within the industry, you'll hear it all the time. It's SARA, which is, and more importantly, you may actually hear it called this right here, which is a Superfund. People they won't call it SARA, they'll call it the Superfund site. Superfund, the definition of SARA is a Superfund Amendment and Reauthorization Act. It requires the closure plans for the closing of chemical plants and disposal sites. It also addresses the abandoned hazard materials that are left on the site. Again, some places actually will, when they close, will actually leave there'll be so much contamination across the board that we're going to have a big problem. How are we going to make this go away? So SARA may actually have to use some of the money from CERCLA to make sure the place is clean when it's all said and done, because again, depends on how long it is, what the materials they were using, the chemicals. It could be a really big problem much later. And a lot of times companies will try to go ahead and declare bankruptcy and walk away from it and say, okay, well, we left it, we don't have any money, we're done. And that's kind of where where that money comes from for Circular, to try to help get these things particularly closed up. And more importantly, try to hold those individuals accountable so they have closure bonds or whatever else. And that's included in the closure plans to make sure they maintain funds to be able to help do a closure. Again, it's only because these things were so contaminated that they actually will be called Superfund sites. EPRCA, here's a really good one, and you will hear this. The EPRCA actually stands for the Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act. It mandates reporting for hazardous materials and extremely hazardous materials stored at the facility. And these things actually have to be reported to the public. It also mandates notifications to public officials and first responders, and that's actually done through TRI and Tier 2 reporting. Basically, for the lack of words, if you have it, either you make it or you have it, you store it at your facility. They figured it's nice for your neighbors to know what exactly is being stored there. This actually was established because of what happened in India many years ago, which is when Union Carbide closed the facility down for the weekend. And for whatever reason, these methyl isocyanate machines didn't spin like it was supposed to. And ultimately it got hot and boiled over and they had a gas release. No one knew what was going on at this Union Carbide facility. And ultimately it killed like a couple thousand people. And then come to find out it actually injured, I don't know, like 20,000 people. So again, they realized back then, they said, well, the people around there and the public officials, no one knew what they're actually making there or what they're storing there. So after all this happened, it was really bad for Union Carbide. Come to find out, when it got back here, Congress figured out saying, oh my, we don't have anything, we don't know anything about this, and this could happen here. So again, they actually went ahead and do that, made this mandatory for all this Right to Know Act. Moreover, what's important to you is if you actually get to the EPA website, the home site, the ECHO, believe it or not, you can actually put in your zip code and actually pull up any company that's within that zip code, and it will list out all the different permits that they have. And if you click on the EPRCA thing, you can actually go right in and you can see an inventory of the chemicals that are being stored at that particular facility. So again, it opens things up significantly in the event that you want to know, and you can find out what's going on in your neighborhood. And all that's under the EPA website. ECRA, which is the Environmental Responsibility Cleanup Act, was established in 1983. This is a Jersey thing. It regulates the reporting of hazardous materials, waste, site operations, and remediation of materials. So by the way, if you ever touch any kind of waste up there under ECRA, guess what? That's the regulations that say, hey, they actually will tax. So now this is a RIC thing and transportation. Anytime you touch a load up here, ultimately we got to get copies of the manifest back down here to Debbie, because Debbie actually has to fill up and pay taxes on it. And by the way, Rick, if you hadn't figured it, if you don't know, there's that you now have to pay tax as a transporter for hazardous waste in addition to solid.
Yeah, understood. There's a whole formula where you pick it up, when you put it off. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's all really good stuff. And the problem being is we always don't get copies of the manifest.
Right. Yeah.
So under ERCA, ECRA, that's actually the regulation stipulates that we have to do the reporting of the materials, and that's how we pay our taxes. So if you violate anything, it's going to be a violation of the ECRA Act. Right. Yeah, that's all good times.
Yeah.
All right, here's another good one, Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act in 1976. It gives the EPA the authority to require reporting, tracking, testing requirements, restrictions relating to chemical substances mixtures as they pertain to imports, disposals, and productions. Now, I'm no expert, but in that one little paragraph there, that gives them great authority under the Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act. So if you break it up down to its small little portions, such as it requires reporting. Again, this is going to be the individual that either makes the material, or for that matter, it's the guy who actually imports this crap from China, because it's all made in China nowadays. All right, so it's actually reporting to him, and he actually keeps strict records, and more importantly, what the testing requirements were. How did they get here? What's the deal with this substance? More importantly, you actually have to go ahead and apply and actually get a number for that material. So again, it's actually kind of a big deal anymore for them to bring these materials over. And under this regulation, that's one way they can actually make it mandatory across the board and hold one person accountable in the event that something goes wrong with it. You know, wish it did this for COVID, right? I don't think they did this. So again, a lot of times this is what gives the EPA most of the authority to do almost everything. And it's under this Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act. Gives them pretty much authority for reporting, record keeping, testing requirements, restriction related to chemical substance mixtures. And it doesn't matter whether you import it, and more importantly, how it's disposed of and what the production is. So again, there's a lot to it in the big picture. And this gives the EPA all they need to be able to come out and do any kind of enforcement. All right, that's the end of this segment. Give me, let's take a minute or so. The segment we're going to talk about is RCRA, which is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. All right, first off, let me just say this. This RCRA class is not a substitute for the full 8 hours, nor is it a substitute for the 24-hour advanced RCRA class. This is nothing more than an orientation is to give you a little exposure to the regulations that dictate more what you can do and more importantly, what you cannot do. All right. The reason you need to know this, again, this actually gives you a basis of what the regulations are. So if you actually want to hold an intelligent conversation with anybody within the industry, like James, for instance, he knows this stuff pretty well, don't you? Yeah, shake your head. Yeah, okay.
Are we talking, which James are we talking about?
Was it Rigatti, or I think that's his name?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So again, I know you're really familiar with it. So again, the basis for everything you do is going to be based off of this regulation.
Oh, there we go.
All right, RCRA itself was actually established in '76. It was basically to establish how we're going to address the treatment, storage, and disposal of hazardous waste. Again, the most notable thing for this regulation is the cradle to the grave. It's the cradle to the grave. I've said that several times, so it may be important for you. All right, RCRA itself, actually, hazardous waste can be dangerous to health, the human health and environment, and you need to know how we can work safely in and around these waste products within your work area. All right, you need to be able to identify these hazardous waste. First off, you have to ask yourself, what is a waste? All right, as a generator, you're the individual who actually says, okay, hey, this is a waste product. It's no longer suitable for its intended use. I don't need it anymore. I don't want it anymore. It's expired or whatever. You as a generator, and if it's in the household aspect of it, you as a homeowner, wife, whatever, says we don't want it, we don't need it anymore. Okay, you make that decision. All right, and the regulations, whether it be by federal or state, will actually regulate and tell you exactly how that material needs to go away. All right. Again, if you ask yourself, what is a hazardous waste? By definition, a hazardous waste is a chemical composition or other properties that make it capable of causing illness, death, harm to humans or other life forms when it's mismanaged or it's been released to the environment. Again, if it's going to cause harm to humans, the environment, to animals, or it could actually have a problem to the environment, then more than likely it's going to be a hazardous waste. To identify under RCRA, to identify a waste product, it's first off, there's many different steps to make this determination. The very first thing, and it's the most important thing that you need to
Are you sharing screen?
I'm sorry?
Are you sharing your screen? Or
It
no?
should be. Is it not coming across?
No, it's the folder. It's a folder.
Mark, are you seeing it?
No, we can see it.
No, it's just
Nobody can see it.
All right, hold on. Let me
Yeah, no, screen isn't there.
how about now?
You're on.
Now we're good.
Okay.
Elon, what's going on, my friend?
Good. How are you? Sorry for the interruption.
No,
Real
I'm
quick.
glad. If I
I'll
don't
call
know
you
it,
later,
it's showing up on my screen. It says sharing. So,
Yeah, you're good.
all right. Again, RCRA Resource Conservation Recovery Act. Most notable for cradle to grave, which you'll hear again at some point in time here in the near future. It was established in '76. It addresses the treatment, storage, and disposal of hazardous wastes. All right, thing to remember is obviously these things can be dangerous. Waste can be dangerous to the health and human and environment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me find out where we were. All right, as a generator, it's incumbent on you to make that decision. Again, whether it's going to be a household or whether it's actually being an industrial manufacturing setting, it's going to be incumbent on the generator to make that decision of what it is. And more importantly, you have to follow the regulations to make sure it ends up in its final destination. All right, the definition of the waste itself is a waste with a chemical composition or other properties that make it capable of causing illness, death, harm to humans or any other life forms when it's mismanaged or released in the environment. That's actually pretty broad in the big picture, but it's very accurate. So if it can cause a problem somewhere out there, then more than likely it's going to be a problem. Here's where it actually gets, to me, this is where it's going to really separate itself from what we do. In order to identify a waste product, you have to follow certain steps. The first thing is what is a solid waste? The next question is it specifically excluded from the RCRA regulations? Is it a listed hazardous waste? And the last one is going to be, does it exhibit a hazardous characteristic? The first question was this a solid waste? What is a solid waste? It's any garbage or refuse or material that is discarded as a result of industrial, commercial, mining, or agricultural operations. Again, any garbage or refuse that is or material that is discarded as a result of industrial, commercial, and mining, agricultural operations. What does that mean? What do we do mostly? What is our book of business? It's mostly what? HHW. And what does HHW stand for? Household hazardous waste. Why it's important is where do you see household in this definition? You don't. So right off the bat, you know HHW is exempt from this because it's not considered a solid waste. You can buy the same, many of the materials that these businesses uses will actually can be purchased at either like Lowe's or something like this, or some industrial supply store, but it's basically the same thing that other places use. Muriatic acid, for instance. So if you buy muriatic acid at Lowe's, and it's for your business, all of a sudden now it's going to be considered a hazardous waste. Whereas in the household, it's not going to be a hazard. It won't be subject to the solid waste regulations under RCRA. So it's the same material, but one's has and the other one's non-has. So at the beginning, at the HHWs, when we have these briefings, they'll say, okay, we're not taking commercial waste. And the answer for why we don't take commercial waste is because why? It's considered a hazardous waste. Moreover, the disposal of hazardous waste is fairly expensive. And as we get further along into this class, it'll talk a little bit about the regulations and how that material is actually going to be disposed of, where we can't dispose of it. Again, definition of a solid waste is it's a garbage or refuse or material that is discarded as a result of industrial, commercial, mining, or agricultural operations. All right, next thing that you'll see out here is listed or characteristics waste. You're going to see these things. You may see them. You may see them on manifest. It's going to maybe have a P code, an F code, a P, U, L, whatever it may be. And each one of these is going to be listed specifically. If you look at a manifest, the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest, after each line item all the way to the right, you're going to have 6 blocks. Inside of those 6 blocks may have these characteristic waste codes, whether it be an F, a K, a P, or U. And each one of these letters will give you an indication of where the material came from. For instance, the F code actually will, but by the way, this is not on the test, so you don't necessarily have to kill yourself with notes, but this is actually kind of nice to know. All right, so an F code may say it's coming from a general industrial process, where a K code say it might actually be specifically for chemical or petroleum, whereas a P code may be for something for unused pesticides, or maybe a chemical that was expired or they're not going to need it anymore, or they mistakenly bought it. So if it has these different waste codes, you will see these to the right on the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest in those little 6 blocks. All right, the other thing that you may see out there is a D code. You have D codes, which are going to be like D001, 2, 3, and 4. Now, when we send our folks down here through the full class, the full HAZWOPER class, we spend a significant amount of time on this because sometimes we'll send chemists out and they have to do lab packs. But unfortunately, they take a few folks with them to do these things. And when they do it, they actually have to be able to fill out manifest and read different things, where you as in the HHW spectrum, you may not see this. However, it's nice to know these things, because if you look at a manifest, rest assured you'll have an idea what the chemical is just by looking at the D codes. For instance, a D001 is ignitability. That basically refers to the material that is actually going to be flammable, and usually it's going to flash at less than 140 degrees. Again, it will catch on fire very easily. The next one is going to be a D002, which actually talks about corrosive compounds, whether it be a solid, liquid, gas, whatever it may be. If it's below two or below, or 12.5 or above, then it's actually going to have some corrosive characteristic, and that's going to be a D002. Whereas a D003 basically means it's unstable under normal conditions that could cause fire, toxic fumes, gases, vapors when heated, compressed, or mixed with water. Basically, if the material can change from one state to another state and cause some kind of harm, and it's being exposed to other things such as maybe air or maybe water, that would be a reactive. And they're talking stuff like white phosphorus or maybe calcium carbide, those kind of different things. And that's going to be a D003. The last one is going to be a D004, which actually refers to the toxicity. So basically, if you have a material that could be, I don't know, cause harm to you or the land if it's not been disposed of properly. And the way you're going to tell that is actually do a T-clip, which is a toxic controlling leaching process. If you go out and send that off to have the EPA method, I think it's 8619 or something like that. I can't recall the exact number, but it's the EPA process that actually goes through and you send the materials off, and it's called a T-clip. If it comes up positive for any of those core chemicals, then rest assured it's going to come up positive for toxicity. Therefore, it's going to cause a D004. The thing that you need to remember about this is if you see a D001, that means it's going to be flammable. A D002 means it's going to be corrosive. A D003 is going to have some kind of reactivity, and D004 basically means it has some kind of toxic properties. So again, if you only remember those D codes, those 4 D codes, that's the only thing that's really important as far as I'm concerned in our particular task right now. A D01, 2, 3, and 4. Again, this actually will list out what I just said. I forgot it was there. Again, it flashes at 140 degrees or less. Your material for corrosive is going to be less than a 2 or less or greater or equal or 12.5 or 0.5 and above. So below is going to be your acidic compound, and above is going to be your alkalotic compound or base, whatever it is you want to call it. The easiest way to remember that is always think base is low, but it's always the opposite. All right. So acids are low in the pH scale, and anything 12.5 or higher is going to be an alkalotic substance that's going to be called a base. A D003 is an unstable compound that could react dangerously with the air or water. And a D004, basically, it's a toxic substance. And again, it's you'll know this actually by sending it off for a T-clip, which is toxic characteristic leaching procedure. And basically, that's just an analytical to actually check for like heavy metals and those kind of things. So again, there's only 4 of them that you really should know under RCRA. A D001, 2, 3, and 4. If you can remember that, then you're going to be an Einstein, because when it comes to talking to people about RCRA, the most notable thing is cradle to grave, and actually delineates and separates out what waste products are, and moreover, where they can be sent for disposal. All right, test for hazardous characteristics. Again, the way the generator or the person that has the waste, he has to make that assessment and he has to come up with exactly what it is. He can do that by a variety of things, whether it's going to be used analytical or whether he actually just knows the information because it's from material safety data sheet. If it's just expired and it's still considered somewhat virgin, he can take the information straight off of the SDS or MSDS and be able to come up with showing how this thing's going to go. Again, the common knowledge thing may be, well, we know what this actually, we're using this as a cleaning product. We're only going to use this to clean the press. Okay, we know that, hey, there's not going to be any contaminants, and that's how we can come up with what the knowledge is. Again, some place actually will require some kind of analytical, because when it's all said and done, the material is going to be sent off to a TSDF at the end, and they have to submit a profile, which they say, which essentially is what the material is. It has to be approved before they can send it off. And that's kind of where the whole thing plays in the big picture, because ultimately it ends up at a TSDF. which is a treatment, storage, and disposal facility. What makes this unique here in Abington, where all your waste products go from the household hazardous waste jobs, comes to our facility. We do not have a TSDF. We have what they call an MRF, a MRF, and that's going to be a materials recovery facility. The difference between the two is we can't take hazardous waste by EPA regulations. We operate in pretty much the same fashion, basically the same processes, whatever. But the whole short version is we don't take hazardous waste. We take exempted waste. So HHW waste, is that exempt? The answer is yes, it is exempt. And the reason it's exempt is because it's not a solid waste. So if it doesn't meet the solid waste criteria, then we can actually receive it down here. Just like if it's a recyclable material, we can accept recyclable materials down here because that would be exempt from the regs. Again, we operate at MRF. That's why we don't take hazardous waste here. Waste handlers, again, solid hazardous waste. They have to make that, the generators itself will actually make that determination where it goes, and then the arrangements will be made for the transporter, who's going to pick it up, and that's going to be Maumee Express, the trucking company. And then also make the arrangements of where the materials to go to where it's going to end up, which is a TSDF, which is the treatment, storage, and disposal facility. So the generator will figure out what exactly it is and make that determination of it, and ultimately he'll line up the transporter, and he'll actually have to line up the TSDF where the materials are going to end up in the big picture. All right, there are several different kinds of generators. There's actually, and again, this actually can get fairly important here. There's 4 different levels of generation. All right, depending upon the quantity of materials that you generate, you'll have to fall in here somewhere. All right, the 4 of them, the 4 generations out there, generator statuses are, which is a CESQG, which is a conditionally exempt small quantity generator. And that's usually a business that can generate up to 100 kilograms of waste a month. The other one actually is a new term, which is a very small quantity generator, which is a VSQG. Depends on how and when the state adopted the new regulations. So basically a CESQG is nothing more than a title than a VSQG. For instance, in Tennessee, the VSQG title will not be used for another 3 years. So they said, we're going to implement it, but it's going to take us 5 years to do it. Whereas we'll talk about Pennsylvania, or better yet, New Jersey. They've already got rid of the CESQG, and now they're already using the VSQG, even though it's the same thing. Again, you have to look at the quantity that actually is what they're generating. We're looking at 100 kilograms per month, whereas a small quantity generator will generate between 100 and 1,000. And a large quantity generator actually will do more than 1,000 kilograms of waste a month. Why is it important? Well, because there's reporting requirements that are going to be associated with it. And there's going to be timelines that these materials have to be taken away from their facility. The reason we even bring this up is because we actually get involved in CESQGs at a variety of sites. We do some small quantity generator stuff and one of Mark's old jobs, Ravana. Kind of a pain in the butt, but we actually make it happen. It's my understanding that we actually have a few other jobs that we do this as well up north. So again, if they do a small job like a CESQG, then yeah, these are regulations. And there are some exemptions for CESQG because again, it's only a limited amount of material. Now, in terms of generation, the CESQG or the very small quantity generator, from the time they make the waste to the time it goes away, they can have up to 1,000 pounds, but they have 1 year to make it go away. Whereas a small quantity generator can go up to 6,000 kilograms. They can maintain it on site and they have 180 days to make it go away. Or if the TSDF is more than 200 miles away, it's 270 days. Whereas a large quantity generator, they have to get it off their site in 90 days. What that means is if Rick gets a phone call and he starts scrambling saying they got to get this out of here, then basically they're going to hurry up and try to get it out of there. So again, they don't violate the EPA regs. So there are timelines that are associated with it. If that's a little bit of clarification to you, Rick, why sometimes you have to hurry up and get it out of here and the clients are starting to cry. And the same thing is that the 365 is still applicable under MRF. All right, from the time the material is received, we have 365 days to make it go away. Now, I know Mark is probably screaming earlier than that because, hey, we don't get paid till we get a certificate of disposal. but under the regs, they might have 1 year to do it. So they're saying, well, we got to try to make it go away. That's because he wants to get paid. But in all actuality, most of the time you have a 365 timeline to make this stuff go away. Does that make sense? The couple of people that I'm talking about, and my drivers, maybe Brent and all. We'll breeze through this, which is accumulation areas. All right, basically, you're supposed to have one area that all the waste is accumulated. Again, it's supposed to be secured away. It has to have appropriate labelings, inspections, container inspections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't matter how big the building is, they're supposed to have a central accumulation area. All right, you can actually have satellites. Let's face it, if you've got a machine operating that creates a little bit of waste, does it make sense for him to every time he gets a cup of waste, he'll have to walk it across the building? If it's a really large building, like walk a half mile just to dump it and start it? The answer is no. So they call them satellite accumulation areas. And you can have up to 55 gallons. And once it hits that threshold, then they have to go ahead and they have to move it, make it go to the central accumulation area. All right, container management. Again, this actually carries for hazardous waste management. However, the same thing is applicable that we do for many things in HHWs. Like we have to make sure the container itself is in good condition. It's not going to create any kind of leaks. There's no problems with it, correct? Such as waste compatibility. Can we mix these things together? Oh, can it really fit inside that cubic yard box with pints and quarts? All right. We need to keep containers closed. If you're not going to use it, then keep it closed up. Or if you do use it, when you're done, put the lid back on it, and that's it. All right. How many times you get the HHW and the guys are ever doing quick pours? All right. If the things are slow and we're not having a problem, do you think you ought to pull the funnel out and put a cap in it? The answer is yeah, especially if it's raining. All right. Do you want all those fumes to emanate throughout the work area or whatever it is? No. So again, here's another good one. You need to handle it with care. All right. I know how it is. You get busy. You want to start just chunking stuff from the 3-point line. Not necessarily a good thing. Remember, we want to keep things separated and segregated, such as keep the ignitables away from, which is the flammables is another word for it, away from something that may have some kind of reaction. Is it a reactive material? Keep it away. Again, you have to inspect the containers and make sure that, hey, there's not going to be a problem. In this particular case, they have to do it at least on a weekly basis. And again, they're supposed to maintain it within the building. It can be no closer than a property 15 meters to the property line, which is about 40 yards. Or 15 yards is about 45 feet. Now, here's a good one that we talk about that we use all the time. It's called empty containers. Moreover, they're called RCRA empty. The definition of RCRA empty is best practices for pump and pour. I hear this all the time, and unfortunately, it is what it is. In order to maintain cost, we sometimes, matter of fact, I shouldn't say sometimes, we reuse containers. So every time we hear complaining saying, hey, this thing smells like perfume, and you're probably right. Now, is it completely clean? The answer is no, it's not clean. It's what clean? It's RCRA clean, RCRA empty. All right, so basically means if you utilize the barrel, you need to put a drum liner in and you're probably going to be okay. Does that make sense? Again, it's because we follow RCRA definition of RCRA empty, which is best pump and pour, best management practices. So again, they are clean according to RCRA. So, that's what we go by. So if you do get drums out here that may have other material left in the bottom of it, either the warehouse, most of the time, usually does a pretty decent job making sure it's completely empty. But if you get some with residue in the bottom of it, it's still considered RCRA clean. So if you get questioned about it, your answer should be, well, it's RCRA clean. It's RCRA empty. Other things you need to talk about for hazardous waste management, you have to make sure that they have the appropriate signage up around. Again, whether it be smoking precautions, no smoking, avoid mixing, making sure you use an appropriate container, all those different things can be appropriate. Again, that's going to be in a waste consolidation area. But again, many things you do there should actually carry over into some of the jobs. When we do some jobs, it actually has to be posted down there, no smoking, keep out, and yada, yada, yada. I know up north, sometimes I've seen them do it before, but a lot of times they don't. So again, it just depends on the client and what exactly they want to do to keep the shoppers from coming in and looking around and see if they want to pick stuff up to take it back home. All right, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this for transportation. However, there are requirements that you need to be concerned with because, again, you are a hazardous materials employee. As soon as that determination is made that we're going to ship it, and by the way, that's already done well in advance. When you unload the cars, you get the buggies or grocery carts loaded up or bring them back. As soon as you make that determination, you're going to put them inside a drum or cubic yard box or whatever, or palletize, whatever you're going to do. That's when the regulations kick in for transportation requirements about what it can go in, the labeling and all that kind of good stuff. Remember, you have to have 2 separate labels on every container. Those labels are going to be shipping labels, and shipping labels are going to include everything from the who, what, what the material is, who it came from, where it's going to. More importantly, a DOT shipping description, which identifies the material in itself. It may actually have a telephone number, an emergency telephone number. And there may be other labels that could be associated with it, maybe orientation labels, maybe maybe a few other labels that, well, we'll talk more about that here in a second. So there may be more labels that may be required in addition to the shipping label. Then you actually have to worry about the hazmat label. The hazmat label is, again, will be listed out with one of the 9 classes of DOTs, anything from flammable all the way down to a class 9. And it could also have to have subsidiary labeling, depending upon what that material could be. Again, these labels must be placed in conjunction with or in association with the shipping label. That basically means they have to be close to. So you can't put one on one side of the drum and one on the other side. That's not how it goes. It has to say in association with. All right, markings. Again, this is just nothing more than a DOT shipping label. Again, in this particular case, by the way, the DOT, this yellow label that you see on the side of the drum, the DOT only says you have to have a label, and the DOT says it has to have certain information. This particular label on here actually will go ahead and say, yes, it meets all those mandates. However, are they all the same? The answer is no, they're not the same. Does it have to be on this red and yellow? The answer is no, it does not have to be. All right. Can it be on a blue one? Yes, it could be on a blue one. Could it be on a purple one? Yes, it could be on purple. Or it could be a combination thereof. The only time that you actually have to have a hazardous waste label on there is if it is an EPA hazardous waste. I know it's been brought up in the past. We do a few jobs up in Jersey that they want the waste to be handled just like hazardous waste. In all actuality, is it hazardous waste? The answer is no, it is not hazardous waste. They just want to see that yellow and red sticker on the side of their stuff. And they wanted to handle that specific way because it sounds better and it looks better for tracking when actually the material actually will go away. But in all actuality, it's not hazardous waste. So again, the only time you have to use this one particular label is when it's actually an EPA hazardous waste. And again, there is no uniformity other than the color. They could be of different size, and the materials itself could be listed differently on that particular label itself. And by the way, under the EPA EPA markings, it says they're specifically under Title 40. It talks about what needs to be on a uniform hazardous waste label. All right, when we talk about placarding, and this is more towards Rick and the boys here when they do it in transportation, that actually talks a little bit under the placarding and specific labeling under 49 CFR 172. I'm not going to waste a lot of time on that because we don't really get involved in it as technicians. All right, hazardous waste manifest. Again, it's a generator's responsibility to go ahead and make these things and fill them out correctly. It's a generator transport, and TSDs is a requirement for each one of these to sign. Ultimately, there's, I think, 6 copies. I think there's 6 copies. All right, well, these different materials have to be sent off. Everybody signs it, and ultimately goes to the EPA. The generation facility at the very end has to maintain copies of it. So again, all this kind of plays into this big picture. So everybody gets a copy of it. All right. So that's Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest. We actually utilize these manifests in almost all the jobs that we do. Is it mandatory? The answer is no, it's not mandatory because most of their jobs are not going to be hazardous wastes. So again, if it's not a hazardous waste, you don't necessarily have to do that. Now, some states that I think, Mark, you still do the Pennsylvania jobs. Pennsylvania is one of those states that do not recognize the HHW exemption. The federal regulations write laws to a certain level. States in itself can go above and beyond those levels and write additional regulations. When Pennsylvania codified those regulations, they did not codify the HHW exemption. So if you work any of those jobs in and around Philly, the Philly 5 or some of the other ones, there's some materials that are still considered hazardous waste. Under those, actually, there's mandates of waste codes. And when I say the waste codes, that's going to be the D00 or the F, the P, the K, or whatever. And you'll see that right on the manifest. That will be in one of those little 6 blocks to the right of the line description. And that's how you're going to tell if, in fact, it's going to be a hazardous waste. And those materials have to be handled in that one particular fashion. And again, that's going to be Pennsylvania most explicitly. I don't think there's any more up there, is there, Mark, other than Pennsylvania does it all, or has a segment does not recognize it?
No, I think it's just Pennsylvania.
Yeah, thank you. Again, my trouble when you get old and fat, you don't remember stuff. So yeah, that one segment of those Philly 5 jobs and anything in Pennsylvania may have a segment that's actually going to be nothing more than hazardous waste, and that has to be dealt with appropriately. And that's why I went over the waste codes. If you look to the right of those, if you look at the shipping description to the right of that, that's where those little blocks will be, and that's how you can make that determination whether or not it's going to be hazardous waste. Because if it doesn't have any numbers in there, then that segment may not be hazardous waste. Again, these are exception reports. Now, see, when you're dealing with hazardous waste, again, there's certain timelines that you have to actually have to have. So for instance, it could be anywhere from 35 to 45 or 60 days that the material actually has to get to the TSDF and actually has to be signed off on. Rick, Rick or Mike Anderson, you look at these days. If it's a large quantity generator, it's 35 days. If it doesn't make it to its final destination by 45 days, an exception report is supposed to be generated. So when you play hide the lemon with certain companies, rest assured, that's what they need to be concerned with. Again, a small quantity generator has 60 days. And again, if it's not, well, then they're going to have to file the exception report. So you kind of see where I'm talking about for your 10-day. All right, talk about job specific training and proper PPE. We're going to skip over this. We actually talk about that in the HHW. For the most part, we wear level D, personal protective equipment, when we're working the HHWs. Level D is going to be your glasses, gloves, maybe a high-vis garment. You're going to hear this again. Safety glasses, gloves, and high-vis garments. Hint, hint. All right. So again, level D is the most appropriate PPE that you're going to be utilizing when you're actually going to be doing out these jobs. It may require additional materials if you're working in chemistry, or if you have some kind of a problem where you have an exothermic reaction of sorts. Again, it may be a requirement for you to have additional PPE, maybe level C, if you're doing chemistry. Again, emergency preparedness, same thing. It carries over the applicability as far as HHWs. Know where in the event we have a fire explosion or unplanned release, know what we have available to you to be able to take care of this. Know what equipment you have, where it's located, and moreover, what we're going to do. I know we have a emergency action plan. Everyone is written up. I wrote a generic one up years ago that we still utilize today. And again, it lists out specific information. The only thing I will tell you is what I tell everybody else is we are the environmental company. If things go bad, it's not like we can call another environmental company to come out and handle it, because we're the experts. Now, you may get reinforcements from the office or other project managers to come out and assist you with whatever the problem is. But again, you are now the subject matter experts. They call us to do this particular job. So it's incumbent on you to have that understanding of what exactly needs to be done. So if we have a problem running around saying the sky's falling, acting like Chicken Little, that's not going to work. We need to know what we need to do. We need to shut the job down, get the people out in the way, and come up with an idea of what exactly needs to be done. So if you're the project manager and chemist, that's why you're 40-hour trained. That's why you're going through the additional training. All right, you'll know what to do, identify the material, put in the proper personal protective equipment. That's why, some of us actually have respirators and Ty-Chem suits and all that. So you have an idea of what exactly needs to be done so we can handle the situation. Again, you're now the subject matter experts.
All right, can I cut in real quick?
Sure.
Sorry, John. If you're ever in that position and, you don't know what to do, you just call right away. As soon as something happens, you mitigate it, getting everybody out there, make that phone call. John Brothers will pick that phone up 24/7. You know, we will find people to get you that answer very, very fast to mitigate what's going on. You know, safety's first, stop the job, do what you think is best. We'll back you. But man, right afterwards, if you get a break, you make that phone call real quick. So at least people in the company know what's going on. Meaning I would contact Craig, contact John Brothers. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. If you send somebody to the hospital of the job, man, if John Brothers isn't notified that day, my ass is grass from John. So, you know, like I said, anything major, I don't even care if it's minor. You make the phone call. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I appreciate you bringing up. And again, if something does happen out there, you need to make that notification. By the way, Mark's got a rank ass, and when I chew on it, it's not a good thing. So again, the short version is if something happens out there, you're now the hired help. You're there, you're hands-on. You tell us what's going on, and we can give you explicit directions of what you need to do to be able to try to go put that, move forward, and we can actually take care of the problem. Again, we're the environmental company. You're supposed to have the expertise and knowledge, and now you're receiving the training to be able to handle these things in the event we have an issue. So it's not the end of the world. We can get it taken care of. We've had some really bad situations and we got it taken care of. So again, just make that notification and we can give some guidelines and some information, what exactly we need to do to make this happen, or at least get the cavalry started for whatever it may be. And by the way, it's happened to everybody. It's happened to me and Mark when we caught the trash truck on fire down here at a job in Kentucky. And yeah, it was all good stuff. So it happens. Just the big thing is be able to recognize the problem and move forward to be able to handle the problem. All right, the SOPs are out there. Project manager has them. At least get the chemist to read over it so they have an understanding of what we have to do in the event we do have a problem and what the emergency procedures are. And that can be covered at the beginning of the job at the safety meeting, which when you're supposed to be filling the paperwork out and getting your signatures so everybody can get paid. All right, we'll skip past that. Also, local arrangements have to be made with the state emergency response teams, fire department, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most of the jobs down here, and I think a lot of them up there, will have the fire laddies, the foundation savers, whatever you want to call them, or the EMS is actually up there. Paramedics are on standby when you do them, especially if it's a really large event. And again, it actually lists out, if most of the project manager books we have list out who the hospital is. As a matter of fact, it even gives you directions how to get there in an event you have to go pick up somebody that may be injured or what have you. Contingency plan, again, that's actually inside the SOPs and it's given in the project manager book. List out the various information that you're going to need to know in the event you have a problem. Again, know where your emergency equipment is. Okay, please, we've had fires before. It's not a great thing, and do not count on the HHW fire extinguisher to come in to be that. Make sure that, yes, when you get your supply box, that yes, there is a fire extinguisher included in it, so we don't have an issue. And it's not one of these little rinky-dink things. Again, nothing against the HHW materials that they bring in, but there's a reason why they bring them in. They probably don't work. So it's good for you to know where the first aid kit is, and more importantly, what the extinguishers are. Again, all the trucks, MXI trucks will have them there, so that will be available as well. So just know what resources you have and where they are. All right, let's skip through that. Again, you now trained employees, you now have the chemical knowledge, et cetera, so you can handle the problem, whether it be a spill, whatever it may be. Again, you may see these signs for security, telling danger, keep out. Believe it or not, we actually have to post these on a lot of our jobs down here. I haven't worked a job up there probably in a few years. Sometimes they put them up, sometimes they don't. It's to keep the shoppers out. You know, somebody wants to drop stuff off, or they want to come in and start looking around and see if there's any kind of trinkets that they can take. So we actually have to post it that way. Here's another real good subject, which is universal waste. There are exemptions. Anytime the federal government writes a regulation, the very first thing they do is they write about a dozen exemptions to the rule. All right, you know, for your training, knowledge, and experience that household hazardous waste is exempt because it's not a solid waste, therefore it's good. You see this, and this is what John Ramsey used to work under, and I'm certain Brent and all those guys know about this. This is another exemption called universal waste. Universal waste under 40 CFR 273 talks about these 4 different items that if it involves these 4 items, it's going to be exempt from RCRA regulations. That's going to be like batteries, and the batteries could be any of the batteries, whether it be alkaline, nickel, metal hydride, lithium, whatever. batteries are exempt from the regulations. Another one's exemption is going to be lamps, which is compact fluorescent light bulbs or fluorescent light tubes. Any of those different things they'll have an exemption. Again, they don't have to go to a TSDF. They can go to an MRF or whatever it may be. Same thing for mercury containing equipment, maybe thermostats, switches, blood pressure cuffs, whatever it may be. That may be an exemption. Again, there's also an exemption for pesticides. Pesticides are exempt as only as if it was collected for a state-sponsored event. Oh, again, pesticides, state-sponsored event. What that means is if Mark asked you if you want to work which happens sometimes, ag waste days. So if you get asked to work at ag waste day and you're thinking, man, this came from a farm. How come it's not hazardous waste? Well, it's not hazardous waste because it actually falls under universal waste. Again, pesticides are okay under state-sponsored event. So what it boils down to is these materials do not necessarily have to go to a TSDF. These materials, these folks who turn these in no longer have to get an EPID number. They don't have to put it on a uniform hazardous waste manifest. They're not subject to the taxes. There's a variety of other things that they're not going to be subject to. Because if you think about it, most of these things like batteries are in almost every business there is. So does this mean you're going to make each and every one of these folks get an EPID number? They have to get out manifest, come out with proper shipping descriptions. It would be a great cost. You'd basically have people don't even like doing their taxes. When you make them deal with the EPA and do this, can you imagine the workload that they'd have to do? So again, what they've done is they come up with exemptions for the rule. And again, this is going to be the universal waste exemption. It's going to be batteries, compact fluorescent lights, mercury containing devices. And the last one's going to be pesticides during a state-sponsored event. All right, that's an exemption. So far, you now know that, by the way, MXI, environmental services, are dynamic, pretty much the same thing. It's all under the MXI group. In all actuality, we work under exemptions. That's how the MRF has come into existence, because we take hazardous wastes, non-haz waste by EPA, but under DOT, it's going to be haz waste. All right, we receive those materials. We can also receive universal waste. Now, the next one, again, this just talks a little more about, I'm sorry, I skipped over here. Next one is actually going to be recyclable materials. Under Title 4279, if it's a recyclable material, it can actually get away from those regulations as well. And that could be anything from, maybe, as you're seeing, it could be things like oil. And the other case I'm going to talk about, which is ethanol. If it is an ethanol solution and we can recover the ethanol, then we can actually, that is considered a recyclable material, because the ethanol is going to be used in your gas tank. We can receive all those materials and it's not going to be hazardous waste. So that's what Dynamic Recycling LLC in Bristol, that's how they work, which is again part of the MXI group. So we actually have an alcohol recycling aspect, and we also have the MRF, which is MXI Environmental here. And again, both of those facilities operate underneath the regulations. That's how we can get by without actually being a TSDF, because they are exempt from the regs. And it's actually fairly important. Now, what this means to you is sometimes when people will bring other products into the HHW, Jersey is pretty strict on this. If they see a commercial vehicle bringing some waste in, they're going to stop them. They don't want to bring it in. Number one, it's expensive to deal with for disposal, but moreover, they don't want these people skirting the regulations. They want them to pay the fair share and make sure the material is handled as hazardous waste as it's supposed to be. So I know Mark has probably told you in the past that the New Jersey DEP is actually busting everybody's chops, and they are, because they want to make sure that, number one, they're using an authorized carrier, and number two, the waste is actually being categorized and it's going to be disposed of the proper way, not necessarily bringing in during the HHW exemption. Many of these different localities, municipalities, authorities, whatever it may be, gets funding from the state. So the state's actually paying for a lot of the disposal, so they don't want to get involved in it. So the last thing they say is, okay, so if somebody comes in and you see labels like property of George Washington High School or Eastman Chemical or something like that, then that would be a problem. And they don't want that in there. Go ahead, Mark.
No, last year, DEP was part of meetings with all the HHW coordinators, and they said that their funding and approval will be pulled if they show up and see a commercial plate. They don't care what kind of truck it is. Same thing as landfills in New Jersey. A truck cannot get into a landfill in New Jersey. They have to go to a special landfill that accepts business material. So, like if we see a truck loaded with stuff, we could reject it and say, we're not going to get caught in the cross. You got to know what contract you're on, but most of the flyers for New Jersey are starting to put on it, no commercial plates allowed. So they don't want to hear that, hey, you work during the week, that's the work truck. They don't want any commercial plate in an event in New Jersey. They haven't found anyone yet, but sooner or later, when they come out and see it, that's when they're going to get going on it. So go ahead.
So commercial trucks only? So could be commercial material, but not in a commercial truck?
I mean, if you see a drum with a HAZWOPER label on it and a regular truck, pickup truck with no plates, the answer is pretty much no, unless, they contact me or, we figure out how to get it approved very fast and take it and have to do a separate set of paperwork. It can't be on the manifest for the HHW. So
it's usually the client that lets the people on the property though, right? So ultimately the responsibility falls on them.
Not really. You know what I'm saying? Because we're in the middle. We don't want to get fined, right? Do we want to lose our permit? And Virginia be out of a job. That's what it comes down on our end, and we would back any project manager that stood up and told the client no. Call me afterwards, say, hey, this is the situation. We could work out an arrangement. We tell that resident with that commercial drum to bring it to the next event, and that gives us time. They have to fill out forms. They have to certify that they're a CSQG like in Connecticut. They sign that form. The form gives them transportation guidelines that allows them to come as a CSQG. And then that manifest has to go directly to a TSDF. And like John mentioned, we have an MRF. So the TSD has to be a direct manifest of where that material is going. So if it's a corrosive, it would possibly go to Cincinnati, Ohio at EEI. Then we would have to manifest it that day directly and get it down to PA. And then PA has the 10-day rule on getting that material out the door to comply with, the 10-day rule of hazardous waste. So,
What we've done down here in the South is we run into something, somebody sees something that's not right, pull them out of line, get them off to the side, and then we can actually sit down with a project manager and potentially the client and come up with what exactly needs to be done. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to shut the whole operations down. Get them out of line, get them out to the side, and they can try to figure out what needs to be done. And if that means making a phone call to Mark or whatever, then that's what we're going to do. But the last thing we want to do is lose a client and upset a whole bunch of people because we did something we shouldn't have done, which is not a really good thing. That's one of the things we're known for is our skills of what we actually will go ahead and we offer a service, and we actually have a good professional service. And if we get the reputation going the other way, then again, we're going to lose jobs. And if you lose jobs, we don't have as much work, both down here and more importantly, what you do on the weekends. So again, get them out of line, get them over, get a hold of the project manager, can get a hold of Mark, and they can talk to the client and they can make a decision what exactly needs to be done. So again, it's kind of on you. So again, if it's out of the ordinary, you don't know, then I highly encourage you to get on the phone, get some interaction with everybody else, and you can figure out, say, it can stay in compliance. Again, summary of this whole thing, hazardous waste. Again, we operate the hazardous materials have to go to a TSDF. We don't have that. We have an MRF. There are many exemptions for this, but you really need to pay attention because at times it does get complicated. The short version is the project managers leave them alone. All right. If they're back there trying to struggle to figure out what to write up as far as a manifest, don't go pestering and asking if you you can go to the bathroom or can you go smoke or whatever it is that you have to take care of as your bodily functions. Just hang tight, leave them alone, and let them get everything done. Because if not, the quicker they get done, the quicker everybody gets cut loose. So again, they have a job to do. Leave them alone, let them get everything taken care of. If they need help getting the things loaded, then okay, step up. Let's just make this happen. So you need to know your role and responsibility. RCRA, if anybody ever engages in a conversation about what to know about waste products, again, everything's going to be followed under RCRA regulations. And as soon as you start with that, I guarantee you'll sound like an all-star. If you take anything away from this, remember, RCRA is cradle to grave, Resource Conservation Recovery Act. Because rest assured, if anybody starts talking to you, has any knowledge of this, and you start talking about RCRA, they'll think, okay, well, this guy actually might know what he's talking about. He's not the imbecile that they may have thought. And Clean Harbors and whoever else, well, actually, believe it or not, they have employees that drop stuff off and they talk. So they're going to want to come up and they'll find out, well, okay, wait a minute, is this guy a buffoon or what? So again, if your questions and you can interject record or something like that, then rest assured, okay, well, they'll think, well, this company might actually be squared away. And that's kind of the professional image that we need to make sure that we maintain. You maintain that professional image and we're going to maintain more work. We maintain more work. We're going to be busy. So hopefully that all makes sense. All right, I've been going at it for 45 minutes according to my clock. Let's go ahead and take a couple minutes. Let's take 10 minutes or so.
Hey, John, Rick here.
Yeah, Rick.
How do I learn, or how do I know how to handle ether? When we get these little containers of ether on the job, it really kind of throws a loop on the things.
Well, is it inside of a cylinder or is it like a can of, is it liquid or what?
Yeah, what I'm talking about is cans.
Metal
normally
can, right, metal can.
Liquid, right. And we get those little pewter ones in sometimes,
Yeah.
the small ones. And then we get other ones that, you know, maybe a gallon size can or kind of a strange size, gallon and a half maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And I, you know,
if the container can't be, if the container itself is not going to be compromised, it's going to be just a flammable liquid, NOS.
Yeah, but I'd have to pour it off for that, right?
Not necessarily. Do you have extra metal drums, open tops?
Probably, yeah.
There you go. Stop right there.
So just overpack it and ship it?
Yeah, you can actually put it inside of a 55-gallon drum and let it go at that.
Okay. Do I have to look for signs of crystallization though, right?
Well, again, it's even if it is crystallized, what are you going to do with it?
Well, that's the thing we called the bomb squad in the past.
Yeah, but again, how do you know it's crystallized?
I didn't.
Can you
I didn't know
can you look at, is it clear and you can look in and see it?
No, not normally. The can I was
Some of them
talking
are
about,
metal cans.
yeah, the last can I'm talking about was a metal can that had the plastic stopper that pulls up, you know, the top unscrews and pulls up. But you couldn't see in it to know anything. So I didn't want to.
We've had them in the past and I've always told them, I said, don't monkey with it. Put it, you know, again, it's going to be somewhat of a shock sensitive. I've actually had them throw some absorbent in the bottom of it or burn, and I'll just drop it in and it usually goes up the road by itself.
How about like wet V-Light? Would that be doing any good?
I don't know that it would really do much. I just treat it as more of a traditional lab pack.
Okay.
I'd go ahead and, you know, make
5-gallon bucket, Rick, 5-gallon bucket, and then V-Light, and put the bucket in the middle with V-Light fully up, you know,
Right. Yep.
in a 5-gallon bucket, vermiculite in the 5-gallon bucket, and then in a, you know, drum, a half a bag in the bottom, put the
Right. So the thing doesn't rattle around, right?
right, and
Okay.
fill it all the way to the top with V-Light
All right.
or corn husks.
Yeah, the problem is you don't know until you open it up, and the last thing you want to do is open it up, you know?
Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Not on site, I mean. Okay.
All right, I don't know if everybody's back, but it's okay. No big deal one way or another. I'm falling behind, so I gotta quit running my mouth with stuff and getting off topic. All right, we're gonna, instead of doing my long dissertation, I made a couple plans in here to switch it around to save some time. So what we did, all right, so what we're going to do is instead of going through another 45-minute PowerPoint, we're going to watch a video, which is about 20 minutes for hazardous communications. And then after that, we're going to do a real short PowerPoint. I'm going to give you some John-isms and narrow this down to what I think is probably fairly important for us to carry out the particular job. Again, we're going to watch this, a J.J. Keller video. It's going to be talking about hazardous communications. I'll tell you before it even starts, there's not always a lot of applicability in here, but this will actually help for the standard that is. But this will actually help in regards to some of the chemists, you know, maybe to keep basically just gives them maybe an update or a reminder of how to utilize an SDS, a material safety data sheet, whatever it is that you have that you're working off of. So you know what section to go to. It also talks a little bit about the GHS, which is Global Harmonizing System. So any of those things may be applicable. I'm going to play this. We had a problem before with the volume. So if there's a problem with the volume, please say so. And we'll see what I can do to get it rectified. It takes a second. Are we good with the volume? Can we hear
Yeah,
it?
seems okay.
Chances are you come into contact with many different chemicals every day. And with every chemical, there are risks. When you're working daily with hazardous chemicals, those risks escalate considerably. The potential for injuries, whether to you, the people around you, or the environment, can be especially significant. And that potential gets even greater if you don't know and understand the basic nature of those chemicals and how to safely work with them. To help prevent accidents and injuries, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, developed the Hazard Communication Standard, commonly referred to as HAZCOM, or the Right to Know law. This regulation gives you the right to know which chemicals are being used in your workplace and the possible dangers you are being exposed to. You also have the right to know how to protect yourself when using hazardous chemicals. As part of the Hazard Communication Standard, your employer is required to provide you with the knowledge and training necessary for you to do your job safely. In 2012, OSHA aligned its Hazard Communication Standard with the United Nations globally harmonized system for classifying and labeling chemicals. While OSHA maintained the framework of its traditional HAZCOM standard, it adopted the GHS hazard definitions and safety data sheet and labeling formats. GHS mandates a consistency in format and information for every hazardous chemical and is a worldwide standard for the countries that choose to use them. Prior to GHS, there was an inconsistency of information that often brought about confusion and uncertainty for employers and employees alike. Sometimes even the very definition of what constituted a hazardous chemical was inconsistent, resulting in even greater confusion. So, what makes a chemical hazardous? A hazardous chemical is any chemical which is classified as a physical hazard or a health hazard, a simple asphyxiant, combustible dust, pyrophoric gas, or hazard not otherwise classified. Physical hazards are those chemicals which can cause a fire, explosion, or some other violent reaction when they come in contact with air, water, or other chemicals. Chemicals that threaten people's health are called health hazards. By entering the body in one of three ways, inhalation, skin contact, or ingestion, these chemicals can cause both short-term or acute health problems and long-term or chronic health problems. OSHA considers a health hazard to be any chemical which is toxic, is corrosive to the skin or eyes, is a respiratory sensitizer that may cause cancer, birth defects, or reproductive issues, which attack specific organs in the body, or which are harmful or deadly when inhaled. You've probably figured out that working with chemicals without a proper understanding of them can be quite dangerous. So, the HAZCOM standard mandates that your employer complies with 5 regulatory requirements. 1, create an inventory of all hazardous chemicals at the workplace. 2, ensure each chemical has a GHS-style safety data sheet, or SDS, that is easily accessible to all employees who work with that chemical. 3, ensure each chemical container is properly labeled with a GHS-style approved label or an OSHA-approved workplace label. 4, create and implement an employee HAZCOM training program. And 5, develop a written program that describes how the HAZCOM program has been implemented. You have the right to know about each of these 5 requirements, because if they aren't followed, you aren't protected. Hazard communication begins at the chemical manufacturing plant. Chemists classify and categorize each chemical based on its hazards. From this information, the chemical's GHS-style safety data sheet and label are created. These safety data sheets and labels must be passed along to each company and person who handles that chemical, from supplier to the transporter to the final end user, helping to create the master list for the chemical inventory.
Hi, how you doing? Good. How are you? All right. Here's your SDS. Great. You got about 36 spaces back there. Sounds good. All right, take it easy. Let me just get your number down real quick. Okay. What was it? What is it? Talking to.
Creating a chemical inventory is the first step to ensuring a safe work environment. When a chemical arrives at your workplace, the hazard information is passed along with it so it can be added to your company's chemical inventory, creating a list of vital information. OSHA requires that each company keep a complete and up-to-date inventory of all its hazardous chemicals. This list not only identifies all the hazardous chemicals on site, it is used to make sure each chemical is accounted for, is properly labeled, and has an up-to-date SDS. This includes chemicals used off-site as well. Safety data sheets are one of the most important tools to help ensure your safety. And one of the biggest advantages to having a standardized format is you'll know exactly where to look when you need to find information quickly. The SDS explains everything you need to know to safely work with a specific chemical, from what it looks and smells like, to its potential hazards, to what to do in the event of an accident. To be compliant with GHS, all safety data sheets must have the GHS specified 16-section format and include certain types of information in each section. The standard format better ensures that all employers and employees understand the chemical, its hazards, and the precautions users must take to remain safe. Your understanding of the information provided on a safety data sheet can mean the difference between being safe and being seriously or even fatally injured. Let's take a look at a GHS-style safety data sheet and the information it contains for a hypothetical chemical we'll call Solvent X, a chemical mixture used to flush equipment. In Section 1, Products and Company Identification, we see the official name of the chemical as well as other names it goes by. This section may also contain recommended uses of the chemical and restrictions on its use, the supplier's details, including name, address and phone number, and an emergency phone number. Under Section 2, Hazards Identification, we see the hazards that are associated with this chemical, along with the information that's required to be on the chemical's label, including the pictograms, signal word, hazard statement, and precautionary statement. When looking at Section 3, Composition Information on Ingredients, we see what ingredients have been used to create the chemical and which of those are known to be hazardous. Section 4, First Aid Measures, describes the treatment methods you should use to help yourself or someone else who's been exposed to the chemical. Section 5, Firefighting Measures, describes the combustibility of the chemical, any possible secondary results if there is a fire, and how to put out a fire if this chemical is involved. Section 6, Accidental Release Measures, describes cleanup procedures in the event of a spill. Under Section 7, Handling and Storage, we see the safe ways to work with and store the chemical. Section 8, Exposure Controls, Personal Protection, shows the minimum amount of time a person can be exposed to the chemical before being potentially affected, and how to protect yourself through proper clothing and handling techniques. Section 9, Physical and Chemical Properties, outlines the chemical's characteristics, such as its normal appearance, odor, solubility, melting and freezing points, flash point, evaporation rate, flammability, vapor pressure, and density. Section 10, Stability and Reactivity, describes how stable the chemical is, as well as the conditions that create instability. The chemical's toxicity or the degree to which it is poisonous and other potential health hazards are found in section 11, toxicological information. This section lists both acute and chronic health conditions that can result from overexposure to the chemical. Section 12, ecological information, describes how the chemical interacts with the environment, including how long it will last, how it spreads, and any other pertinent information. Section 13, disposal considerations, explains how the chemical should be discarded. Section 14, transport information, instructs on the safe and unsafe ways of moving the chemical. Section 15, regulatory information, describes the safety, health, and environmental laws specific to the chemical. And Section 16, other information, includes any additional details that are important to disclose regarding the chemical, as well as the date the SDS was prepared. While this is a lot of information, it's all clearly identified on the safety data sheet for one simple reason: to keep you, your coworkers, and the environment safe. By utilizing the standardized form for all hazardous chemicals, whether you work with that chemical every day or you just happen to be in the area when disaster strikes, you'll be able to determine exactly what to do quickly and effectively, because you'll know exactly what to look for and where to look for it on the SDS. Think about it. When there's an emergency, the last thing you want to do is spend time frantically searching through a safety data sheet to find the information you need. Once you're familiar with the sequencing of information used on one SDS, you'll be familiar with the sequencing of information used on all SDSs. But being able to read a safety data sheet is only half the solution. You must also know where to find SDSs in your workplace. OSHA does not dictate a specific place for companies to keep their safety data sheets, but it does say they must be in a location that's easily accessible by all employees. In some companies, SDSs are stored on a computer. In still other companies, hard copies of SDSs are kept on site in 3-ring binders. Whatever the method used, your employer is required to make sure you can get the critical SDS information you need quickly, clearly, and easily. If you have trouble locating or understanding the SDS for a chemical, talk to your supervisor right away. And don't use the chemical until you have the information you need. Safety data sheets truly are a wealth of information. It's vitally important that you know where to find them for every chemical you work with, and take the time to read and understand each one thoroughly. If a chemical emergency occurs, that should not be the first time you're reading the SDS. The safety data sheet is not your only source for information on the hazardous chemicals you work with. Each hazardous chemical container must also be labeled with both the chemical name and other vital quick reference information. The HAZCOM standard requires that there be 6 GHS compliant label elements: product identifier or ingredient disclosure, signal word, hazard statement, pictograms, precautionary statement, and supplier identification. Let's take a closer look at these elements. The product identifier or ingredient disclosure describes just that: the name of the chemical or a brand name, or the hazardous ingredients the chemical contains, or both. The signal word, if required, discloses the relative level of hazard severity. Danger is used for more severe hazards, and warning is used for less severe hazards. The hazard statement describes the type, nature, and degree of the hazards associated with the chemical. The pictogram is always a black symbol shown on a white background and surrounded by a red diamond-shaped border. These images are used to depict all the physical, health, or environmental hazards caused by a particular chemical. All of the hazards that apply to that specific chemical will be shown. In all, there are 9 pictogram symbols: oxidizers, flammables, explosives, acute toxicity, corrosives, gases under pressure, health hazards, environmental hazards, and health, irritant, or other harmful effects. The precautionary statement describes actions that should be taken to prevent or minimize the negative effects that could result from exposure to the chemical or from its improper storage or handling. And the supplier identification includes the name and contact information of the supplier, manufacturer, or importer of the product. Your employer can also choose to relabel the chemicals in your workplace with an OSHA-approved label in order to make sure all the chemicals in your company's inventory are labeled consistently and in a way that you and your coworkers can easily understand. Relabeling might happen when a large quantity of a chemical is broken down into smaller ones and then distributed to different work areas within your company. However, if you ever find a container without a label or one where the label is unreadable, you need to notify your supervisor immediately so a new label can be applied. The one exception to this is if you transfer a chemical from a larger labeled container to a smaller, more portable one, and use the chemical in that smaller container during your immediate work shift. But the only person who is allowed to use the smaller container is you, the person who did the transfer. And while on the topic of exceptions, what about chemicals that don't come neatly bundled in bags, bottles, or drums? How are you warned of the potential risks of a chemical that is just created, like the fumes that are created as a result of welding? In these instances, your employer is required to put up signs or posters warning of the potential danger. This is necessary so you and others can protect yourselves from harm before you enter the area, like putting on the appropriate personal protective equipment or breathing apparatus. So while SDSs are a complete resource for the chemicals you work with, labels are a quick and immediate reference. You should always review a container's label before using the chemical to ensure that it is in fact the chemical you believe it to be. You never know when a container that you think you are familiar with gets changed. The label will tell you for sure.
So continuing our talks about the new SDS formats and procedures, just a couple of quick things to know. It's important to know throughout the building where sheets are located, and also just what to do in the event of spill. So obviously never drink or use tobacco when using this product.
While it's essential to have the safety data sheets and labels at your disposal when working with hazardous chemicals, what brings it all together is the training you receive from your employer. OSHA requires that each person who works with hazardous chemicals be trained on the hazard communication standard. This includes being trained on hazardous chemical container labeling, safety data sheets, and the chemical inventory. Additionally, your employer must provide you with specialized training for the specific chemicals you use in your job. Knowledge is the best defense against the hazards you face in your job. By actively participating in these opportunities, you'll be ready for almost any threat that comes your way. The fifth requirement of the HAZCOM standard, which is the written program, pertains more to your employer than to you directly. However, you still have rights related to it. The purpose of the written program is to document in detail your employer's plans for communicating the hazards and risks involved with using the chemicals in your workplace. And you do have the right to review this written program whenever you want, so you can see what your employer is doing to keep you and your coworkers knowledgeable and safe regarding the chemicals in your workplace. However, the ultimate responsibility for your safety is not in the hands of your employer. You must take ownership of your safety. And here are a few of the actions you can take. Remove all jewelry to avoid skin reactions. Use face and eye protection if the chemical could be splashed in your face. Be especially careful if you wear contacts, because chemical splashes or vapors can easily become trapped under your lenses. When you finish handling a chemical, wash your hands thoroughly and make sure safety gear is clean and properly stored. Don't eat, drink, or smoke near any hazardous chemicals. Make sure you know where the nearest eye wash station or emergency shower is located. Dispose of hazardous chemicals as directed by your employer. Never mix chemical wastes unless you know that it's safe to do so. And know your company's policy for dealing with spills or leaks. Finally, know how your employer wants you to respond if an incident involving a hazardous chemical happens near you or a coworker. Ultimately, in an emergency, it is up to you. You need to know what will make the situation worse and what will make the situation better. This means reading, understanding, and following the guidelines of the chemical SDSs and labels you work with, so you know how to handle any situation that comes along. Knowledge is essential when working with hazardous chemicals. It's your safety that's at stake. By learning as much as you can about hazard communication, the globally harmonized system, and the chemicals you work with, you can be better assured that every day will be a safe one for you and the people you work with.
Okay, sorry, that was just a short video that it actually covers a lot of information, allows me to kind of get back up on track. All right, I know people are going to say, okay, John, how come we got to waste time to watch the video? All right, well, I don't see us really wasting time. Believe it or not, there's a lot going on with this. For number one, even though HAZCOM standards are not necessarily applicable to our particular job, because many of the product, actually every product that you receive is considered a waste product. More often than not, how many are actually, if somebody brings a container in, does it actually contain what was in there? Your guess is as good as mine. It's probably less than 50% at times. So again, the big things that you need to take away from this is the fact of hey, a chemist needs to know how, or in this particular case, you're going to actually be members of that caliber of employee. That's going to be a requirement for you to be able to come up and take a look at certain things. And utilizing a MSDS, you're going to have to come up and find out what exactly is going to be utilized. All right, does everybody see that screen? Anybody?
No.
No.
It's your folder.
All right, hold on a second. All right, can you see that screen now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What it boils down to is if you get products in, then you don't know what it is, you're going to have to be able to utilize a material safety data sheet to help identify the material. Moreover, try to find out what categorization it's going to be and how we're going to dispose of it. So again, for some people, you need, in your current jobs, you may actually get that training, but I'll be honest with you, it's always good to have a bit of a refresher. Now, for other folks, you need to be able to identify these different materials. And because everything is switched to the new GHS, you need to be able to look at the labels and identify what those materials are, and basically how it's going to go in what particular DOT classification. Again, just looking at the label, you have to be able to decipher what it's going to be, some by the pictogram, other by just what the product identifier is, or maybe even hazard statements or whatever it may be. So anything that you're getting nowadays, since they've started switching over, actually have this new sticker on the side of it, and actually will give you some information in that you run across it. It can give you an idea of what exactly you need to do. The best thing about the GHS system is the fact of, let me see, we'll go to the next slide. If you look at the new GHS standards, does any of that look familiar? The answer is yes, it should look familiar, because again, DOT has been doing this for years. And everybody has kind of gotten used to what the DOT standards are and have an idea of what the pictograms are. So it's very easy to carry these over into the regular, the workforce and across the board, so everybody will understand. So when you see these different labels, so for instance, you see this traditionally in a DOT aspect up with a yellow label. That's going to be your oxidizer. If you look in the bottom of the placards, a lot of times you're going to have this little flam sticker, as long as it's going to be red. Traditionally, exploding products is actually going to be in the orange. So again, these should actually look fairly familiar to you, since we've been involved in shipping of the materials for quite a while. Again, the skull and crossbones, we basically know that's going to be a toxic material. Again, that's going to be traditionally on a white placard, where your black placard is going to be your corrosive, which you see all the time. You may see out here a little bit on the new placards, may say gas cylinders with that picture. And again, the picture is everything. Or you might actually see in the bottom here, well, it's going to be a class 2, class 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, whatever it may be. And again, the last one, they actually may talk about health hazards. So again, you should have an idea of what the health hazard is going to be. And again, whether it be like an carcinogen or respiratory problem, or is it just a toxic or whatever it may be. The other one that you see out here quite frequently is going to be the dangerous or the environmental unfriendly thing. You know, you got the dead fishy, the dead tree, whatever it may be. So it's going to be environmentally hazardous. Again, now there is not, we don't use this, this was the explanation mark, but again, it could be anything from an irritant all the way up to a respiratory tract infection. So again, the big thing is you need to be able to look at the pictogram, and that should give you an indication of what the material is, and more importantly, how we're going to categorize it, put it in the right class so we can actually make the material go away. And we'll send it down the road to where we're not going to have any problems. Again, it's not all encompassing, but the problem being is not all products are true and virgin to what the container is. I can't tell you how many times, like I'd never sell milk looking like oil before, have you? All right. And how many times you see the little milk can come in, or the plastic milk jug comes in, it's full of oil, it might be full of turpentine or whatever it may be, paintbrush cleaner, whatever. So again, it's not all encompassing, but at least gives you an idea what the material is as a jumping off point. Does that make sense? And essentially, that's why we do this. Everything we're trying to do today will in some way, shape, or form help you or someone else within the organization that handles a particular task or job in here to give them some information and gives them a little leg up when it comes time to actually doing the particular job. All right, I'm not going to waste any more. I shouldn't say waste. We're not going to spend any more time on HAZCOM. We're actually going to go ahead and get started into because we're right there where we need to be with timeline again. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and stop the HAZCOM. Next thing that we need to talk about is we're going to talk about DOT. All right, the first thing on DOT is there's 3 different segments of DOT that we need to talk about. And the reason we're going to spend some time on, obviously, it's near and dear to me. However, it's a requirement under DOT standards because, again, we offer, you actually are a hazmat employee, we offer hazardous materials for transportation, so you now meet that standard. So again, that's kind of why we have to do all this. And there's 3 different segments of this. All right, the 3 different segments that we need to speak about, we're going to talk about transportation security. We're also going to talk about transportation of hazardous materials in general, talking about placarding, labeling, and all that kind of good stuff. And the other thing that we need to talk about is ERG, which is Emergency Response Guide. Those 3 segments we're going to touch here kind of briefly. And unfortunately, it's going to be some videos. And I think we can get across the videos and I can get right back on time to where we need to be so we can complete this segment. Because once we complete that, we need to do HHW issues and we need to do a PowerPoint for batteries. So this is going to put us right to where we need to be. First thing we're going to watch is transportation security. It's a fairly short video. It's only 20 minutes. Once we complete it, I'll give you some information I think is very important to you since we had I don't know that anybody's really familiar with this. We had some incidents go on down here like about a week and a half ago that we violated many different aspects of our transportation security plan. And without getting too much into it, we'll kind of go from there. All right, so again, first thing we'll do is we're going to just go ahead and watch this. Let me find it.
The Department of Homeland Security downgraded the security risk level today.
Any problems with the volume? Are we good still?
The nation is urged to continue to be vigilant.
We're good.
We're good.
Reportedly, based on information obtained from cell phone surveillance of suspected terrorists, it has just been announced our country has been placed on high alert until further notice.
It should go without saying, the world as we've known it has changed. There's no denying it. Our country isn't the same, and neither are the very communities in which we live. In today's world, conscious awareness of security has become of utmost importance for everyone.
especially for those of us who deal with hazardous materials. History has proven that even common products, such as those necessary for agriculture and industry, can become a deadly threat when their intended use is ignited by violence or hatred. Although hazardous materials by nature can be dangerous, they're a vital part of our economy. Petrochemicals, agricultural products, and various other hazmat commodities are commonplace, yet can become lethal weapons in the wrong hands.
Be aware of your surroundings. Something's not right, if something looks out of place. I mean, you're going to know within your own individual profession or your job. It's individual citizens that make up our communities. And when something's out of place, when something's not right, you're going to know it. And you're going to, there'll be an instinct or a feeling. Make that phone call to law enforcement. Let them come out, let them check it out. Let them do the investigation, make a determination.
Due to increased concern over terrorist acts, hazardous materials security is now required by regulation. There are basically two components to this regulation. The first is security awareness training. As a hazardous materials employee, you are required to receive security awareness training, and all new hires must go through security awareness training within 90 days of being hired. The second component of the regulation is a written security plan. Certain companies that deal with hazardous materials are required to develop and implement a written security plan that addresses security risks relating to hazardous materials. A company's security plan must include an assessment of possible risks and the appropriate actions needed to address those risks. This written security plan must cover, at a minimum, 3 critical elements. 1, personnel security. 2, unauthorized access. And 3, en route security. Even though your company may not be required to complete a written security plan, it's still smart to think of ways to enhance security in these areas. Over and above security awareness training, employees who deal with certain highly hazardous materials will receive in-depth security training. This will include addressing the company's security plan and the implementation of it. It will also include security objectives, specific security procedures, employee responsibilities, actions to be taken in the event of a security breach, and the organizational security structure of the company. The heart of a city, a factory, a truck on the open road. Literally any place can be a potential target. The world will never forget the escalating crimes against America, the first attack on the World Trade Center, the Oklahoma City bombing, and the horror we all witnessed on September 11th, 2001. Yes, we've seen that even our country's boldest symbols, the Pentagon, even the White House, can be targets. Our nation's law enforcement and military are being vigilant, watching over many potential targets, such as ports of entry, government buildings, water supplies, energy plants, sporting events, bridges, and tunnels. However, as a hazmat employee, you too must be vigilant and observant. Facilities that house or vehicles that transport hazardous materials are obvious points of a potential threat. Either may be targeted for sabotage, or a perpetrator's intent may be to steal the hazardous material and then use it as a weapon elsewhere. It may be difficult to recognize a potential threat. The old saying, "You can't judge a book by its cover," may never have been more true. Those who ultimately are terrorists or members of an anti-government militia may or may not be U.S. citizens. They may hold a blue or a white collar job. They may be profoundly and radically religious or have no ties to any particular religion. They may appear to have very typical lives and look like, well, we've heard it before, the guy next door. Because you work with hazardous materials, it's important that you learn how to be observant at all times. Be aware of your surroundings and the people working around you. Note any unusual behavior. If someone appears to be acting strange or they don't belong in the area, don't hesitate to report them. A potential threat could be a stranger, But it could also be a coworker you've known for a while. An employee who is miserable in their personal life may want to take their own life and the lives of those around them. Or they may be carrying out an orchestrated mission. Perhaps, for example, a disgruntled employee who's angry with the company decides to use his or her knowledge of hazardous materials to get revenge against company management. It's okay to be cautious of a coworker who begins to act irrational or who makes verbal threats. Don't be afraid to raise your concerns to management if you see odd behavior or hear threats being made. A saboteur could be someone who's infiltrated a legitimate business to gain trust and wants to appear like the average Jane or Joe. This type of threat is premeditated and often well. In fact, with today's amazing technology, it's much easier to create official documents such as a birth certificate, driver's license, or passport, therefore creating a false record and a seemingly easy way to get inside a company. Company documents can also support aid in obtaining destructive chemicals. For instance, a bill of lading could be falsified.
It just says iPhone.
Hazardous materials could be delivered to a phony customer. A group with deadly motives could hack into a computer system and redirect an entire load of hazardous materials, and a truck driver could, unwittingly, make a delivery to the hacker's accomplices. Unfortunately, the storylines of movies from yesterday can become the reality of today. An organized terrorist group could direct its members to obtain part-time or temporary jobs in which they have access to hazardous materials, and then instruct them to carry out an act of sabotage or theft. It's wise not to give a part-time or a temporary employee, and certainly not a stranger, too much information regarding the hazardous materials at your company, such as storage or transportation. To the best of your ability, verify that the person you're dealing with has the proper credentials to be inquiring about particular information. Many companies require identification or security badges for areas that deal with hazardous material. 2 points that can't be stressed enough are: 1, be aware of who is in the vicinity and what is happening around you. And 2, when you see someone you don't recognize, or if you question that person's authority to be in the area, contact a supervisor or security immediately. An organized terrorist group may strike when hazardous materials are en route, because that's when they're most vulnerable. Therefore, drivers and others who deal with the transportation of hazmat must be particularly alert and observant. Avoiding bridges, tunnels, and major metropolitan areas whenever possible is a responsible way to avoid a potential disaster. What can be done to prevent potential threats like these in the first place? The top priority for any company dealing with hazardous materials is to determine its vulnerabilities. To accomplish this, your company will examine potential areas of weakness, access points or entrances, around the perimeter of a facility, critical communication areas, restricted areas, or vehicles used for transportation. Your company may choose to implement a heightened level of security under certain circumstances, such as an attack takes place within the United States, the US is at war, or simply because the government or your company foresees that a heightened state of alertness is necessary. You should feel secure in knowing that new employees at your company are not a potential threat, because companies must conduct adequate employee screening and thorough background checks to ensure the safety of all employees and the facility itself. Don't be alarmed if your company also initiates background checks on current employees, as well as new hires. Ultimately, it's for your protection. It's likely these checks will include contacting and verifying work and personal references, examining gaps in employment, investigating frequent job or residence changes, and checking for criminal convictions. If hired, it's possible that a new employee's photograph and fingerprints will be kept on file. These types of employee records are likely to become much more common than they ever were before. When it comes to sabotage involving hazardous materials, how safe is a factory, a shipping facility? How about a warehouse, a train yard, or a shipping vessel? Facility security is absolutely vital in protecting employees and the overall community from a potential threat. In addition to assessing their vulnerabilities, companies must conduct a facility evaluation to determine their level of risk. They will examine a number of factors, including the nature of the area surrounding the facility, the type and quantity of hazmat they have on site, physical barriers barring entrance to the facility, methods to detect any attempts of intrusion, the history of any unauthorized facility entries, and they'll make sure they're following hazardous materials regulatory requirements. You can assist your company in facility security by reporting anything that you notice that may adversely affect it, such as a gate that's been left open or a fence that's damaged. Don't assume that someone else will report it or that someone else already has noticed it and told the appropriate individual or department. It's far better to have multiple calls to report a problem than none at all. But keep in mind that security awareness is not about being the corporate version of the boy who cried wolf. In addition to the facility evaluation, there are recommended industry guidelines for establishing and maintaining hazmat security within a company. These hazmat recommendations include the following: keep storage areas locked, maintain accurate and updated inventories, inspect storage areas regularly, conduct security spot checks of personnel and vehicles, lock all equipment, be alert for unusual purchases or odd behavior, and restrict access of non-employees. When all is said and done, you, the employee, are critical in maintaining the security of hazardous materials. Although it may sound cliche, you truly are your company's eyes and ears. You have the ability and the responsibility to observe and analyze a situation. You can assist your company in ensuring your security and that of your coworkers by following your company's security awareness procedures, policies, and plan as applicable. Every company is different, and each has its own unique characteristics. Therefore, each company is responsible for customizing its security training to fit its individual situation. You can contribute to this process by volunteering your own insights and opinions, and by being the ever vigilant, yet not overreactive employee. Yes, the world as we knew it has changed, but by maintaining a heightened level of security awareness, you're not only protecting yourself and your coworkers, you're also protecting the community in which you live.
We all have individual roles. And I always tell folks that really an alert citizenry working with an alert government is the best defense against terrorism.
All right, that's good enough for me. All right, some things that we have to do. All right, let's talk about, because we're a hazmat company, it's mandated under 49 CFR 177 and Part 800 that we actually have a hazardous materials transportation security plan. We don't necessarily follow it all the time. As an employee, you are responsible, you are actually considered a security guard, whether you're working out there on the site or whether you're back at the terminal, whatever it may be. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we had an incident down here just a couple weeks ago. All right, for those who know our facility, or who know anything about our facility, probably as a crow flies, maybe a mile away, 3/4 of a mile away, we actually have the regional jail. Well, with that said, we had the jail actually had 2 escapees, and they got out, and sure enough, they went to a couple businesses around here, and we were the last business, and they came into the property, and ultimately they found a car that had the keys in it, and they stole the car. The problem being is these guys were actually, one guy was in for he's doing an appeals, he's in for murder, and the other guy was actually there for escape and double murder. So yeah, not necessarily a cool thing. The problem being is some of the trucks were left open. One of the drivers in the middle of all this was actually left his truck running outside right beside it. I guess they didn't know how to drive a truck. or they could have been driving up the road with a whole bunch of hazmat in the back of it. So you can see this actually has become a problem. The only good thing is no one got hurt and they captured these two. The guy, of course, they used one of my warehouse guys' car. And of course, he's independently poor, at least according to him. So he maintains about a quarter tank of gas at best. So they only made it about 75 miles. So they captured him the next day within walking distance of where they ditched the car because they ran out of gas. But the short version is under our transportation security plan, everyone here is considered a security guard. It's incumbent on you to make sure that if you see something, you need to report it. And the same thing carries over into the job site when you're actively working, or if you go to MXI, to the terminal, you need to pay attention to what goes on around you. Again, as a security guard, it's not your job to confront anybody. It's your job just to make sure you recognize a problem and you notify a supervisor of the potential problem. And that's essentially what it boils down to. You have a role and responsibility to say, hey, we've got a problem and this is what we're going to do. And the same thing is applicable when we actually set up to do these jobs. That becomes an extension of the company, and our transportation security plan is actually part of it. So when you get out of your cars, now I know things are a little bit different up north. You actually lock your cars and you take your keys with you, but down here, not so much. Same thing is applicable when it comes to the trucks. Make sure that everything is locked up and put away. Some job sites require that, hey, we have to go ahead and we have to drop a trailer. Okay. I know not many people really care about the trailer. However, the supplies are in there and we may need them for the following day, do we not? So again, we need to make sure they are properly secured. Again, things are a little different up north that, you know, let's face it, they have a crime problem up there more so than down here, but it's all over the place. So it's your role and responsibility to make sure that, hey, if we see something going on, you have to challenge it and you actually have to make sure that we're okay and we're doing what we're supposed to do. And all this follows underneath the transportation security plan and it carries back into the terminal. I know at one time, some people had to go to the terminal to pick up stuff to be able to go. Again, it's incumbent on you. Again, the biggest reasons I say that is because we've had problems in the past and most recent past, and we certainly don't need to have that thing duplicated. That's for sure. Let's actually do the next video, and it's a real short video. This is going to give you a broad overview of what a hazmat is, what the roles and responsibilities are that you as an employee are supposed to do as it pertains to hazmat. And it's going to talk everything in here about coming up with the proper manifest shipping descriptions, proper labeling, proper placarding, description, coming up with a proper shipping container. All that comes to mind. As I said before, it's a very short video. It's maybe 15 minutes, but it's a good thing. This is not what the drivers do, something that's completely different. But as a hazmat employee, it gives you a broad overview, some of the roles and responsibilities that are going to be associated as a hazmat employee. Once we complete this, I'll give you some short information on a PowerPoint. Again, this is actually will save us about 45 minutes. So please take a look, see, listen. If you have problems or questions, ask me when the video is over with.
Has determined are capable of posing an unreasonable risk to health, safety, and property when transported in commerce. Examples of some common hazmat you may encounter include gasoline, oxygen, propane, and fireworks. As a hazmat employee, you are likely aware of the HMR, which are a set of rules established by PHMSA to ensure hazmat is packaged and handled safely during transport. The requirements of the HMR also help communicate to motor carriers, hazmat employees, and emergency responders the potential hazards of any material being shipped. The HMR requires every hazmat employee be trained and tested before they perform any task subject to the regulations. However, an employee may perform hazmat job functions before completing training if they are under the direct supervision of a trained hazmat employee, and their training will be completed within 90 days. All hazmat employees must be trained in the areas of general awareness, function-specific, safety, and security awareness training. First, your general awareness training will help you get familiar with the HMR and its requirements, and will enable you to recognize and properly identify hazardous materials. Your function-specific training addresses the HMR requirements that apply to the specific job or function that you perform. Safety training covers hazmat emergency response information requirements, how to protect yourself from hazards associated with exposure to hazardous materials, as well as how to avoid accidents. And your security awareness training will introduce security risks associated with the hazmat transportation process and ways to enhance security. It'll also include how to recognize and respond to a possible security threat. This video helps you meet the general awareness training requirements. It was designed to familiarize you with the HMR to help you work safely around hazmat. We'll introduce you to a number of general hazmat topics and call out areas where you'll need additional or function-specific training as it relates to the job you do. We've already talked about each required training component, and soon you'll be able to determine if a material is hazardous, as well as recognize the hazard classes and divisions used to identify it. You'll learn what makes a material a hazardous substance, hazardous waste, marine pollutant, or elevated temperature material. And finally, you'll be able to indicate to others the importance of the hazmat table and use it to communicate a material's hazards through shipping papers, markings, labels, and placards. The first step in shipping a material is determining what it is and if it is subject to the HMR. In other words, is it a hazardous material? For you to determine whether a material is hazardous, you must know the hazards of the material as well as the different hazard classifications and divisions in the HMR. You must know the criteria for hazardous substances, hazardous waste, marine pollutants, elevated temperature materials, and limited quantities or other regulated materials. I know that's a lot to remember, but no worries. We'll go through each of these steps in more detail right now. You'll begin by determining if the material is explosive, flammable, combustible, poisonous, radioactive, or corrosive. For some materials, this is easy, since the material and its hazards may be well known. For example, gasoline is a common flammable liquid. For other materials, the hazard may not be known, or there may be some question as to what the hazard is. These materials need to be tested to determine their hazards. This is often true for new products, mixtures, and solutions. There are 9 hazard classes used to assign the category of a hazard to a material. A material may meet the defining criteria for more than one hazard class, but is assigned to only one. Some hazard classes are subdivided further into divisions. In addition to the hazard classes and divisions, a material may also be regulated because it is a hazardous substance, hazardous waste, marine pollutant, or an elevated temperature material. A hazardous substance is listed in Appendix A to 49 CFR 172.101 and is in a quantity in one package that meets or exceeds the reportable quantity, or RQ. Hazardous substances include asbestos, PCBs, and lead. A hazardous waste is a material subject to the hazardous waste manifest requirements of the Environmental Protection Agency as specified in 40 CFR 262. Common hazardous waste you might run into include solvents and pesticides. A marine pollutant is listed in Appendix B to 49 CFR 172.101 and is packaged in a concentration which equals or exceeds 10% for marine pollutants and 1% for severe marine pollutants. Marine pollutants are always regulated by vessel, but are only regulated by air, rail, or highway when in bulk packagings like a cargo tank. Aldrin, DDT, and turpentine are all common examples of marine pollutants. An elevated temperature material is a material in a bulk package that is in a liquid phase at a temperature at or above 212 degrees Fahrenheit, in a liquid phase with a flash point at or above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, that is intentionally heated above its flash point, or in a solid phase at room temperature at or above 464 degrees Fahrenheit. Asphalt and molten sulfur are both examples of possible elevated temperature materials. Often thought of as a separate classification, limited quantity, or ORMD, is a hazardous material in classes 2 to 9 that meets specific exception requirements in the regulations. These materials present a limited hazard during transportation due to their form, quantity, and packaging. Common examples include bleach, small arms ammunition, cosmetics, and drain cleaners. Because of their limited hazard, they are often not subject to many of the regulations. Once you've determined the material you are shipping is in fact a hazardous material, you must reference the hazmat table to select a description or proper shipping name that best describes it. The hazmat table is important because it provides a majority of the information you need to properly prepare and transport a hazardous material. Rows in the hazmat table are an alphabetical listing of thousands of shipping names and descriptions, which can be used to describe a hazardous material. The columns, there are 10, are labeled by category, such as identification number, packing group, and label codes. These columns provide important information for preparing and shipping the material. The HMR requires each shipper to properly classify a material and to communicate the material's hazards through the use of basic descriptions on shipping papers, markings and labels on packages, and placards and markings on transport vehicles. Shipping papers, which can be a shipping order, bill of lading, or a manifest, play a very important role in the hazmat transportation process. If an accident or incident occurs, shipping papers provide emergency responders with much of the information they need to quickly and appropriately respond. When an incident occurs, time is critical. That is why shipping papers must be filled out correctly and with accurate information about the materials being transported. Let's take a brief look at a typical shipping paper. If both hazardous and non-hazardous materials are entered on the same document, anyone reading it must be able to clearly distinguish between the two. This can be accomplished by entering the hazardous materials first, identifying the hazardous materials with an X or RQ in the HM column, or entering the hazardous materials in a contrasting color. Hazmat entries may be highlighted, but only on shipping paper copies and not on the original shipping paper. In order to properly describe each hazardous material being transported, the hazmat table needs to be referenced. Let's walk through how this is done together. First, the number and type of packages are entered here. Then the hazmat table is referenced to fill in the identification number, followed by the hazmat's proper shipping name. Next, the hazard class or division is written down. Any subsidiary hazard class or division number should be entered inside parentheses. If a packing group is listed, it would be entered here. Finally, the total quantity of hazmat is entered. Shipping papers are required for each and every hazmat shipment across all modes of transportation, unless not required by the HMR, such as limited quantities and ORMDs. These exceptions are very common, and employees need to be aware of them. In most cases, the person offering the hazmat for transport must prepare the shipping papers, but it's important you know what a properly filled out shipping paper looks like. While the hazmat regulations do not specify the exact kind of form to use for shipping papers, the regulations are specific about what information needs to be provided. Most hazmat shipments must have emergency response information either on or with the shipping papers. The emergency response information can be provided by a safety data sheet, an emergency response guidebook, or another form that provides all the required information. Markings provide valuable information about the hazardous material that is inside a packaging, freight container, rail car, or transport vehicle. They are often used with labels and placards to help communicate information about the hazmat. Labels and placards communicate the hazard class or division, while markings often provide additional, more specific information about the hazmat. such as this marking, which indicates the ID number and proper shipping name next to a label. In many situations, markings are used when labels and placards are not required. Markings must be durable in English and printed on or affixed to the surface of a package, label, tag, or sign. They must be displayed on a background of sharply contrasting color, not concealed or hidden by other labels or attachments, and positioned away from other markings or advertising to avoid confusion. Most labels are 4-inch by 4-inch diamonds designed to communicate an immediate warning of a material's hazards. The colors and symbols on labels provide instant identification of the hazard or division of the material inside of packaging during the transportation process. Labeling requirements are targeted almost exclusively at smaller packagings, with a few exceptions. The HMR has specific requirements for design, placement, use, prohibitions, and exceptions for labels. Labels must be durable, weather resistant, and able to withstand a 30-day exposure to transport conditions without deterioration or substantial color change. Labels can be used to communicate two types of hazards. A primary hazard label indicates a hazmat's most hazardous property. A subsidiary hazard label indicates a secondary, less hazardous property. When primary and subsidiary hazard labels are both required, they must be displayed within 6 inches of each other. It is a shipper's responsibility to label packagings. However, the carrier must make sure the package labeling is consistent with the hazmat shipping description before accepting and transporting it. Placards look very similar to labels, but are much larger in size, 10 inches by 10 inches. Most bulk packagings, freight containers, unit load devices, transport vehicles, and rail cars containing hazmat must be placarded on each side and each end. Placards communicate the hazards associated with the material and provide emergency responders with important information if a hazmat incident occurs. And when a placard also displays an identification number marking, the two together tell emergency responders exactly what hazard and hazardous materials they are dealing with. The 3 indicates the material is a class 3 flammable, and the 2333 indicates the material is allyl acetate. In most situations, the person who offers hazmat for transport is responsible for providing the carrier with the required placards and markings. No motor carrier may transport a hazmat until the required placards and markings are in place. This general awareness video was just the start of your hazmat training. Now that you are familiar with the HMR and are able to recognize and properly identify hazardous materials, it's time to determine where your training goes from here. I don't have to tell you, hazardous materials are dangerous. No matter what your job or function is in the transportation of hazmat, remember your training and perform your tasks right every time. The health and safety of others depends on it. And soon you'll be able to determine if a material is a hazard.
Okay. All right, let me kind of give you a short rehash of what's going on here. All right. Okay, hopefully you still have everybody awake. I'm going to keep rolling through this. We'll finish this PowerPoint slide and then we'll actually take an official break because we've got 2 more small segments to do. And we can wrap it up. Does everybody see the screen? Transportation of waste materials?
No.
All right, hold on, let me do this. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why it's doing it, but sometimes not, the screens aren't popping up. All right, again, the reason we're doing this is because under DOT regulation, this stipulates in here that you are a hazmat employee and you offer hazardous materials for shipment. Basically, you can be held accountable under those standards to make sure that, hey, we adhere to those regulations. All right, the film you watch is a real good overview. It gives you a lot of information. Some of it is probably pretty relevant to what we do. And I'll be honest with you, regs are pretty vast and they cover a lot of information. We don't necessarily, all those things, you're not going to be involved in it. You will be involved in more if you are the project manager and you have to write the manifest, and a lot of these different things that you spoke about there is going to be more relevant than the folks that are actually going to be setting the job up and setting up the containers and putting stuff in the proper, using proper segregation and making sure that they're actually in the correct place. So it's going to be a little bit over, a little above and beyond, but if you hang tight, we'll talk about it. Now, in terms of what I think is important is these are the 4 different aspects, which is labeling, the segregation, identification of the materials, and last is going to be manifests. All right, when we talk about labeling, we've got 2 different things going on. All right, as the video stipulated in here, the DOT mandates that we have to have shipping labels on it, and that's going to be the responsibility for the person who actually offers. Depending upon the job that you do, we could actually take possession of the material as soon as they bring it in, whereas other jobs, it's still theirs all the way up to the point that we get it back to our facility. So again, you have to worry about labeling requirements. Under the DOT aspect of it, which is 172-400, it stipulates in here that, hey, we have to come up with proper labeling, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it has to conform with HM, which is a hazardous materials table under 172-101. So again, you're going to be looking at 2 different labels. You have to come up with your shipping label is what we're talking about now. And the shipping label is going to be
your stomach with oxygen.
What's that, Mark?
Nothing, we're good.
Okay. Again, so we're going to have at least 2 labels on each package. And those labels could be such as a shipping label first off, which actually stipulates where it's going from, where it's going to, maybe a manifest number or telephone number. Moreover, it's going to have the proper shipping description. And the proper shipping description is going to be what the UN number, followed by the proper shipping name, followed by the class. Lastly, is going to be the packing group. We'll do that one more time. It's going to be the proper shipping name. The UN number, followed by the proper shipping name, followed by the class, and lastly is the packing group. Whenever you have a DOT shipping description, it has to be in that one particular segment each and every time. There is no deviation from it. That's called a proper shipping description. Again, UN number by proper shipping name, by class, and last is going to be the packing group. All right, the other labels that you may have on there, as we said earlier, may be orientation arrows. You're going to need the class of HH or class of hazardous materials. Again, there's going to be 9 of those. All right, so again, we've got a variety of things going on. You're going to have a couple labels on it. All right, of course, anytime the regs get involved, there's going to be exceptions to the rule. So again, you can see it on the slide. Let's go get past that. Again, additional labeling requirements may be such as subsidiary hazards, and that's going to be like poison inhalation hazard, maybe some kind of, if it's an oxidizer, or maybe even orientation arrows, or if it has other things in it like PCBs, you may see that as well. So all those different labels may be in addition to the shipping label and the DOT HAZ label. All right, DOT label and placement. Again, depends on the size of the container. And if you look in, they talked earlier about in the film about being bulk and non-bulk, which is that's carried out under definitions 49 CFR 171.8. It stipulates what a bulk container is. Another word for bulk is grande, mucho grande, right? As opposed to small, muy poquito. All right. Bulk containers usually have to have 2 placards, and on the placard it actually has to have UN number. Traditionally speaking, it's going to be on opposing sides. And those are going to, the placards are going to be basically 12-inch on point, whereas the label is actually going to be 4-inch on point. That's going to be your square, that is. So again, traditionally speaking, they're going to have bulk containers. We'll have it on opposing sides. Smaller packages, the non-bulk will actually have to have one label. Now, your shipping label has to be placed in association with the hazard label. Now, I know there's going to be some exceptions to the rule. Of course, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. IBCs, which are called intermediate bulk containers, they can actually get away with labels, which are 4-inch on one point. But again, they have to be posed on those 4-inch squares have to be on opposing sides. So yes, I'm sorry. Okay. Again, they're supposed to be on opposing sides, just like a placard. So you can either on a IBC, which is going to be a tote intermediate bulk container, or it actually can be a cubic yard box. Again, they're technically bulk because under definition of bulk, it's 882 pounds, 119 gallons or 100 gallons water capacity and gas. Again, if it meets that threshold, technically it's bulk and it's subject to those regulations. Labels, I'm sorry, it's going to be placards on opposing sides along with the UN number. However, there is an exception to the rule. You can actually use labels if you wish, but they have to be on opposing sides and along with where it actually has to list out what the UN number is going to be. Again, they have to be in contrasting color. Remember, subsidiary labels may be appropriate depending upon if it's a poison inhalation hazard or poison. And there's a variety of things that you can actually have to put on there in addition to what's actually being required. Just remember, at the end of each operation, every container has to have a label. Let me repeat this. At the end of the operations, when you go to put it in a truck, if it's a waste product, it has to have a label. So, you know, I know things get very chaotic, and whoever's doing the score sheet before they load it in the truck, they usually have people helping them. Big thing to remember is if you're going to help them, make sure that it actually has a label. All right, the label may only have to have one label on it because if it's a non-haz material, maybe like oil, for instance, if you have used motor oil that's going to be brought back, that's not a hazardous waste. That's not even a hazmat. So it may only have one shipping label on it. But again, it has to have at least that one particular item on there, because if it doesn't have an item, it's not properly labeled. And if the driver gets stopped, it's going to create a problem for him later. All right. As I said earlier, when I talked about EPA labels, all right, EPA says they have to be a certain yada, 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 but there is no uniformity. It may say like hazardous waste labels have to be yellow and orange or yellow and red. Okay, that's an example of what you see down here in the bottom. All right, as it's written out specifically, no, it doesn't have to have that, nor does it have to have that specific verbiage. A lot of places put them on there just to put you on notice saying, hey, if you screw up, you've got a problem. All right, so again, the labels that you may see for shipping labels may be this one down here for hazardous waste. You also may see these blue ones, which is non-RUC or non-regulated waste. Again, you may see other labels on here such as PCBs. You might even see orientation arrows. All right, that should be on there. Do we have a question? All right, if not, hit your mute, and we'll get past this. Again, you have to have this is called a DOT shipping label, although it may actually be an EPA label as well, depending upon what the material is. Again, it has to have something. All right, next we'll talk about, again, the EPA label, things that are going to be specifically that have to be on the label, such as the generator's name, the address, city, state, and the telephone number. Again, non-RUC labels are very similar in nature. Again, most of the information is going to be on there as a hazardous waste label. You know, again, things you're going to have to include on there as well, maybe the UN or N8 numbers, along with the proper DOT shipping description. The shipping description is going to be the UN number followed by the name of the material, followed by the class, and lastly, it's going to be your packing group. I believe, if I remember on the quiz right, it's actually listed in there specifically. Again, waste labels must include manifest numbers, EPA waste numbers. Also has to have an EPA identification number. More importantly, you have to have the accumulation date. The question has arisen several times before, and I'll just spit right through it. Is accumulation date is what? That's the date that was started. And is that important? Well, if it's hazardous waste, the answer is yes. And even if it's non-haz, it's going to be coming back to our facility, which is the MRF. We have to have an accumulation date on there because there's a timeline of that material that has to get out of here. Does that make sense? I hope so. Next thing we need to talk about is segregation. Segregation is near and dear because the last thing we'd want to do is get into a problem. Okay, the last thing we want to do is get into a problem, and that problem is going to be segregation. If you don't have the material sorted out, it's just like relatives. Do you get along with all your relatives? The answer is no, you do not. Matter of fact, it's probably your wife too, or your spouse. All right, so the whole point is in addition to you not getting along, chemicals are the same thing. Not each chemical will get along. So therefore, in order to do this, you have to separate things out. And by separating out, it minimizes the potential for an exothermic reaction, which is another name for, I don't know, fire, explosion, maybe some commingling, off-gassing, creating toxic gases. Any of those different things could be appropriate. So you need to make sure when you actually bring these materials in, they have to be separated out into the various 9 classes. Without getting into too much into specifics, all right, it's incumbent on you to get these things back. And if you don't know what it is, do not separate them out. Put them on the table, and someone who's actually done this for any period of time will actually be able to separate these out. And more importantly, tell you exactly what you need to do with these particular materials. So separation and segregation on HHW is paramount. I can't repeat that enough times. It has to be broken down into proper DOT classes. All right. One thing we're going to talk about again here in the HHW is pints and quarts. I know that's Mark's phrase, and a lot of people have used them for many, many years. The actual name of the material is actually going to be paint-related materials. What that means is just because it's small does not necessarily mean you throw them in with pints and quarts. That would be a problem. So segregation is very important. You have to break it down into the 9 DOT classes. And again, that's going to be everything from explosives to gases to liquids to solids, to oxidizers, to poisons, to radioactive materials, corrosives, and the last one's going to be environmental hazard, other. So any material that you get in during the HHW actually have to be separated out. And somewhere in the middle there, you're going to have to make sure it goes in the proper DOT classes. And that's actually talk about segregation. There is a DOT separation chart, which we should follow when it comes to loading a truck. And we're going to talk about that here in just a little while when we get into the HHW issues. All right, questions. I saw a couple of people's screens go blank. I don't know if that means let's literally take maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Let's take a break, go up and relieve yourself, smoke them, walk outside, do whatever it is that you need to do. Hi, Angel, I just saw you flash up. So let's go ahead and just take a couple minutes, do what you need to do. We'll come back in here. We have 2 more segments that we need to knock out, and then we actually should be in very good shape. And we will be able to do just a real short review, and I'll go over things in case I missed something, which I don't think I have. All right, I think that's pretty close. I think most people will come back, they'll figure it out. All right, before we went to break, someone had brought up and talked about segregation. All right, and how we separate things out. I've talked a little bit in the film. They may even showed you this, but I don't know how well to me, they don't do a very good job. They just touch a lot of information. All right, what I have up here right now in front of us is actually going to be the DOT hazardous material segregation chart. This is what many people call the gold standard. Many people based off many of their regulations off of this, such as the NFPA, National Fire Protection Association. Matter of fact, OSHA even uses the same thing. So that it kind of gives you a little bit of what's going on. In the film, it talked about in each block, you're either going to see nothing, or you're going to see a 0, or you're going to see an X. All right, if you see if there's nothing in there, that means you do not have to worry about commingling. All right, if you see an O in there, that basically means that yes, you have to worry about commingling, and it has to be separated out so there's not going to be any contamination where you could have a problem. And then by saying that, the industry standard is it's going to be a 4 feet separation from that other material, and it also needs to be on a pallet. So if it's on a pallet, that means for the most part, me and old Mr. Gravity, you know him, 32 feet per second. A lot of times, Mr. Gravity does not go up. So if the material comes oozing out of the tank or out of the barrel, container, whatever it is, it's not going to go up. It's actually going to go down. So if everything's on a pallet that you have to worry about commingling, that will actually take care of it. And if you actually see the X there, basically the X means that, hey, you can't put them together at all. And that, when I say all together at all, that means within the same vessel. In this particular case, it's going to be in the truck. And the way we do this is you're actually going to look at the segregation chart. Let's use, I don't know, flammables, for instance. So if you have this, and by the way, this is supposed to be available in every project manager book, or if you have Precious, this is Precious, iPhone, Droid, whatever it is, you can actually pull it up and save it off. Also, it's also listed in the hazardous materials compliance guide. So this is a flammable liquid. So let's say, can you put a 4.1 flam solid with a flammable liquid? So basically all you do is you come down, you find your first material, which here is going to be flammable liquid. It says right here, class 3. Move it across. Come straight across. If you find 4.1, which is a flam solid, all right, you put flam solid and flammable liquid together. Is there anything there? The answer is no. So if there's nothing there, that means you have no problem with commingling. You're good to go. All right, can we put a flam solid beside an oxidizer? Okay, so if we have a class 3 and we want to go ahead and put it in with an oxidizer, we just come across. All right, can we put it beside a 5.1 oxidizer? The answer is no, we cannot put it together. It's got the letter O in it, which basically means you have to have 4 feet segregation. Okay. All right, so that basically means you can't put those two together. So he'll have to put something between them that's not a problem, such as, I don't know, can you put a 4.1 flam solid in there? Yes. So you can use that. You can use e-waste. You can use latex paint. As long as it's not touching each other and it's on a pallet, then you're good to go. Does that make sense? Now, if you have a flat class 3 solid, can we put it in with a 2.3 toxic gas? So we come across. Now we have a 2.3 toxic gas. What does that mean? You have an X. That X basically means that no, you cannot put them together at all. They can't even go in the same truck. Make sense? And that's how the chart works. You find one, you slide across, you find where it intersects. That will give you information whether or not you can put it in the same truck or you cannot, or whether you have to have segregation. And the lower portion of this actually gives you more, of course, anytime they write regs, they're going to write certain exceptions to the rule. And all that's going to be listed here on the bottom. Matter of fact, one of these things talks about segregation in reference to cyanide solutions. Can you mix regular cyanide solutions? Can it be in with corrosives that have hydrogen in it? I don't know. If you look this up, you'll see specifically it says, no, you can't, because, hey, we have to worry about what? Creating hydrogen cyanide gas. But also down here, we'll talk about lab packs, because there's exceptions to every rule about lab packs. So if in fact you had a PIH box in here, then yes, you might be able to put this 2.3 toxic gas inside of this other box, and that would give you an exception to the rule and you don't have to worry about it. All right, so again, that's segregation. I know, but it seems complicated, but it's really not the big picture. All you have to do is take a look at it and occasionally refresh yourself. Again, if you wish, you can pull up Precious. You don't even have to put this in this chart. You can actually go ahead and chart it out, and believe it or not, it will give you the appropriate information right then and there. All right, questions? Great. All right, let's talk about the next segment, which we need to do is going to be batteries. Does everybody see the batteries thing now?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. The reason we're going to spend some time about batteries is because here late, it seems like we've been running into some issues that really need to be addressed, because the thing that we have to worry about the most in our facility and during.
Do you get them in?
I'm sorry?
Not all good.
Okay. All right. So again, the thing that's near and dear to us, because we have great exposure, is going to be fire. And the batteries in itself are very volatile, and you just never know that it could create a problem for us. So let's go ahead and spend a little bit of time here, and we can go over what the regs are, and more importantly, what we need to do to protect ourselves and stay in compliance. All right, down one. Here we go. As you know, when we work the HHWs, there's a variety of batteries that are out there, and each, unfortunately, because there's such a variety of batteries, we have to actually handle those in different manners. All right, we'll start off here. The first one is going to be a lead acid battery, which is a car battery. We've pretty much seen a lot of those. Also, we'll talk a little bit about alkaline batteries, NiCad, which is nickel cadmium batteries, lithium batteries, lithium ion, and lastly is going to be nickel metal hydride. We'll actually talk about each individual one, what the properties are, what we need to be concerned with. Moreover, we're going to talk a little bit how we can actually make sure we ship those in a safe and compliant manner. Because again, we know we have a great exposure with the DOT, and rest assured, they're going to actually show up and take a look in the trucks. And incidentally, let me backstrap one real quick time. Segregation. There's usually a reason why they always want the oxidizers on the back. So when I did that PowerPoint, you'll see on there, it says specifically that the oxidizers can't be in contact with a lot of other things. So therefore, that's why you see whoever loads the truck will usually put the oxidizers on what Potter says the ass of the truck, which basically means the back of the truck, and usually pack supplies around it. So we actually maintain that 4 feet segregation. Again, oxidizers will traditionally go on the back. Again, we have the 6 type of batteries that we see, and I'll be honest with you, that list of batteries is changing constantly. Every time some new scientist or chemist comes out with a new thing, rest assured they're trying to come up with a newer, better battery because we're in the environmental friendly field and we're trying to do the best thing, right? Exactly. All right, first battery that we have to talk a little bit about is lead acid batteries. Traditional lead acid batteries are more commonly known as car batteries, or if you're in the South, that's batteries. All right, so again, batteries are traditionally, these type are going to be incredibly heavy and they're going to be very bulky. Usually configuration will be either in a 6 or 12 volt. And the thing to remember is these things actually will contain lead and sulfuric acid. So if one's broke open, that could potentially be a problem, could it not? Because you don't want to get sulfuric acid on it because it burns you, right? Again, the thing to remember is each one of these batteries will actually have both positive and negative things. The batteries were designed for a specific use, and for that one specific use, they're great. However, when it's all said and done, when they go bad, that's where they become an issue. And the thing to remember about batteries in general, they generate electricity because, again, it's either going to be an alkalotic or acidic compound will come in conjunction with another material. And when in this particular case, the acid is actually going to come in contact with the lead. And through osmosis, it's going to have a reduction or a gaining of electrons. And when it does that, that's what actually creates the electricity that you're going to need to start your car or run the your kid's little Barbie doll or Barbie car or whatever it is that you're going to be utilizing for these batteries. Listed up here in front of you is just going to be some examples of the lead acid batteries. Now, the thing to remember about lead acid batteries is just like most others, we have to make them inert before we can actually go ahead and transport them. Some things you can actually use tape and tape the terminal so that actually you won't have a discharge. Or the other things you might actually just have to put cardboard down. Or for some jobs, there was at Interstate. Does he still use those, Mark?
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes Interstate Battery will come and pick the things up right then and there. It's again, each HHW is the same, but it's different. You just never know. It changes. Hell, it would change. Sometimes changes all the way up to the week that you do it or the day before. So again, lead acid batteries are good. In some respects, they're very heavy. However, they can be charged for a prolonged period of time, and they have many times that can actually be discharged and charged back up. They have a long life in that respect. All right, next kind of battery, which is probably the most common battery that you see out here, is going to be alkaline batteries. Alkaline batteries come in a variety of sizes, shapes, colors, etc. They're going to either be maybe A, AA, AAA, C, D, E. You might, traditionally speaking, they're going to be like in 1.5 volts. And again, they could either be in both a 6 volt or 9 volt configuration. The thing about to remember these as alkaline batteries is the mere fact is it's very common and they're not going to be regulated for the most part. So, which is a really good thing. They've determined since it's an alkalotic substance, high alkaline, all right, again, this corrosive material is going to be alkalotic. It's going to react with the metals that are inside of it. And ultimately, what's going to happen is it's going to generate that spark that you need to be able to have that electricity that you need to be able to function. All right, the difficult thing about alkaline batteries is there's really not a lot of recycling with these things yet. Down here, they're trying to use these things to make steel because it's an alkalotic substance. They mix that with some coal, more commonly known as coke, and it tries to clean the metal up. Now, again, I don't know how well they've been doing with it. They're not taking a lot of them anymore, so it leads me to believe that it's not. So the most part, these things, there's not a lot of recyclable to it, whereas all the other batteries that we talk about will have some way to be recycled. So again, if someone brings these batteries to you and they ask, well, what do you do with them? And you could say, well, essentially they've been using these in the metallurgical things and they're making products that are involved to make steel out of it. Again, I don't know if they're doing any more. I think right now there's not a big outlet for it. Is there anything else other than that, Mark?
Nope.
Nope. So again, that's why everybody's kind of getting away from alkaline batteries and they're switching to lithium batteries where they can recycle some of the other materials that are made for the battery. Next battery that you may see out here is going to be your NiCad battery, nickel cadmium. Traditionally speaking, these batteries can be a little bit heavier than the others. And again, these are typically used within power tools. As any other battery, they have both pluses and negatives. All right, a NiCad battery traditionally, again, obviously it's going to be a little bit heavier. The thing is they're only going to have a limited amount of charges. So they might, I think it's like 1,000 charges is what DeWalt was claiming. But the thing about NiCad batteries, they run really hard and they have a real quick dying. All right, they hit to that one point and they die right off. Whereas another battery, it may start to slow down and you may not have the power that you need to do that. In order to identify any recyclable battery, what you need to do is you need to look for this little logo right here, the little triangle. Traditionally speaking, underneath, if you got good eyes, you'll be able to see exactly what it is. It will list out what kind of battery it is. Again, some batteries, not so much. The batteries may be old and decayed with the things broken open. Again, you have to do the best you can and look. Is it going to be heavier than how many volt configuration? Is it 18 volt, 24 volt, whatever it may be? You have to look to see if you have that logo up here, and it may list out specifically what kind of battery it is. Like any other battery, it has to be made inert before you can actually transport it. And to make it inert, usually is going to be taping the terminals. The next battery that you see out here traditionally is going to be a lithium battery. Unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, depends upon if you're the battery person, these things are becoming more prevalent. It seems like they're shying away from the alkaline batteries because lithium is a better material and actually has a better life than the alkaline batteries, a shelf life that is. And the use, again, it lasts much longer than the regular alkaline batteries. But you can see they come in a variety of configurations. They can come in a AA. I've seen them in AAA. I've actually seen them in a 9-volt configuration. Also, which people hate, and I'm right there with you, you see them in these button battery configurations. Again, what that means is, again, they're going to have to be made inert before you put them in a container and send them off for shipping, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Actually, it is a pain in the butt, but some things we have to deal with. Here's another battery that you'll see out here, which causes us the greatest risk, and at least in my eyes. And that battery is going to be a lithium-ion battery. These batteries come in a variety of shapes, sizes. It's amazing what they do. Basically, I think they come up with the device and then they try to figure out how they're going to stick this battery in there. Most electronics will actually have a lithium-ion battery, whether it's going to be precious like this, or whether it's going to be in a laptop, or whether it's going to be in your Bluetooth device, or whether it's going to be in a speaker, whatever it may be, you're going to run across these things. Again, the problem being is it's actually made of a lithium ion, so therefore it's going to be a soft metal. And if you remember anything about soft metals, they run into problems when they run into air reactives, or when it's going to be a water reactive. It doesn't matter. It comes in contact with any of these materials and ultimately it's going to generate a lot of heat. And as it generates a lot of heat, what's going to happen? It's going to catch on fire. Again, that was prevalent a few years ago when all those Samsung phones, the Samsung 10s, they plug them in, they start getting hot. Next thing you know, they get hot. Next thing you know, you've got a problem. All right. Again, it's all going to be in your cell phones or those kind of devices. So when we get them, we're going to have to take them apart and pop them out if at all possible. Or if it's in the cell phone, it stays in the cell phone, therefore it's inert, then we're good. Depends on if we're getting e-waste. Next battery that you may see out here is going to be a nickel metal hydride. These batteries usually come in an A and a AA configuration. They may actually be taped in the bank where you actually have a whole lot of these batteries together. Traditionally speaking, the thing about nickel metal hydrides, they have a long degradation process. NiCads, they hit that point and all of a sudden they just drop right off. All right, nickel metal hydrides actually will slowly deteriorate over a period of time. Nickel metal hydride batteries are used in a lot of solar devices, like those little solar lamps, right? Okay, well, it doesn't matter if it gets a little slower, it's not as bright because, hey, it's starting to get daylight, right? Again, the problem is with nickel metal hydride batteries, over a period of time, I think they have a number of 2,000 or somewhere around there. It depends on how many charges it will have. And again, the thing is over a period of time, they have a slow degradation, where as opposed to the other ones, they just kind of drop right off and that's the end of it. Again, when you look at the nickel metal hydrides, you'll see right here, it will indicate what it is on the back of this battery, which I should have taken a picture of, but I didn't. You're going to have your little recycle triangle, and underneath of it usually says recycle, and it will say what kind of metal is actually going to be recycled. Now we're getting to the stuff that I believe is going to be near and dear to me. Under the old regulations, lead acid batteries were the only ones that actually had to be packaged where we didn't have to worry about them being discharged. So they were back in the olden days, that was it. You put down some cardboard between them and that was it. Have a nice day, take a bucket and just start pouring them all in. However, the new regulations are a little bit different. And matter of fact, depends on who you speak to, it kind of stinks. I was going to say other words, but I'll let it go as stink. All right, the changes. DOT has implemented a new regulation in regards to the packing and transportation of all, let me repeat that, of all batteries. This change was established since batteries have the potential for short circuiting, and this process will cause a tremendous amount of heat and potentially start a fire. All right, let me backtrack this. This process would cause tremendous amount of heat and will cause a fire. A friend of mine has a trucking company that had these new lithium-ion batteries in it, and guess what? He burned that Hummer to the ground because they discharged. There's a reason why they don't allow these on planes other than pressures being in your pocket when you get on the plane. Again, these things will short circuit, and as they short circuit, they'll actually have a fire. Therefore, how many people actually take precious here and plug them in over the night and let them charge? Probably shouldn't do that because, again, they start to swell. There's no way to tell the battery because that's an indication the battery's going bad. There's no way for you to know it's swelling. And if you don't have it in your hand, how do you know it's getting hot? And you want to leave that thing unattended? The answer is no. All right, under the new regulations, all batteries, let me repeat that, all batteries except for alkaline batteries must be packaged in a way to prevent short circuiting and damage to the battery during transportation. What does that mean? Mark, what does that mean? What that means, I'll answer for Mark. He's probably stoking a fire or something. What that means is, unless it's an alkaline battery, it has to be taped.
Good, I'm back. What do you
Thank you. When you get a second, look at the regs and tell me what your interpretation is that you need to convey to your folks.
Go ahead, say it again.
I say, take a look at the regs. It talks about batteries. It says all batteries, with the exception of alkaline batteries, must be packaged in a way to prevent short circuiting and damage to the battery during transportation. Basically, it means anything out here other than the alkaline battery needs to be taped.
Yes.
Okay. Now you heard that come right from your boss, folks. I don't, if it's unfortunate, we got to overstaff whatever we got to do. But the problem is those batteries have to be taped. I know it sucks. I've sat there and taped them stupid things for hours. But again, you have to do something, or at least make an effort, because again, the problem being is what's going to happen? It's going to cause a fire eventually. And that's not going to be where we need to be. Again, all batteries must be segregated. And again, I know it's kind of hard to separate some of these things out because they're old. All right, if they're old and there's nothing on there and your best effort, you make that decision and it's an alkaline battery, I'll respect it. All right, but if it's clearly marked on there at lithium battery, then it needs to go into a lithium battery jug, barrel, bucket, whatever it is, and it has to be made inert. They have to be taped. All right, at one time we talked about utilizing, I don't know, oil. Please do not put them in oil. I don't even know who came up with oil, but putting them in oil is terrible because then we got to get them out of oil when it's all said and done, and then they got to be taped, which just makes it, and we now know that tape does not adhere to oil, does it? No. So again, it's terrible if you have to put a piece of tape out, put the button batteries in and put another piece of tape over top of it. I understand it's terrible, but unfortunately it's something that we have to do. The other thing is,
hey, John.
Yes, sir.
John, how about that spray we get in? We get that plastic coat spray in, and that's where you dip metal like a tool in, and it hardens with plastic.
Yeah, like handyman in a can.
Yeah, I mean, is that if they put the batteries, line them up on a table, spray both sides, is that considered or no?
I would think it would be inert, but the problem being is the end facility does not want them like that.
All right, that's all you had to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I can appreciate it. And that sounds good in theory. I'll give you a star for coming up with something good, but again, they don't really want, the end facility, a TSDF or
Yeah, they
whatever
can't-
recycling place doesn't
they
want them
can't-
like that.
Right, they can't recapture what they need.
Yeah, it makes it harder for them and basically they hit you with that out of
Right,
spec
the
fee.
surcharge. Right.
Yeah. So
And is
again,
there specific tape you want to use?
it depends on, down here, they use duct tape. I see them use clear packing tape. I don't care as long as it's made of a material that will keep it from short circuiting and coming in contact with something.
Okay, all right.
The other thing is remember, we have a lot of them. I know Ron Potter loves these polys because they're light, but we still have a lot of metal barrels out there. So what do you think you need to do? You need to line them. All right.
Right.
It says line polys. Okay. I've gone both ways with them before. It's always good to line a barrel regardless, because again, if you do that record clean that we talked about earlier, you don't know what was in there before. If it had perfume, do you really want to put something that would have a short circuit and be inflammable gas or liquid? Probably not.
And
Again,
for the AA and AAA, they can be stacked together and taped off, or it has to be done.
No, they don't need to be
individually?
taped. They're alkalines.
if it's an
No,
alcohol,
I'm talking the lithium.
a lithium battery is a lithium battery. All right, all lithium batteries can go in one. Now, a lithium ion battery, that can go in the other one as well. All right, so again, you have to break it down into DOT class, and the DOT is for lithium batteries. All the lithium batteries can go together. They just have to be in Earth. It doesn't matter what's a AA, AAA, whatever it is. All right, as long as it's a lithium battery, it goes into one. Alkaline batteries, regardless whether it be a 9-volt lantern battery, 6-volt, or whether it's a AA, AAA, CD, or whatever, they all go together. Does that
Hey,
make
John?
sense? Yes.
The weight limits, are there weight limits on those pails? I know we don't really hit them on jobs.
No, the only one that actually has a weight
Lithium.
limit is the lithium ion batteries, and we'll talk
The
about that. here in
lithium
just a
ion,
minute.
okay, all right.
Again, alkaline batteries are exempt. You get those, you separate them out, just chunk them into a drum that actually has a liner, then you're good to go. You don't need to have any kind of protection.
Right.
All right, let's talk about shipping descriptions. If you're actually a chemist, these things are actually written out for you. I think it's pretty much a generic. Again, alkaline batteries, it's going to be batteries dried NOS, whereas a NiCad is going to be a UN 3028. Battery dry containing potassium hydroxide solid, class 8, packing group 2. Next one's a nickel metal hydride. The shipping description is going to be UN 3496. Batteries nickel metal hydride, comma, class 9, packing group 3. Additionally, the other ones are going to be like a lithium metal battery, which is just a lithium battery. That's going to be a UN 3090. Lithium ion or lithium batteries are class 9, packing group 2. Lithium ion, a little bit different. That's going to be 3480. Lithium ion batteries, class 9, packing group 2. Here's what you're talking about a minute ago. Lithium batteries. The gross weight of a shippable container, including the container, is a maximum of 66 pounds. I'll be honest with you, for lithium ion, that's a lot. That's a lot to get up. Traditionally, we have small containers, they call them kegers, 35 gallons or.
So guys, John, reiterate that again. Lithium batteries or lithium ion batteries say is 50 pounds, no more than 50 pounds.
The DOT says the actual shipping weight is 66.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, right. So I thought our guys, Nathan Lee said it was a 10-pound limit on lithiums, and that's why some jobs, I think I see 4 lithium drum, 5-gallon pails.
All right. What we've told people is do not exceed 50 pounds. Again, the problem being is I don't have a scale on the site unless you're doing.
Yeah, we know that. Correct. Yeah, we know.
50 pounds is a good number. That way you know that you're not going to go over. But again, the maximum on any of that is going to be 66 pounds.
Got it.
Again.
Okay.
So again, that's what your number. Rick, you got it now?
Yeah, John. Yep.
Okay,
thanks.
cool. So again, the short version of is every battery except for alkaline batteries have to be made inert. They have to be taped. Lithium batteries, you're looking at a 66-pound maximum. That's why I tell everybody 50, so you're good to go. Break them up by its DOT class. In this particular case, it's going to be lithium metal, lithium ion, nickel metal hydride, lead acid, nickel cadmium, and regular alkaline batteries. Plain and simple. Questions? Chris?
Yeah, hey, John, quick question.
Sure.
Did they recently drop the packing group on lithium batteries?
It depends on whom you speak to. I actually had to send a thing into the DOT and the PHMSA to ask for clarification because it was still listed as under the new regs. It showed, the one I just got the other day showed that there is no packing group, which doesn't make sense. But yet you went back and looked, and I called PHMSA, and PHMSA said no, or no, I called Federal Motor Care, and they said no, that you still have a packing group. But the lady I spoke to in Richmond, which is our local DOT office, she said they're going to get in contact with PHMSA, which is Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. The people that write that one section under the HM table is going to come up with clarification. So today, right now, we're still using packing group. Will that change? Well, it may change. Well, I don't know when I get an email back for clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to use that line thing because they're going to charge me, not when it's something as minuscule as this. But yes, if you look in the shipping, if you look in the hazmat table, that label is blank. So that would indicate that they dropped the packing group.
Right.
But again,
John,
for today's purposes, we're still going to use packing groups, and then if it changes, I'll put something out, and we'll make a change to the shipping papers.
John, my question is, we've been getting a lot of nicotine vapes and they're not marked with the type of battery. What do we classify them as?
You said nicotine?
The vapes, because they have a battery.
yes, the vapes.
They have the battery inside of them, but it's not marked. And what kind of battery is it?
You know, I've heard they're lithium ion batteries, and I've also heard some of them are actually made of nickel metal hydride. I don't know. I've heard different things, and I've never ripped one apart to take it over. But I can tell you this: when we start getting them in again, I'll have one of our stellar technicians smash it open, and we'll take a look. Judging from the weight, I'm guessing it's probably going to be a lithium ion because they have that USB charger. And when you have that USB charging thing, then more than often it's going to be a lithium ion battery. But the thing
depends on the vape company.
I'm sorry.
It all depends on the vape company, what kind of battery is inside of it.
Sammy!
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. If somebody wants to look it up, they can interject here when we get into the next PowerPoint, and we'll bring that up at the very end if they want to look at it in the interim. So I can't see waste. I don't want to say waste. That doesn't matter. We'll go ahead and stop that part of it. Let's get into the last segment. Okay. Right. Let's.
Hey, Victor. Victor.
What happened?
Did you put your name in the comments section?
Yeah,
Since you...
in the message, you can see it.
Okay, got it. Because you said your phone was just reading iPhone and
yeah,
it would be able to determine. Yeah, I got you.
Yep, it's in there. I wrote a chat.
All right, is everybody looking at the household hazardous waste collection slide?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, last slide, I came together with some of the problems that we had in the past. Some are stuff that's reoccurring in my eyes, stuff that keeps happening, and some of it is problems that we've run into in the past year that we really need to get addressed, so we don't end up with another problem that we had up in Flemington, New Jersey. And everybody should be familiar with it. I've showed that film enough times to show our truck burning up in one of Potter's hometown. He couldn't time that better. So again, that's something that we don't want to replicate. So with that said, all right, some of the short topics, and I'm going to ask Mark, and I don't know if Craig's still with us or he can interject. I don't know if he can do that, but nevertheless, these are the topics. First off, most near and dear to me is segregation. We talked earlier about segregation, how that affects everything that we do, how the material is going to be acting together. We're also going to talk about packaging. We're also going to talk about PPE. And the last thing we're going to talk about is the customer service and the professionalism that we give when we're actually out here doing these particular jobs. Again, I didn't select all these topics. You know, it was a little bit of a roundtable going on and some advice from upper management. And I won't mention Ron's name specifically, but that's kind of like where we are. All right, segregation. Remember, we have to ensure that all materials that are being brought in are actually packaged in each container, and each container is going to be transported, but it has to be in the appropriate. All right, it has to be in the appropriate container. Again, these things have to be separated out by the different DOT classes. Remember, there's going to be 9 different classes of materials out here. And again, it should go in each one. The problem being is you cannot commingle these things together. All right, you know, flammables or can catch on fire fairly easy. Do you want to mix that with an oxidizer, where the oxidizer actually will generate heat when it comes in contact with an organic material? And when it generates heat, it actually releases oxygen in the process. And think about it, if you're going to have a fire, that oxidizer is going to bring 2 things to the fire that it needs to happen. And you only need 3. So you can see where that will be a potential problem. So it actually has to be separated out appropriately. You can use the DOT segregation chart. If anybody needs a scan of it, I can email it. But again, it's readily available. I can tell you that right now. You can use Precious and pull it up and download it. Or if you have the HM table or the HM compliance guidebook, you can look in there. It's in there as well. Most of the trucks actually will have both the hazardous materials compliance guide, the ERG, and all that will be in the truck. And it's supposed to be inside of the project manager book. The other thing I talk about when we talk about segregation is the last thing, which is pints and quarts. I can appreciate that because, hey, pints and quarts have been a big thing for us for a long time. First off, what's the actual name? The actual name of these materials are going to be paint-related materials. That's the actual shipping description, paint-related materials. The thing to remember is just because it's small does not necessarily mean you chunk it in with pints and quarts. If you don't know what it is and it doesn't fall underneath the paint-related materials, then it doesn't go in there. Paint-related materials are going to be items such as paint, obviously. Maybe it's going to be like caulks, paint thinners, turpentine, maybe some stains. There might even be some cleaners that are associated with it. Those kind of things. Again,
I'm going to interject real quick.
Go ahead, buddy.
Just remember, guys, I mean, you know, we've been kind of like switching over in Jersey and Connecticut and New York. You know, when we do this separation of segregation stuff with paint care involved, and I even see it most of the jobs the guys do now, there's equals 2 boxes up in the front or 2 drums. You know, the 1993 or the non-specific program paint care material, meaning the mineral spirits, the caulking, and what John mentioned, a lot of the automotive fluids. And then the paint related is just straight up paint, oil-based paint, you know, and latex paint in a separate box. So realistically, we've been splitting that segregation up in our area, you know, because of paint care. So.
Yeah, this segment, Mark, jump in at any point in time.
So I'm sorry. So does that mean like we would have like 2 kinds of pints and quarts? One
Yes,
would be
we do now.
related,
Yes,
and one would be flammable liquid.
Right. If you're at any of the jobs, we did it all last year. We have a 1993 box and they label it, and a 1263 box labeled on the side. And the difference would be paint only in the 1263 and the other material that's flammable in the other box labeled 1993.
Yes, exactly. And both of those boxes are pints and quarts.
There's the smaller stuff. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
The UN 1993, that shipping description is flammable material or flammable liquids NOS, not otherwise specified.
Yes.
Again, as long as that's going to be up to the project manager to come up with the proper shipping descriptions. The thing I need you to take away from this is just because it's small does not necessarily mean you just chunk it in any of these boxes. You have to make sure it's actually compatible with those materials. Like we're still seeing a bunch of that Bondo. And then the top part of the Bondo is what?
Organic peroxide.
The hardener. It's either methyl ethyl ketone peroxide or it's some kind of other peroxide. All right, just by the name peroxide is an oxidizer. So do you want to mix an oxidizer in with the flammables?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
And that we still see that quite often. Same thing, we still keep seeing that stupid that welding stuff, solid ox. I don't know what it is, but we still keep seeing that. It looks a lot like a little quart of paint, but the problem is it's nothing more than a class 3 oxidizer. So again, that could cause great problems for the company, especially when you start going down the road, because you know it's going to be bouncing and bumping and shaking around and packing. So again, that's kind of going to be a big deal anymore. So you got to really pay attention. And when we talk about HHWs in general, let me just say this. I think almost everybody that is on this PowerPoint thing today for the retraining on the Zoom meeting has done this for quite a while. But here's where we're going with this. The thing is we're all getting a little bit older, and we're probably, a lot of people aren't working as much. We had changes in our lifestyle. We don't work as much, or whatever it may happen. But here's the thing. So when you don't work as much, you bring somebody in, or Mark brings somebody in, and they're still fairly new. So they don't have the experience. All right. And when people don't have the experience, we kind of look on to you as a senior member to give mentorship or stewardship to these folks. Now, I'm not telling you to go out here and be the horse's butt by screaming and yelling and everything else, but it's nice for them to be able to look at you and say, hey, you've done this a while. Yeah, what do we do with this? Give them the proper information. And we need you to make sure that you're doing it the right way so you can pass this on to the younger folks who are just coming along for the first time out the door. And this is kind of like where we're trying to head with the whole program. Again, Craig picked up some more jobs, and I'll tell you what, I think this year we're going to be busier than I can't remember. We've never been this busy. They're getting more jobs down here in the South, and the facility is actually going to have to add a second shift just to process all those wastes that we're going to be coming in. So again, I'm asking you, since you're senior and you've been here for quite a while, to take stewardship, some leadership roles, and try to help folks out. I'm not saying that I'm not approachable or Mark's not approachable, but sometimes the people ask somebody who's working beside them as opposed to maybe looking like an idiot or something. So they'll ask you or someone who else has done this before, so that can come up with the right answer, so we know that it actually goes in the right place. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
So those are some of the kind of things that we're actually heading towards. So segregation itself is huge. There is no exception to the rule. Segregation is everything. Next thing I want to talk about is packaging. We still continuously see these things. If you get a material that comes in, and the material itself is not going to be sturdy and certainly will not make it down the road, do we really want to use that? So the answer is no, we don't want to put that in a cubic yard box. Invariably, you're going to see these lamp oils. I think if you look at these lamp oils cross-eyed, the damn things break. All right, so do you really want to put them inside of a cardboard box that actually only has a plastic liner? Probably not. You need to look at something that's a little more firm. So rest assured, these things will go in the bottom, and somebody back here will start throwing crap in from the 3-point line, or they'll take a huge box of crap and just dump it in. The problem being with that, it's going to fall. And if it hits any of these softer materials, what's going to do? It's going to break. Same thing with the gas cans. You see these all the time, or a rusty can. Rest assured, it seems like it will break in your hand, but if it makes it back to the sorting area, rest assured it goes in. But so do you really want to have to put a whole bunch of verm in or stay dry? The answer is no. So if you see a container that could potentially have to be compromised, either A, we're going to utilize the quick pour, or B, make sure they go in a firm container so we don't have to worry about a leak. Mark, you want to add to?
No, I mean, the mineral oils, there's anything in a glass container. The guys are pretty decent. I mean, like John says, as soon as you touch it out of the cart, it busts in your hand, and that's so it doesn't leak and have a reaction. So
exactly. So again, if it looks like it could be a compromised container, let's find another container to put it in, whether it be a steel drum or we have to do a quick pour or whatever it is that we have to do. Again, we're just trying to minimize exposures. And the last thing we want to do is have another $400,000 trailer incident where a trailer gets burned up and we have to clean up half of New Jersey. Here's another good one. I don't know if this is you guys up here, but I can tell you it's happened down here quite frequently. Personal protective equipment. You must utilize the proper PPE. And for the most part, we're going to be using a level D. A level D is going to be eye protection. It's going to be gloves, boots, and a high-vis shirt or vest, and of course, long pants. All right. Now, please don't get me wrong. I am a person that loves spandex, especially if the right person's in it. However, spandex is not the appropriate PPE to be utilized out here. That's why we tell them to wear a pair of jeans. All right. And moreover, you need to wear, just because you have this listed here, basically means you need to make sure you wear it. Now, me, when I do this, I'm trying to focus in to try to find something. But for most people, when they do this, is it really giving any kind of protection to your eyes? Or for that matter, if they're not wearing them at all. So you need to make sure you wear the appropriate protection. And again, this is a big one. I had somebody got clipped by a car this time. Why? Because the blue-haired lady heard somebody say pull up, so she pulled up. And of course, they weren't wearing any high-vis colors, so nobody knew anything, and she basically just whacked them. The only good thing is it really didn't hurt them. I mean, it was a glancing blow, but if your luck's like mine, if that had been me, they'd have hit me and I'd been blowing bubbles for the rest of my life. Yeah, getting fed through a straw. So again, all these different things actually come into play. And when you take stewardship or leadership involved in this, if somebody's not wearing the right thing, then you need to make sure and say, hey, if they see you doing this, it's going to be a problem for you. You need to make sure you wear the appropriate PPE. Again, if we have to pay out on workman's comp claims or someone gets hurt before, then what's the sense? If we can't do the job in a safe and efficient manner, it's going to be a problem. All right. So again, we need to all be on the same page. We all need to be working towards the good, and we need to do it both in a safe and efficient manner. Again, if it's not going to work for us, then there's really no sense in doing it. All right. You get some workman's comp claims. We don't need to do it for practice. If you're not going to make money, you have to pay all these things out. The insurance goes up. There may not be a company. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So again, wear the appropriate PPE. All right. Next thing we need to talk a little bit about is customer service professionalism. All right. We're, at least in the South, I know we're known for our customer service and we're known for the professionalism. The hillbillies got it down, or ridge runners, or stump jumpers, whatever they call themselves down here. They're known to say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, and thank you for coming out. And believe it or not, that actually goes a long way. Remember, we are an extension of the entity that's going to be hosting the event. So if it's
I got one thing to add in there.
Sure.
Listen, I think our issue is not the way we talk with customers. I think the issue we have, and I hear, is the way we talk within each other. Sometimes I know our clients get pissed when they, you got to clean up your mouth a little bit, look at your surrounding, and, look before you speak. I have a couple of clients that, would come up to me and say, hey, the language, can you have them not curse? So, I mean, know who's around you at all times. I know I'm not the best example out there, but when the client's there, just know the situation and know your environment. That's it.
You're absolutely right. We've not had a huge problem with that. I know I'm from up north. I know sometimes the F-bomb is used for what? Nouns, verbs, adverbs, and anything else. And it's like
a term,
third or fourth word.
It's a term of endearment.
It may be sometimes, but not everybody actually sees it the same way, and depends on the tone behind it. That's like texting. I absolutely hate texting. Right. If you get a text more than 3 words from me, you did something, because I'd rather talk to you and they can understand, other than yeah or hi or whatever it may be. They'll know by my tone if I'm pissed off or we've got a problem. All right. And again, people don't recognize that. So, everybody takes things a different ways, what it boils down to. So when you're working, again, please watch what you're saying, not necessarily around the client, but around everybody in general. And when you're cutting up and carrying them, just be cognizant that other people will hear you and they may not appreciate what's going on. We all come from different ways of life, and what's okay and acceptable one may not be okay and acceptable to others. I'm probably just as bad, and I think I can pretty much turn it off when I have to. I don't think I've been hooting and hollering much today. I try to watch my language. And again, same thing is applicable. Watch what you say. Some people appreciate it and some people don't. Last thing we want to do is have a bunch of complaints from somebody over this. All right. What is required? What is a guiding principle? The customer is a citizen that brings us CHHW. Even if they're right, we should treat people that they're right, but regardless any way you look at it, they deserve the respect for coming out and doing what they have. Again, we are an extension, because many people don't know we're a contractor. They think we're part of the county or municipality or whatever it is. So again, when something happens, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go crying to the, I don't know, council person or whoever it is. The next thing you know, it's going to cause a problem for us. All right. Again, we have a job to do, and I understand. And sometimes it's better just to shut up and turn and walk away than it is to get involved in a confrontation. If you have a problem, get someone else involved in it as quickly as possible. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And I know that kind of pisses people off even more is by just being respectful, and they just want a pound of flesh because they've been waiting in line for 2 hours. And now come find out that we don't accept that material. I understand. Get someone else involved in it and let them deal with it. And again, if it's a supervisor or the project manager or the whoever it is, let them take the grief. You know, again, it's not going to come back on us, and it won't be a direct reflection upon us, if you know what I mean. So again, if you find the situation is going south, then walk away from it. Let's not have arguments with them, and let's not have arguments among ourselves. Turn around and walk away. It's not that difficult. And I'll be honest with you, things have changed in the last couple of years because of this COVID. It seems like everybody in the world's just pissed off at each other for whatever reason, because they can't do whatever, or the money, or they're having financial issues, or they're just mad. It seems like everybody here lately's got attitudes. And the only thing I would ask of you is just turn around and walk away. All right, there's no, I'd rather have somebody say, what happened? Well, he just walked away from me and I wasn't finished. Okay, well, as far as he's concerned, it was finished. So let's go ahead and take these things into consideration. Think about it. I'd rather have that complaint than getting toe to toe. Next thing you know, fisticuffs, you know? So again, get other people involved in it as quickly as possible. Surprisingly, a little bit of kindness will go a long way. But I understand, you know, you can't help some people, and some people are just mad at the world and whatever. Again, if that happens, get someone else involved in it, a supervisor, project manager, whatever it is, get them involved in it and recuse yourself of the problem. Walk away. All right, expectations. Let's try to be courteous. Make sure we actually have some consideration. In the years past, we've talked about our industry having an image problem. Let's face it, the Goombas and everything else, it's just bad. We're just going to throw it or pitch it in the Hudson, you know, leave it in the mark, along with all the dead bodies. Again, we have to get to a new standard. We have to get to a new level. And this all goes back to the stewardship and mentorship that we talked about at the very beginning. You are senior folks, and we're trying to set an example of exactly where we need to be and how we want to get there. And once we get to that one particular level, we can have everybody rise to that one level. And that's kind of where we need to be in the big picture. If we want to continue to grow, and of course we want to continue to grow, the more we grow, the more money you make, the more money the company makes. It's a win-win for everybody across the board. And ultimately, that's what we're trying to do, get to that new level. And if we get to that new level, we might be able to move to the next level. Again, problems in the past, you know, if you look about it, we've had incidents in the past where people were arguing. We've actually had fist fights amongst customers, you know, amongst ourselves. We just need to do better. And I know we can do better, and everything is ultimately going to depend on you folks. You know, I'm not going to be out there for everyone. I've got enough problems getting them all done, the ones I got to do down south. Would I like to get up north and sit out for a couple of them? Yeah. I like to go out there and drink a couple beers and eat some crabs and, you know, get some really good food. By the way, if you ever hear the South got good food, you know, they're full of shit. They don't have the food that we had up north. So again, I would love to get out here and do many things, but it doesn't necessarily happen. So again, ultimately it depends on you. And Mark doesn't work every job. He has to depend on his project managers. And when he does the scheduling to get his project managers, he's trying to get his senior folks out there. And again, this actually boils down to what are we going to try to accomplish in the big picture? We're trying to hit the next level. We're trying to do a better job. And this is all going to depend on you. Mark.
Yes,
Have
correct.
anything you'd like to interject or say, or?
Well, I do work every weekend first, so don't.
But not every job. You can't be at 5 jobs.
Oh, I correct. You know, yeah, absolutely. We got every weekend we're 5 or 6. Yep.
Okay. So again,
And
those
like,
are- Go
what
ahead,
I
Mark.
say, we're only as good as some of our parts, all of us. You know, we all make who we are, you know, and it's all important. You guys all know that. So.
Okay. All right. One last thing, and I need that I need to talk about the ERG. We didn't cover that, and I don't really want to watch another 20-minute video. If you want to, I can play it for you. If
Nope.
not, I don't really want to. All
What's
right.
the most important section in the book? What color?
The most important section in the book is going to be the orange section.
Orange, yes.
Orange. The yellow section actually lists out all the materials, and that's going to be in a alphabetical order, where the blue section actually is going to be in a numerical order. So if you have a problem with a spill and you need to learn about what you need to do if you have a problem, you're going to go ahead and you're either going to look it up alphabetically, which is the yellow section, or you're going to look it up in the blue section, which actually is numerically. And numerically refers to the UN number on your shipping papers. So if you see a placard out there, again, you look at the UN number, and that's going to give you an indication. So each one of those will actually take you to we'll give you a number to the right of that, which is in orange. And that's going to take you to the orange section, which is going to be the guide. It takes you to the guide number, which says what you have to do in event of fire, spill, or incident. If it's actually anything in the green section, if it's highlighted in green, that means you have to have special considerations such as evacuation areas and those kind of things. Well, what I was going to tell you is, it's kind of hard to see on Precious here, but if you look at Precious, there's actually an app. I highly encourage everybody to download the app. It's free. More importantly, you don't have to do anything. You just hit the button and you said, okay, I got it. I got the button. All you have to do is type up the UN number, and by the UN number, it automatically tells you exactly what the deal is. For instance, we use UN 1993, which is the flammable liquid NOS. It automatically takes you to guide number 128 and tells you what exactly you need to do. But if you're old school and you still have the book, okay, you can look it up in the book. Then you have to find it either alphabetically in the yellow or numerically in the blue, but either way, it's going to take you to the orange. But if you have Precious, you can actually just pull it up, and Precious will actually pull by UN number, or if you want to spell it out, will automatically take you to the guide number, and that will tell you what you need to do in event you have a fire and or emergency. It's fairly simple. And again, I've had some really dense people down here, and if they can figure out, rest assured, you can figure it out. All right, I'm looking at the quiz that was sent around. I know that I covered at least once, maybe twice, of all the questions out there. So of course, I know it won't be an issue for you. Again, take a picture of it, scan it, whatever it is, get them back into Mark, or you can send them to me to John B, John B as in boy, at mxiinc.com. John B, JOHNB at mxiinc.com. Once we get all those back, and I'll keep tabs of them. Debbie's actually pretty tenacious when it comes to that. She'll be able to check you off on a list because she'll check it to the participants that we actually have. And Mark, I show it up to the greatest number I see is up to 42. So we had
Make
42.
sure, like John said, right? I mean, you all got to send the test in. I know we started out on 35 people, so you said we're up to 42 now. Okay.
Correct.
Right. Is there anybody else in that section that your phone doesn't have your name on it? So we have proof. I know we had Victor's phone wasn't showing. It was just saying iPhone. So Victor typed in the chat the name of the person. Anybody else, or everyone else's name is in there?
I fixed it. Now there's a couple. There's like 6 phones that say iPhone, Mark.
Yeah, you guys look at the list. Who are they? Can you read it out?
I don't know who they are, but they're definitely on there.
Okay, so if under the participants section, if you don't find your name, you better go to the chat. You know, we'll know based upon your test, but put in the chat a comment.
If you're using the iPhone, write your cell phone number on the very top of it, so I can show there's a correlation between that iPhone and your name and the quiz at the very end. I can do it that way as well.
Okay. I just want to, you know.
Can you say that again?
Write your note. If you're using the iPhone thing and it doesn't come across, you can't figure it out how to get your name. Write your cell phone number on the top of the sheet.
There's an iPad, an iPhone, there's a couple of iPhones.
Write your name on it so I can actually find the
So-
correlation.
so-
You can't figure it out.
So
you're
one thing
okay.
I wanted to go over is for the proper shipping names, we can actually choose 2, which is the paint related materials and flammable liquid.
No, you can't choose to. The project manager and the way the manifest comes out dictates how you package it and how you should do it.
But those are the 2 possibilities in some rare case scenarios.
There's no rear safe scenarios. We know ahead of time if there's going to be 2 line items on the manifest or not. So when you go out, look at your manifest, and the manifest will dictate to you if there's 2 line items for flammable liquids. There would be 3 line items: bulk flammable, which is 1993. There'd be another one, 1993, and a 1263. Once you see that there's 3, that means there's 1 bulk, one flammable lab pack, one 1263. And again, it's contract specific and area specific.
Okay.
If you have problems, you can call Mark.
I mean,
Okay.
you know that. We do that ahead of time. We set the manifest up. It's very rare that you're gonna have to write a whole manifest on site. It happens. It probably happened 2 times last year, but in instances like that, if you're ever short a manifest, there's always people around where we would be able to go to the computer, print the manifest the way it should look, and then scan it to your phone. So you would have the line item is exactly how the manifest should read. So we're able to assist you remotely, you know, with that. I know I keep a computer on me, and most
Yeah,
times,
my question is not on the manifest, but it's basically on the pints and courts, as you said, for some clients up in Connecticut, where the pints and courts, we will have some pints and court will be shipping as paint related, and pints and courts
yes.
that would
The
be shipping
manifest,
as flammable liquids, and
yeah, the
that already will be
manifest,
in the manifest.
yeah, you would know the right away on a manifest what the way the job is laid out on the manifest.
Yeah.
If you're the project manager, you would know that ahead of time when I debrief the project managers ahead of time to make sure they do it that way.
Okay.
You won't have to make that call out in the field.
Yeah, that would be planned.
Yes.
All right.
All right, is there any other?
Go ahead,
Bud.
John.
I was gonna say, if there's anybody else that has questions or comments, you know, you can always give Mark a holler, give me a holler, Craig, whoever, we can kind of get you squared away. The other thing I was gonna say is I'll leave this up for a few more minutes. If anybody needs to go back in and try to make corrections and put their names in as opposed to iPad or whatever. As far as I'm concerned, I appreciate everybody coming out, participating, listening, and hopefully absorbing some information. I know the only good thing is it's cold, so you know it's not a lot you can do outside anyway. But my humble opinion, and I know other people said this, maybe sometime here we'll be able to start doing face-to-face stuff again. I don't know when. This is very convenient, but we'll wait and see. But I'd like to say thank you for coming out and listening. The only good thing is you can sit home in your underwear and you're good.
All right, I'm just gonna close out. Couple little things. You know, the most important thing is if you can't make it to a job, there's no reason I should find out or the PM finds out that morning that you just don't show up. You know, because what happens if you get a hot day, you're supposed to have 16 people or 20 people at a job, 4 call out, man, the rest of the crew is gonna bust their ass because we were 4 people short, and it's not fair to those guys. If I know the night before, and man, I don't know about you, but on night before jobs, I don't sleep a lot. I'm kind of anxious about 5 jobs going on. People make it. Let me know as soon as you know you can't make it. And hey, I get it. You know, your wife is pregnant. You have a headache. You know, you got a fever. I get it. But just communicate the risk. You know, that, hey, when you go to bed at 7 o'clock the night before, you know you ain't making it. And I know there's special circumstances, like you get a flat tire in the morning, just message me and I can let the PM know that, hey, you're on the way, you're running late, no problem. You know, because it affects the group, not just yourselves missing the day. And most of the time, there's always people wanting to get on. Again, they're not the top level people trying to get on. If they were, they would be working every weekend. You know, Craig has balanced the schedule pretty equally. You know, and starting, you know, probably April will double every weekend in Connecticut, Jersey, and New York, plus, you know, Pennsylvania and a new contract that they won for Eastern Coast of Maryland down there, which is, I think, 10 jobs down that way. So, you know, again, we're going to be just as busy as last year. You know, we start out strong and then we fizzle, and I understand, but we just got to make sure we power through it on harder jobs. If you have issues of missing equipment or paperwork not being right, I want to know, you know, you calling me and saying, hey, on that day, that's not going to solve it. Message me at the end of the day. That way I could forward the message on Monday to the person doing the paperwork. Or I think the paperwork was decent last year. You know, we hired a new girl, Teresa. I think she's doing a really good job, you know, in our Pennsylvania office to put out the manifest. She's taking her time. So, you know, I don't think that's a problem sometimes we miss stuff, but most of the time when we miss with the new software, it's not on her, it's us, the PMs and the people in PA that put the data into the computer with the new software Emod designed. And I think that software is working excellent, and they continue to tweak it or whatever. If any phone numbers have changed, if any of our workers or, any emails has changed, you got to notify us, because that's the way we've been notifying on jobs, through the email and the software. Again, I think, most of our areas were decent on people, but shit, we're always looking for new workers to start out with fresh feet and fresh smile for unloaders. So if you know people that want to work, we'll give them a shot. We have to put them through the training class, online to document them, and we'll go from there. Not all people work out, and that's okay. But, if we try out, 10 people or 20 in a year and 10 work out and stick, hey, that's what it's about. We're not getting any younger, and, we need that new blood in all year round, not just in the spring, not just in the fall. We do our best to pick up workers along the way and spread the word of mouth. We pay advertising fees with clients, for, where they'll put on flyers for us, help wanted in their areas. We were thinking about in special areas, maybe putting some bus ads up. They're not expensive to run a bus ad Friday, Saturday, Sunday, local environmental company. We'll look into that this year, as an avenue for that. I think that's it, paychecks, sometimes we know, we put the data in again in the software. The girls in the office or the guys print the checks out. Sometimes they don't match up the list to the checks. And if you're short, I can't do nothing from you screaming on a 3 o'clock on a Saturday when we had a big day that you don't have a check. We apologize. You didn't get a check. It happens sometimes, usually, the girl Joanne and out of the office, they call most of you when that happens and explain that, hey, it was an issue and we rectified it, and we do our best to get that check cut out to you on a Monday so that you get that check by end of the week. So, if you haven't, what's that? Go ahead. Somebody was saying something? No?
Guess not.
Okay. So like I said, sometimes stuff happens. We'll get you your check. We apologize for that. I think that's it. It was great that you guys all committed for today. We'll get the schedule released once we're still spotting, new jobs have come in lately. I know we rebid Camden, Somerset County, New Jersey. We bid a couple new ones in Connecticut. I'm not sure which way they're going to go. One was the small facility for Mid-Near Rock. That was a small 2-people job a couple times a year up there. There was a new one out, which I've done in the past for, what was that? Torrington, Connecticut, 2 small jobs. We bid that. We'll see how that opens. We rebid this year in Connecticut, Central Naugatuck Valley. We got that for another 3 years. We bid MDC Connecticut this year. We got that back for another 3 years. We got, so all our work we had last year, we didn't lose anything at all. We're picking and choosing right now and how things fall in. We don't want to try to load up with 3 jobs in one region on one day. Our end product suffers a little bit. If we had to do it, we do it. It's not the way we want to go. So, real quick, Craig is still working on the property of trying to put, we have a piece of property up in Oakdale, Connecticut. He's still working through and fighting through red tape with some permitting issues for the trucking terminal. That way we'd always have a truck there and we'd be able to run somebody up in that region. So a lot of times we send 2 trucks to MDC, 2 to another one, and we waste money on that truck, barely getting nothing. We're going to put a driver up there. So on a Saturday, that one driver would be able to swing into 2 sites and return back to the base in Oakdale. So I know Craig still went up there Friday about getting something permitted and have to do some site work. So realistically, that facility should be up and running hopefully in 3 months. Right now, we can probably just store an empty trailer on there, go back up in there, so. If anybody have any questions, you have my number, you have my email. We'll get hold of you shortly and about, enjoy the next 4 weeks or 5 weeks before we start. Again, we look forward to you committing to us, and we look forward to committing to you.
Hey, one comment before everybody get off. I just got an email in reference to a test. All right, I'm going to ask just a group. the group is, one of the questions that sits here and specifically states, question number 5, all batteries must be taped and made inert before shipping, true or false?
False, because they're
That's
alkaline.
false.
The answer is false because why?
Alkalines don't
Alkaline
need.
doesn't need to be taped.
There we go. Just FYI. I
Sorry,
know.
Mark.
Yeah, it don't want to be as a trick question, but yes. All right, again, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna let it run for another minute or so, and then I'm gonna go ahead and flip it out.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody for joining the line today.
Take care, Mark.
All right,
Take care.
guys.
All right.
Thank
You guys
you,
take care.
everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Have a good.
Thank you to John for giving us his information for all us to use. So thanks, John.
All right, bye.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Good
John.
job. Thank you.
Oh, John.
Yeah, you baby.
All right, thank you. First off, thanks everybody for taking time out of your day today to get this knocked out. I certainly appreciate it. It's a good thing to be able to do the Zoom meeting. Everybody can just lay around their PJs and kind of watch this, the videos and participate. So I think it's a great thing. I would still love to be able to get us back to what I would consider a face-to-face, and hopefully sometime here in the near future, we'll be able to do it. But it just makes it so convenient because of just being able to pop this thing on and don't even have to get dressed hardly, and you're good to go. All right. What we're going to do is we got a variety of things we're going to kind of go over today. To be honest with you, it's not going to be as I was saying earlier, it's not going to be a long day. I actually hopefully anticipate this thing to be over with in about 4 hours, maybe even a little less. It kind of depends on how we go. I would ask you to try to keep the chatter to a minimum. Again, make sure that you keep your button muted. And again, you don't have to look at you don't have to have the video running. That's fine. As you know, what I like to do is I like to run probably around 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes, and then go ahead and stop. It gives me a few minutes to key up the next PowerPoint, the next video, and allows everybody to get up and go do what they got to do, and then they can come right back in and listen to the the rest of the PowerPoint or whatever it is that we're going to be doing. So again, we're talking about the 2024 HHW compliance training, which is actually, we're talking about our HAZWOPER. By the way, Craig and Mark, if once I get started into this, if you have anything that you want to interject, you can start off at the beginning, or if you want to do it later in the class, that's fine. I know, Craig, you got a couple things you want to do. Again, my name's John Brothers. I'm the safety director here for the company. I think everybody's known me. I've been doing this for this is 18 years. I know, go figure. These are the various topics we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about forklifts. I know some of us are actually forklift certified and some of us aren't, but we'll talk about the nuances and the specifications that we have to do behind the program itself. Same thing with respirators. I know some of us are actually respirator trained, and we're certified to be able to operate or actually to use respirators. We're also going to talk about HHW. We're going to talk about the events itself, the various issues, and just do a quick rehash of what we've seen in the past, in the recent past, and what we need to work on. We're also going to talk about DOT hazmat training, and that's going to include both task-oriented training. It's also going to talk about transportation security. The last thing we're going to talk about is PPE, personal protective equipment, what we need to wear while we're operating, and the various tasks that you're going to be doing, those kind of things, how to actually do everything the specific way and make sure you're donning and doffing in the appropriate way. So again, all these different things we'll at least touch base on, at least to an extent. But again, in order to have a class, you have to have a quiz, which everybody should have been emailed this morning. And again, you have to have the roster. So we should be in pretty good shape. Now, along that lines, the thing we have to worry about is mandates. That's why we're doing forklifts. If you didn't know, on at least a 3-year basis, you actually have to do forklift retraining. All right, so if you have an incident with a forklift and something goes wrong, you have to be able to show that, hey, you've had training and then you've also had retraining. Again, that has to be done on a 3-year basis. Respirators are more of an annual thing. And the same thing with the DOT training. That has to actually be done at least every 3 years. So again, it's kind of hard to get everything done. But again, that's the reason why we do this. The topics I don't necessarily, what I'm trying to get at is I don't necessarily pick the topics that we have to do. It's kind of chosen for me for the lack of words. Okay. What we want to talk about first off is why we're here. Why we're here is because we're trying to get our 8-hour refresher for HAZWOPER. HAZWOPER retraining has to be done on an annual basis, and you have to actually get 8 hours in. Now, today we're going to get close to 8 hours. You know, it's kind of subjective, but we'll be okay. We'll get done close enough. I know the very first question in everybody's mind is what exactly is HAZWOPER? HAZWOPER is an acronym for Hazardous Waste Operations and Emergency Response. Again, HAZWOPER is Hazardous Waste Operations and Emergency Response. You may see that again. Hopefully, you'll remember exactly what it is because there it is. Another one under HAZWOPER, who mandates HAZWOPER? OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, mandates HAZWOPER training for any employee/worker who works around a hazardous substances or responds to hazardous waste spills. You may see that again. OSHA mandates HAZWOPER training for any employee/workers who work around hazardous substance or responds to hazardous waste spills. Okay, again, annual training. Under 29 CFR 291910, it stipulates that annual retraining has to be done and you have to receive 8 hours of training. It also talks about medical screening, but we're not going to worry about that right now because, you know, for the most part, we're okay. But again, you have to actually go through annual retraining, and that's what we're going to try to do today. Or we're going to try to achieve today. All right. There's many different levels of HAZWOPER. If you look at this list, it lists out there's basically 5 different levels. And if you look at each level, there's actually different hours associated with what you need to do to be able to achieve that different level of HAZWOPER. For instance, you have under HAZWOPER, you have a first responder awareness, which is a 24-hour class. Then you also have first responder operations, which is an additional 24-hour class. Then you have a hazardous materials technician, which is a 40-hour course. Thus, you have a hazardous materials specialist, again, which is another 40-hour course. And then lastly, you have hazardous materials on-site command, and that's going to be an additional 40 hours. Incident command is probably near the top, and it's a culmination of everything else that goes on. And then lastly, the thing we talk about is the refresher, which is the 8 hours, which we're going to achieve here today. To break things down a little more, when we talk about HAZWOPER awareness, this is the individual that typically or is likely to find a release and notify the authorities of the situation. Primarily, your job is to recognize the release and summons help. Make sense? So you're the dude that finds it, or the cat that finds it and says, okay, hey, we've got a problem. Recognizes it, then you can go ahead and sometimes you can actually fix things fairly easy. And then according to whatever it is, according to your standard operating procedures, your standard operating guidelines, whatever it is, you have to make that decision on who you have to notify and what exactly needs to be done. Now, the next level is hazardous waste operations. These employees usually perform the initial on-site response and protect people, property, and the environment. Usually they are defensive in nature, and they try to minimize the spill without trying to stop it. So basically, you're talking to minimization, just anything small that you can do. Like hypothetically, if you have a barrel that's leaking, turn the barrel over, put the hole towards the top where it's not going to leak out anymore. Done. So that would be more towards a minimization of the spill. And by the way, the reason they come up with this is for the HAZWOPER awareness and operations. These are more geared towards what I would call the fire laddies, the people in the fire department. Down here in our office, our HHW crew is augmented by a bunch of the guys from the fire department. So when they actually come up and they want to work these HHWs for us, similar to what you guys do up there, guys and girls, these guys actually come to us and they don't need any training, or if the training they need is very minimalistic in the big picture. They just have to be shown some of the specific tasks, but they don't need to go through the 40 hours. So that kind of makes them a ringer. So it makes it very easy for us to be able to put them and actually put forward and do what we need to do. Now, this is what everyone, for the most part, anybody who's 40-hour trained, including down here working in the wear hole, actually will receive their technician. Again, this is a 40-hour class. Basically, what the technician is, he reacts aggressively to stop the release of a hazardous spill. They receive additional training using specialized equipment and personal protective devices. Again, these people have been trained and shown how to don and doff the different stuff, maybe respirators, Tyvek suits, whether it be a Class A, Class B, Class C, whatever it may be that needs to go on. And they've actually been given some training on how to minimize spills and how to do some cleanup. Whether they're going to be able to use some something in spill prevention control and countermeasures. What exactly are they going to use to be able to stop the spill? So all those different things come into mind, and they actually talk about chemical properties. And as you remember back in years past, and even last year we talked about this, we talked a lot about the chemicals and the properties of chemicals. Well, we know, like for flammables, for instance, you know that the flammables by definition will catch on fire at less than 140 degrees. Okay, great. So if it catches on fire, we want to make sure that, hey, we're not going to be smoking a big old stogie around it, so we'd have a potential problem. So again, these guys receive a little more training than the others. They know how to stop or release if it happens. They receive specialized training, how to use equipment, other different devices, whether it be a flame ion, FID, PID, whatever it is, flame ionizing device, or a photo ionizing device to check for whatever. But again, they've received additional training as well as some additional training in reference to chemical properties. A hazardous materials specialist is an individual that supports the hazardous materials technician. These individuals have an in-depth knowledge of materials. They act more as a liaison to the authorities. What this boils down to is people that are supervisors that actually have a chemical knowledge that are usually the folks that actually will become a specialist. Typically, down here, our specialists are people that actually have degrees in chemistry and could be potentially be a project manager or a chemist. Again, they have the additional knowledge. They can be able to pull stuff up. They know what the SDS calls for, evacuation areas and the different properties. Is it a PIH or is it extremely flammable or whatever it may be, an asphyxiant? They'll be able to pull this information up and actually have a great deal of knowledge. And again, the specialist is actually going to receive an additional 40 hours on top of the hazardous materials technician. So again, each level you receive additional training that actually gives you more of a specialty and actually has more information that can be able to act in the event we have a problem. The last thing we're going to talk about is HAZWOPER On-Site Incident Command. This individual actually controls the entire incident. He or she will actually ensure that all reporting takes place, make sure the authorities are all notified, and if there's any kind of after incident reports need to be completed, whatever, all this actually will be done. The HAZWOPER Incident Commander actually will liaison between whether it be law enforcement, fire department, EMA, emergency, the emergency folks, whatever it may be, that individual will talk to these and they'll coordinate the response, because again, when you have a problem, everybody has their own little piece of the pie, and it's like one of these little turf war things. Everybody wants to know what's going on and they want to look big. Whatever it is, it kind of goes on. Everybody has to come to the big table and actually have to be notified exactly what's happening and what's taking place and what are we going to do to try to minimize the incident is what it boils down to. And again, the incident commander will usually receive an additional 40 hours on top of this. And that all comes under the FEMA class of ICS, which is the Incident Command System. All those different things will come into play is what it boils down to. All right, before I get too far into it, again, the big things that you need to take away from this is number one, what is HAZWOPER, or Hazardous Waste Operations and Emergency Response? Second thing you need to take away from this is the fact of OSHA mandates HAZWOPER. Hint, hint. So if there's no questions in reference to HAZWOPER, let's go ahead and move on, and we're going to talk a little more about the orientation of all right, so when we move a little bit further, we need to talk a few things about some of the acronyms that we'll actually see out here. And again, the reason we do this is because in order to have an intelligent conversation about the waste business, and I know this is kind of a pet peeve of mine, you have to be able to speak and articulate some things because, you know, I know that there's times that I call them plants, that people will show up at the job site and they may work for an environmental company. They may work for waste management. They may work for, you know, somebody else, and they come in and they live in that area and they want to come in and they want to drop off material and they probe you. And they want to basically see whether or not you actually know what you're talking about or whether you're just a turd saying, okay, hey, just put that stuff over there. We'll throw it in a box and send it down the road. So again, in order to be able to do certain things, you actually have to articulate. And again, it might go to the fact of if somebody says, what do you do with it? We throw it away. You know, when you talk to a customer out there, they'd like to know that things are done environmentally friendly and it's being done. They've done their part, then we're going to do our part. And a lot of this actually come by being able to hold an intelligent conversation. In order to do that, you need to know the terms and the acronyms, such as like OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Pretty simple. Everybody knows OSHA, right? Then what do? Well, some people know and some people don't. In all actuality, OSHA actually mandates and writes the regulations of anything that pertains to what you do at work. So if you're being paid, and we don't do this stuff for free, there's rules and regulations that say that what you have to do. And OSHA mandates and writes those regulations. And that's who mandates the HAZWOPER training. All right, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. All right. Pretty simple. It's a cabinet level agency that actually sits in with the president, and they give advice of what goes on and what kind of regulations need to be written in reference to making sure the environment stays clean and beautiful. Another one you may hear out here is the DOT, which is Department of Transportation. For some reason, everybody lumps the DOT together, and the DOT, whether it be the police department or whether it be the actual Department of Transportation, whether it's the scales or whether it's inspections, everybody just kind of lumps it together. So if it's going into a truck, then basically it's DOT. That's just how it goes. So DOT, again, is the Department of Transportation. NFPA is the National Fire Protection Association. NFPA is basically nothing more than a conglomeration of fire guys, fire prevention folks, and whatever else actually kind of gets into this. And now they're actually allowing manufacturers. They get together and they write up suggestions, guidelines that we should do to be able to make sure that the world will not burn, all right, or have catch on fire, explosion, whatever it may be. So these folks actually write recommendations, guidelines, and once they get these guidelines, recommendations, it's up to the individual municipalities to adopt them, whether or not they want to do that. And that's going to be stuff like IBC, the International Building Code. And why that's important is because a lot of the recommendations that they come up with is adopted by the Department of Transportation, or it may be adopted by OSHA, or it may be adopted by the EPA. So again, you'll hear about the NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association. Now, I can't repeat myself enough times on this next one because everything that we do in the waste business reflects, evolves, revolves, and everything around RCRA. RCRA stands for Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. I'll repeat it again, RCRA, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. All right, that's like the Mac Daddy of regulations when it comes to the waste business because it categorizes and basically tells you everything that you need to know about waste products and how what's the solid waste, what's the haz waste, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to talk about that here a little more in just a few minutes. So again, in order to have any kind of conversation at all you have to do is interject the word recre into it, and all of a sudden you'll look like an all-star. Because they'll think, oh my, this person really knows what the heck they're talking about. The next one is ECRA, which is Environmental Cleanup and Responsibility Act. Basically what that is make a short version is it holds those folks responsible in the event they have a spill. We'll talk a little more about that in just a few minutes. The next one is EPRCA, which is Emergency Planning Community Right to Know Act. If you have a whole bunch of triethylmethyl death stored at your facility, whether it be used for cleanup or waste or whatever it is, processing, whatever it is, by law, you actually have to report these things so your neighbors can actually pull this up on the interweb and pull it up and say, hey, XYZ Corporation has a whole bunch of triethylmethyl nasty stuff down there. And it lists out specifically what it is. That makes it nice for everyone to know, and they can find out what exactly is behind them. The next one is the CWA, which is the Clean Water Act. We'll talk about that a little more here in just a few minutes once we get past this. But the thing to remember about the Clean Water Act is if you violate any rules of the EPA, it's going to either be the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act. So if any kind of regulation has a deviation, it's derived off of, I shouldn't say deviation, derivation is derived off of either the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act. So if you violate anything, it's going to be one of those two things. Next one is TSCA, which is Toxic Substance Control Act. And you have CERCLA, which is Comprehensive Environmental Responsibility Compensation Liability Act. That's a real good one. Occasionally, you're going to see a PCB out here, which is a polychlorinated biennyls. More importantly, people call that transformer oil. That stuff is a carcinogen, and it's not really good for the environment when it gets out. When it was designed, it was really good for what it was, is to keep the oil, keep your transformers from getting hot. So it was really great. But the problem is when it leaked into the environment, it was horrible. Another one that you're going to hear out here is a TSDF. This correlates with RCRA. And that's going to be treatment, storage, and disposal facility. I'll repeat it. Treatment, storage, and disposal facility. Somebody needs to mute. I don't have my whole list up, but somebody should mute. All right, so TSDF is kind of important because if it's a hazardous waste, those waste materials have to go to a TSDF. We at MXI do not operate a TSDF. We actually operate what we call an MRF, which is a materials recovery facility. We cannot receive hazardous waste. So when we do the HHW events, that's great because HHW is what? It's exempt. So as long as it's an exempt material, we can receive it down here, we can process it, and we can make it go away. Now, if it's a hazardous waste, we can't do anything with it. We can't receive it. We're supposed to batch it up and we're supposed to send it off to a TSDF. So if anybody asks a question under RCRA, do you guys have a TSDF? The answer is no. We have a MRF. We accept what? Non-hazardous waste. Great answer. So when we accept the non-hazardous waste, no problem. It's only when we have hazardous waste that it becomes a problem. All right, by definition, household hazardous waste comes from where? Households. All right, household hazardous waste is exempt from RCRA regulations. So therefore, it's not a hazardous waste. We can receive it. So if it comes from, I don't know, XYZ Corporation, and it's the same paint that somebody just brought in under HHW, can we accept it? The answer is no, we cannot accept it. Why? Because it's not exempted material. It's now considered hazardous waste. And a hazardous waste, can we accept it at our facility? The answer is no. Pretty simple. So just the difference of where it comes from is all the difference in the world. Kind of important. So when Mark stands up there, or the DEP stands up there and says, we're not going to take hazardous waste, we're not taking waste material from wherever, you now know why. Why? Because it's considered hazardous waste and we can't receive it. Plain and simple. All right, other acronyms that we're going to hear or terms is going to be NOV, which is a notice of violation. If you ever violate any of the rules in reference to the environmental protection agency, whether it be the DEP or what, or DEC or whatever it may be, it's going to be a problem. All right, they're going to come out and they're going to give you a notice of violation. A notice of violation is nothing more than a ticket. So basically, this is like the traffic ticket from the Environmental Protection Agency.
Hey,
They
John,
like to call it tickets. They like to call it something a little bit different.
can I,
they're trying to be
can I,
nicer.
can I jump in? Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I got you, Mark. Go ahead.
All right, real quick, just when he says we can't take the hazardous waste, we can take the hazardous waste from clients, but it cannot go through the MRF in Virginia. So during the week, we do pickups for hazardous waste generators. There's a different process of profiles, manifest approvals with TSD facilities. So if a CSQG comes into our HHW event, it has to be pre-authorized from the client, and then we have to get all our certifications and approvals prior to that material coming in. And then what we would run it through is our 10-day transfer station, where the material manifested with and profile would go directly to the TSD facility. That's it, John.
Mark, you're absolutely correct. To be honest with you, I forgot about what the CESQG and some of the other programs that we have. But again, if it is a hazardous waste, it just cannot come to our facility. It can come here and be manifested and sent off to a TSDF, absolutely. And we do that up in Buffalo and a few of the other places. Again, in order for, I don't want to get too far into it. We'll talk about that here.
No, that's good. That's good.
We have a CAS, chemical abstract service numbers. Basically, if you ever get out here and you need to try to figure out what a material is, rather than try to find the correct spelling for the chemical supercalifragilistic, whatever it is, all right, triethylmethyl, whatever, it's easier just to pull the CAS number up, and a CAS number actually is usually like a few numbers, and you can pull it up, and when you pull it up, it actually give you an SDS and everything that you need to know about that. It just makes it easier to look up some numbers, a few numbers, as opposed to the whole thing. Yeah, the New Jersey DEP, which hopefully we won't hear about those for a while. That's New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. That's basically nothing more than the state EPA. Same thing with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. All right, next thing we ought to talk about is hazardous. Some of the definitions. When I say that, you'd be surprised, but people don't know, and you come up with some off-the-wall answers. But the definition of hazardous, basically, it's a material that is capable of posing unreasonable risk to health and safety and has the capability of causing harm. Again, is capable of posing an unreasonable risk to health and safety and has the capability that can cause harm. Pretty simple. All right. Now, I've actually did the old John Brothers-ism and narrowed this down to 2 sentences, where the whole definition itself is usually like a paragraph or so, but this actually encompasses everything that we need to know. What's the definition of a waste? The definition of waste means a material that is no longer suitable for its intended use, or the material has been abandoned. All right, when I talk about the intended use, all right, maybe you only have half a container left. Maybe it's the material's expired. Some things are okay expired, some things not so much. So, and again, if the material is no longer suitable for its intended use, or the material has been abandoned, then it's considered a waste material. You put these things together, it's a material that could cause harm. It's no longer suitable for its intended use. Plain and simple. These materials can cause harm to yourself or the environment. Plain and simple. These things are subject to the EPA manifest under EPA 40, Section 262. That's again, we're talking about a hazardous waste. All right, when you talk about something else, you kind of add into here, which is an environmentally hazard. Environmentally hazard is very similar, but not quite the same thing. It's a condition or material that is capable of posing an unreasonable risk to the air, water, or soil quality, or plants or wildlife. I took that straight from the EPA. Again, it kind of depends. But if it can cause harm to the air, the water, the environment, that's going to be an environmental hazard. And that may be completely different from what the DOT or what the EPA considers hazardous waste. Again, when you're talking about different entities, you're talking about different levels. So each one's going to be a little bit different in the big picture. All right. The Clean Water, the Clean Air Act itself was actually established in 1950. It had some most notable changes in the late 60s and the 70s. The act actually establishes certain air contaminants and limits the discharges to the environment. So what this boils down to is that's when they started all the emission stuff back in the day of trying to reduce, because all this started right after World War II, and people were just starting to throw stuff away and just dumping it, and they really didn't give a hoot of what was going on. So basically, they found out that some of the things that were being released to the environment, to the air specifically, was causing us problem with the ozone depletion. That's when they started changing all the propellants inside of aerosol cans. They started figuring out that, hey, we've got acid rain and all these different things are coming together, and they've decided that, hey, we've got a problem. And that's basically when they started to look at the saying that, hey, the temperatures are going up. So again, that was established in the 50s, and they had the most notable changes during the 60s and 70s. And most of these regulations actually started in California, because if you look at some of the old pictures like chips and all that other stuff back in the day, they held all that smog. Well, that was the problem. All the pollution that they had got caught up against the mountains there, and next thing you know, it stayed. So it became a problem. And again, they came out with all these regulations to try to fix these things. And now California looks fairly clean, or cleaner, because of all the regulations. And now you have to look at like China. Look at all the different things that they got going on over there. That the whole place is so horrible. The air is so, and same thing with India right now. It's just terrible. People got to wear a mask just to go outside and walk to work or whatever. And similarly, the Clean Water Act was actually established after World War II in 1948, and actually had some significant changes in the early 70s and the late 70s. And a lot of these different things actually correlate with trying to keep our water clean. They decided that, that we can't just keep pumping the bilges out of the ships. You can't keep throwing munitions into the ocean or into the waterways, and you couldn't discharge anything you wanted into the water, because ultimately we have to drink the water. But all this kind of correlated when in the 70s is when we actually had an issue with, excuse me, when we actually had an issue with the Great Lakes catching on fire, and Love Canal, all these different things. And that's when they came out with all these different acts and derivations, adding to the different regulations, being able to give the EPA some enforcement issues to be able to make sure we keep our water clean.
50.6 pounds.
Make sure you mute your.
2 ways.
Make sure you mute everything, guys. All right. RCRA itself. Now we're going to digress here for a minute, because I think RCRA is probably the most important thing that you need to learn, and you should know at least a little bit about. RCRA itself was established in 76. Usually I do a whole class on this, but we don't have time. We got too much other stuff we got to get done, mandates. So I'm going to give you the real Reader's Digest version. RCRA, which is Resource Conservation Recovery Act, was actually established in 76. It established the cradle to grave tracking of waste. All right, and when you actually have the cradle, which is the time the waste that you identified at the inception of waste, all the way to the time it gets to the end, where it actually is the end facility, which is called the TSDF. All right. So in order to do that, you actually have to have separations. You have to be able to establish what is a hazardous waste and what is a solid waste. And there's actually this whole echelon of different questions you can ask yourself to get to that point. So basically what it boils down to, if it could be hazardous in nature, and again, you have to look at the waste codes, whether it's going to be a corrosive, less than, if it's going to be flammable, which is going to be flashes at less than 140 degrees, or if it's going to be corrosive, which is a pH of lower than 2 or lower, or more than 12.5 or above. Is it going to be dangerous as or is it going to be dangerous such as a dangerous and wet? Is it going to cause is it an air reactive, one of those things? Or lastly, is it going to fall under the T-clip, which is a toxic control leaching? So is it going to be one of those different things? So you have to be able to, and again, do you know these things right off the bat? The answer is no. So it's going to take a little bit of effort to be able to establish what these materials are. And you can do that by looking at a safety data sheet or a material safety data sheet. So the whole point of the matter is in order for you to actually establish whether or not it's going to be hazardous in nature, we'll establish whether or not it's going to be considered a hazardous waste. I know, and the other thing is you have to look whether the material is going to be recycled. And that comes under like oil. And then you also have what I call universal waste, which is a catch-all. Universal waste could be batteries. It could be mercury controlled devices. It could be compact fluorescent bulbs. It could be even be pesticides if it's collected under a state collections. So any of those different things could come into play, whether or not it's going to be a RCRA material. Again, so a solid waste, no big deal. A hazardous waste has to go to a TSDF. So what I'm getting at is someone comes up and asks you, what are you going to do with this stuff? And you said, well, according to RCRA standards, this stuff's going to be sent off for recycling. Done. That's all you have to say, according to RCRA, because as soon as you interject the word RCRA, you're going to look like an all-star. If you say, well, what are you going to do with it? Oh, we're just going to chunk it in a box and it's just going to go somewhere. I don't know. What sounds better? Well, the first one sounds better. Again, RCRA, and we're going to follow those regulations and make sure it gets sent off for its appropriate recycling. Done. You sound much better. You sound intelligent. You gave a great response. And again, this could actually come from a variety of reasons. Maybe it's a client. You know, maybe they're tired of talking to Mark or whoever, and they want to come over and they want to quiz you a little bit and see what you're doing and why you're doing it. And again, it looks like we have an intelligent, informed workforce, and basically that's what we're trying to do. All right, EPA has different classes of material. Again, the first one's going to be corrosive. So we talked about this. This is going to be a D002 code, which is corrosive, which is going to be less than 2 or less, or above 12.5 or above would be a corrosive. Anything in between that does not fall underneath the EPA guidelines. You also talk about flammability. Flammabilities are going to be something that will actually catch on fire at 140 degrees or less. The next one's going to be toxics, and toxic again is what I call the T-clip, which is the basically the toxic controlled leaching process. Basically, they'll have to send that out for analytical. They'll begin checking for metals to see if, in fact, there's something that actually could basically pollute the environment. The last one is going to be your reactives or your explosives. Again, that's going to be your dangerous and wet, your air reactives, white phosphorus, whatever it may be, or calcium carbide, whatever it may be that actually would cause a reaction. Anything out of the ordinary. All right, CERCLA basically is it's Comprehensive Environmental Responsibility Liability Act. It was established a tax, go figure, the government creating a tax on chemical or petroleum industries and funds used to be able to use this money for responses. I'm certain that the government's locked that money away and it will be available whenever we need it. I'm certain of it. It's like Social Security. All right, Sarah. Superfund Amendment and Reauthorization Act. It requires closure plans for the closing of chemical plants and disposal facilities. Addresses abandoned hazardous materials hazardous materials sites. Again, Sarah's actually is kind of a big deal. You hear that every once in a while. Everybody just calls it the Superfund site. Basically, it's nothing more than regulations that stipulate how we're going to do things as far as cleanup's concerned. EPRCA, again, Emergency Planning Community Right to Know. It mandates reporting of hazardous materials and extremely hazardous material storage at your facility. It basically mandates the notifications to the public officials, including first responders, the fire ladders, the fire department, all that for police, whoever. And matter of fact, if you want to, you can actually pull it up under the EPA website. I think it's My EPA or EPA Home. You can actually pull it up and then you put in your zip code and you actually can pull it up and see all the different facilities within that zip code, and you can pull it up by different permits and everything else of what those materials are, and you'd be astonished of everything that's in and around. And that's all established under EPRCA, which is Emergency Planning Community Right to Know. ECRA is Environmental Responsibility Cleanup Act, was established in '83 at Go Figure in Jersey. They make a new regulation. It regulates the reporting of hazardous materials, waste, site operations, and the remediation of the materials. Basically, it wasn't good enough for what we were doing on the other things that ECRA came out and they said basically you have to get us different permits. It's kind of a big deal in Jersey. Toxic Catastrophic Prevention Act was established in '76. It gives the EPA the authority to require reporting, record keeping, testing requirements, restrictions relating to the chemical substances or mixtures as they pertain to imports, disposal, and production. basically these are the folks that actually come back up and say, hey, we can actually create a tax. And we can actually track everything that you do. So not only do you make this, does it not come by the individual who makes this stuff. It actually requires those who actually import it in, because everything's made in China now. It's incumbent on them to be able to report it. They have to pay the appropriate tax on it. They have to do the appropriate recording, such as quantities, how much was brought in, where the stuff went. There's a whole litany of stuff that actually has to come underneath of this. And again, all these different things actually fall underneath the EPA regulations. So in all actuality, the EPA has many tentacles, and I tell you what, that's very reaching into everything that kind of goes on. So anything that happens out there anymore, it seems like the EPA actually has a hand in it. So with that said, questions or thoughts, comments? I know I covered a lot of stuff, and I apologize, but it is what it is. I'm trying to run through this rather quickly and trying to convey some information. Certain things you need to take away: HAZWOPER, hazardous waste, right? Hazardous waste operations, emergency response, OSHA mandates, the training. The other thing is that you need to remember out of this is going to be RCRA, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. That's the Mac Daddy of regulations that stipulate what the differences are between waste products, what is a hazardous waste and what's a solid waste, and how the waste is actually being handled, because it stipulates that you have to track the stuff from cradle to grave, which is time of inception, all the way to the time it actually goes to the TSDF for final disposal. So again, those couple things are something that you need to take away from this. Questions? All right, let's take a couple minutes. Give me 10 minutes to get the next thing keyed up. We're going to talk about forklifts next. So